How are you feeling?
Never do that.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. If you stop talking and pay your attention to the front of the... All right. Waiting. All right. Okay, everyone, welcome to the full NA Italian part of Switzerland. I have studied it. I am getting old. But yes, have the wonderful Lakeside Serenade. I'm just gonna ask you one thing. As you can see, we are a lot of there's also some echo. There are a lot of people. It's not a big room. That making noise. We're never gonna. Fair? Okay. So we're gonna start with a wonderful opening speech by President. The same pictures for yes.
So thank you a lot. Welcome. A warm welcome to the warm is needed at this point. I think Lugano managed to have a lot of traditions, one being to have the III Lugano, but one that we're lately not having today is the tradition to have bad weather. Thankfully, we can swim time, unlike I think we also swim. Weather was either way. I will not do the weather forecast today. I just want to warmly welcome you here. This NA will be very special. You're all tired of me special, but this NA is really special for many. There are many things that will make NA important in the future of ESN. Some of them are more obvious than others. Of course, for the NP right now, it's our last NA for escaping this circus a bit. It will also be an important NA because we have a new president, also super important. But there are also a lot of other things that make this important. A lot of things that we will vote on, a lot of discussions that we will have on all the documents. There's a lot of reports, a lot of changes. So as you can imagine, a lot of people have worked very hard before this NA. We'll mention. But yeah, this is also going to be a very special NA as well for me. It will be last time I will open NA. Yeah, it's actually my last time here present at an NA. So I hope that, yeah, this will be a very special NA. I want to just give a special thanks to two people that have worked or that are still currently working for this NA. First of all, I want to thank, as you have seen, there's an army of ESN Lugano everywhere and doing a lot of things, and they've prepared a long time, so lots go see. I would also like to thank all of the team of the national level, the advisory council who also worked a lot, also our financial auditor, and all of our supporting bodies, because for you, maybe it's a lot of work to read all of the documents. For us, it's even more work to prepare the documents. You can imagine. So thanks to all of you for doing this and for doing this on the side of your work or your studies. I would also like to give a special thank to our international guests. We have a few here that you will get to learn. I don't know if it was already the case yesterday during the social program, but there's quite a few. And yeah, with that being said, again, this will be quite a long NA, so I hope that you enjoy it, even if you might be tired at some point. Just remember that this NA is very important. The three strategy is going to be our core element that we will talk about as well. And this, we will talk about it next years, and so it's really not a normal NA. This is a really special NA. And this time, I'm not just saying this because. With that being said, I would actually like to officially open Q&A. Thank you a lot to the chairing team as well that will present them. Thank you a lot.
All right. Thank you, Arno. So before we actually present us, talk about the rules. This is outside of question rounds, but usually what you will do is you raise one hand, action, one finger for procedural comment. Procedural comment can be basically technical stuff. Reaction is a reaction to someone else's turn. And yes, every time you raise your hand, wait for one of us. Now we have two gestures that we use. I'm gonna not judge that much if expected. It's nice for you. The first one is our way to express appreciation. Basically doing the jazz. I think you've seen it already. And the second one, if someone puts their hands up, everyone starts doing it, and then it's the goal to get the sign. It's fair for now. Okay, next. Now we will have question rounds. After each presentation, there will be time for questions. For this, there will be the Slido, which if you could open it now, would be nice of having seconds. So at least that way you have it for you. All right. First case, we try to see cannot perfect. Now, how does Slido work? Type a question. Directly register with your name and section. Here or at the end of your section, loud. So it is up to you which one you use, but please. All right. It's also the same every time you speak a microphone. Section. If you don't, I will call you out. Happen. Don't worry, it's not personal. It's just for the minutes, because otherwise it's very messy. Yeah, clear and concise, one question at a time. And if you want to add something more to your question after you've done it and it's that you have to answer the question. Sorry. Perfect. Now, if our dear AC could come to the board. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we're the AC. Those who don't know us, so the advisory council. I'm Celine, and I'm here with Anna. Support, vice the network, PNL, and the section. After a slide about contact if you have that or this issue. But first of all, we would like to present you a new board, the new AC mascot that is that we now have AC. It's supposed to be a dinosaur because we're supposed to be more horse. Remember dinosaur. Yes, So now back to the serious stuff. As you know, ESN is a place where value, respect. So ask you to be respectful, uh, inclusive language, and to remember conduct. So you can go to the next slide. About the code of conduct. So I don't know if you're all aware, ESN Switzerland has a code of how to act. He asks you to act respectfully for each other, that everyone is safe. Discussion. So if you have a question today or a comment, whatever, respectful, anyone who is standing here or in the public. And yeah, so no form of bullying, harassment, violence, discriminatory accepted.
So you might wonder, who should I contact if there is anything happening during DNA? But anything else? So we made this small list to help you. Wherever you see something that might to be a code of conduct, it might need some mediation, on the NB, or you can us, the people in red, I think. For the procedural matters, so outside the sessions anonymous, you can also come to us or the main chair. Agenda matters, only the main chairs, we don't deal with that. Questions about the ESN CH voting documents outside of the sessions and for us, about ESN Switzerland in general, anyone from the national level. And if you want to propose an amendment because it's already too simple and you want to add something to the amendment, you can come to us to help you with how to draft it.
So printed copies of that slide and we will one in the back that you can consider.
Also send a link to the code of conduct on the Telegram if you need to find it. Go to the next. Okay, now we leave our very serious hat of advisory council to take the even more serious hat of advisory bingo council. So this NA, for the first time, we want to propose you a little game of bingo with like different things that might happen during the NA. We thought of this. The NB also helped us thinking some additional ones. And basically the way that it happens is that you focus during the NA at everything that might happen. Each of these events on the cards are unique. So you won't have two cards that have the same events in the same order. And the way that you win is that all the events in one line or one column happen. You can also write on them when it happened to help you remember. And whenever you want, you can come during not in between the sessions, not during the sessions for the stakes, and we'll give you a small prize for winning. Yeah.
No.
Please don't. You can make a sign.
You can come whenever you want, but in between sessions. Yeah. Sign or what?
Thanks, everyone.
Right. All right. Small update, I mean not update. You don't know in case there was other points of contact. It's me, my phone, Telegram, call me, I will not answer. Head of OC, Daniel and Isabel, you have the Telegram, you have Leonie, event manager, then was Mary right there. So this is just in case you need it. have it, know it. Now, the three champs. Hello. I've been speaking a lot, but I've not formally introduced myself. So I'm Julian. Nice to meet all of you. I have ESN for a bit now. I'm lazy because today the only one I have is training and development officer and chair. Now, we always think about how to make like you. So first, most important thing is obviously at some point you just bring me bring the stations or whatever. I will remember you in my heart. The second thing I really love is interesting research. That's really something we use manners. If you don't know, I have to send my literature on Monday lunch for my master thesis, and I have not. So if you know nice papers, I would even remember you more than food. But yes, third one. Did someone already said food? Okay, I'm joking. A little bit of cringe. So this is I'm trying to science.
Hi, Matteo. I'm the Italian barista, kind manager of ESN, and soon one of the international event managers in Switzerland. My partner in crime, Italy. Oh, yay! And how can you, best friends, BFF, be a part of our team? And if you like Far Cry Assassin's Creed, and if you want to talk about music, part of my favorite team is favorite band. But if you want to talk about like travels, geography, arts and tattoos, okay.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Jasper. I'm the president. I hope you think right. I've been in Amsterdam for about a year. I'm the president of Amsterdam right now. I'll start network manager. Equivalent to NR. Now, things if you get me to like you, is to do karaoke. Last NA we did it a lot. I love it. Come to night. Like to sing. Also, I'm a big sucker for all the games, bowling, that, and that I really got to fall in love with as president of ESN Amsterdam. All like the boring stuff that people always don't talk about, sketches, budgeting, papers, stuff. I love it. So if you have any questions, other NO.
Now we will.
I hope you're already enjoying. Working a lot in the last month for this to happen. I hope that you're enjoying. I'm easy. Yes, Danny said. I'm also a manager at Lugano, and so we have actually all the black, like people in black. I start to. So we had every one, but for accommodation we had Laura and Rife, we Elisa, and then we had for Giorgio and Elena, finance Alex, of course, and then Dani will.
We get a amazing communication team with Evi, Eitan, Aisu. Then we can see the logistics team, Francesca and Luigi. In any case, you'll have the chance to see them during the days. And if you need anything related to the topics, please don't hesitate to go and reach them out. Yeah, recognize us by this shirt. And yes, let's enjoy this ANA. Welcome to Lugano.
Now, check. Present and so the only way you can don't check. But yeah, the voting rules: one section present, one vote, except if delegated you the vote. Except stated it's a majority because every time we vote a person. Now, if you vote, you all have at least responsible people. You have your ESN section, no blackboard. I would ask you during the votes to just don't do like this. It's just like thumbs up. That makes it way easier. But yeah, first of all, small check. Is the AC enough? If you vote for yes, raise your voting device. So we have 5 for yes. If you vote no. Okay, so please don't raise your voting devices again. Okay, now you have 5. You can lower your voting. Abstain, please. So we have 3 for abstain, which makes a total of 13. Region. Now, every NA needs scrutinizers. Scrutinizers that will be voting, count the votes. If I'm going to ask if but do take into account that you have to be voting and cannot be that is holding the so that are motivated to scrutinize. Well, we have Betul, Claudia. I invite both of you to come to the front. We need to elect you.
We get
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. Can someone that presents the documents? He says it's okay.
Okay, then for me it's okay. All right. We have Betul and Claudia. Do you accept them as scrutinizers? Please raise your voting device for yes.
I restart.
You can already start the job. I'm counting 13 for yes. You confirm? Okay. Lower your voting device. Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. With 13 yes, 0 no's and 0 abstain, Claudia and Betula elected scrutinizers. You can stay on stage, you have more votes. Because we have been leading the show for now, you actually need to approve us for us to be able to do our job. So, do you approve of this chairing team? Raise your voting device for yes. Many? 13? Okay, 13 for yes. Lower your voting device, raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. With 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, we approve. Now, first of all, you have all seen the wonderful agenda. Do you approve the agenda of III Lugano? Yes, no, abstain. Sorry. Agree, you had a procedural comment. Okay. So if you approve the agenda of III Lugano, raise your voting device for yes. Okay, with 13 yes. Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. With 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the agenda of III Lugano is approved. Now, we're already starting the show. We have an amendment to the agenda of III Lugano. Some of you may know, basically, there will be a statement made by ESN Switzerland, which means that we want to know if it's, well, if we can add it to agenda, basically. It will be right after the SEP amendment. It will be read by Arno, our wonderful president. There will be 5 minutes for questions. So, do you approve the amendment to the agenda of the III Lugano? Raise your voting device for yes. Voting for yes, lower your voting device, raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. Okay, with 12 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain, the amendment to the agenda is approved. Woo. Now, our last voting. We have to vote the minutes of NA2 Luzern. They have been sent in the email, so there's no possibility to ask questions at the NA, which is why we're voting them directly. Do you approve the minutes of NA2 Luzern? Raise your voting device for yes. (13 yes). Lower your voting device. Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. With 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the minutes of NA2 Luzern are approved. Woo! Now, we can finally stop voting. Thank you, scrutinizers. You can go back to your spot. Do you know what double track is? Quick show of hand for whose? Is it the first NA? It's perfect. We have a space for you. So if basically double track means that we will be holding 2 tracks at the same time, one in one room and one in this room. One of the track will be an introduction to ESN, which is more meant for the people that are, well, it's your first NA, you're relatively new to ESN in general, you don't really know what's going on during this event. This will be done by Darius and Tina. If you can come to the front here, so people know how to follow you. A small important thing is you can only go to the introduction to the double track if you're not the vote holder. So if you're the person, like the person from your section who is holding the votes, you cannot go there. You have to stay here for the wonderful other part of the double track. All right. So yes, here we have Darius and Tina, who will be the people guiding you through the discovery of what the hell is going on. So easy. Which room can we use?
Dani? Which room we can use?
Yes, we're gonna use A for your story. And if you want to stay here, the second track is. Otherwise, there is A.
Yeah, we stay here. Don't worry.
I have to leave.
8:30. It's the one on the. All right. So for the people that fit this category, I will kindly invite you to follow Tina and Darius to A13. Just remember, you cannot be the vote holder. Now the room is very disproper. I cannot remember the words, so I'm gonna forget it, but you understand what I mean. So now we're moving to the fun business, which is the standing order amendment decision-making process proposed by the National Board and the AC. To the person presenting it, I would kindly invite you to go.
Okay, let's start the fun part. Is it possible maybe to have a paper or something for the slides? You don't have any? Okay, I will just let you. Okay, so as you have seen, there is quite a lot of amendments that we want to our documents. This has been a lot of work, in particular from the advisory council that we thank, because there were a lot of things that we wanted to solve. One being in our decision-making processes. So I will start with this, and then there will be other elements presented by other people. So for this part, it's actually split into three main elements. So the first one is about the voting procedures within the NA. There was some elements that were not so clear in our documents. Second one is just all around the election of the national board. And the third one about the board support appointment. I will go a bit more into detail, but you have all of this in your voting documents. So for the first part, this is the more, with the more elements, let's say, there is something about the voting delegation procedures that you have seen, the different majorities because they were not defined before properly, then the addition of scrutineers, the request from the sections to have secret ballots, which is a possibility now if it gets approved, and also the definition of invalid votes. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. So I will not go too much into detail in every single thing that are being written, just that you have one more section here that explains all of the majorities. And also for the voting delegation, it's just on to just above. That's the main element from this part. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Then for the vote on individuals, we also have this part now about the secret ballots. And yeah, it's basically adding a whole section that was not there before. Then for the counting of the votes, the scrutineers, this was also not properly explained before. There is also the explanation in case no scrutineers is elected, which I hope will never happen. But if that's the case, that would be the chairing team. And then the election of the scrutineers is counted by the chairing team because, I mean, the scrutineers are not there to properly scrutineer their own election. So yeah, and then also for the seventh part, it's something that we want to add is if there is a section here like you that maybe wants to request a secret vote, maybe you're not feeling comfortable in expressing your opinion, if it's a public vote, you have the possibility to ask for a secret ballot. It would be then just not only on people, but on other elements if you want to request that. Yeah, then also the vote is invalid. This is also very important because we have had a lot of funny situations in the past. So yeah, just if the number of votes are not the same from the quorum check, if someone participated without having the right to vote, if someone voted with more than one vote outside of the voting delegations, if someone can prove that the counting was not done right, and also if the process was not done properly. Yes, that's for the first part. Then about the national board, there is still a few elements about the voting procedures, but also one big element is about the procedure if the national board position stays vacant after this NA. And also there is a few improvements in here and there about phrasing and yeah, in general, a few improvements. So this, just a general improvement, you can just move. You can find all of this in the voting documents if you're interested. Here there is one thing that is more explained about if for one or more positions there is one candidate, to have this properly explained, which is when the majority is not met, when the absolute majority is not met, what we will have to do. And as you can see, the candidate with the fewest votes would be discarded, and there would be a second vote for the second person, and then the second person, that would be in one instance. And if that's the case, that there is two people that do not reach the majority, but they are tied, then there would be the rest of the procedure explained in P. I don't want to go too much into detail because you have all of this in the voting documents. One thing, maybe just go back, on the 12, that's kind of something that is also new, because before we had this ad interim status that was never really in the documents, and we want to have it properly put there. So just to explain, this is quite important. If there is not all of the positions that are being filled, which will be the case because we have no applicants for the position of vice president, then there would be the current holder of the position that would be deciding if they would like to, love is a bit too much, if they would like to remain as ad interim, so they could decide or not, and then the NA would still vote on it if they would agree that the person would stay as ad interim, and then the ad interim member would have all of the rights and duties that come with the position. Yeah, but also if they do not want to stay ad interim, the position will just remain vacant until another election is being held. Then this is also about yeah, basically that ad interim and the member is released as soon as there is a person applying for the position and being elected. Yes. Then for the board support agreement, so it's again, it's kind of an update on the appointment procedure that we're trying to improve. but also the release of the board support member. When there is an ad interim NB member, then that comes linked to the second section, and also still a few improvements here and there since we are on this document. So about this, there is just the start of the mandate is replaced by DNA3. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. You can go to the second one. Okay. And then this is more in the procedure when we have the board support appointments to have it properly defined. But basically, that would be that the NP elect or the NP team leader, if it's later on during the year, would just lead the discussion for the candidates that is in their team. Let's say I'm vice president and there is an event manager. Then as vice president, I would lead the discussion about the board support candidates. And then the person would be taking care of this. And if there is no disagreement from the other people, the choice of the team leader would be accepted. Then, this also is kind of what would happen if there is no NP team leader, which we had to do in the past at the last election, the last appointment. But basically, that would mean that another person is taking care of this task and is being appointed the task of taking care of that board support appointment. Yes, and that's also important that if the NP team leader becomes ad interim, the board support member is still released. Just something that is maybe interesting for the board support members in the room. Yes, that's pretty much all about this. If you have more specific questions, you will have some space afterwards. Yes, and I will call the next people that will also present the amendment, which is the AC.
Actually, I have a. Do you want to do all the question at the end? Okay.
Okay, so ACDC is back. So we also worked on an amendment about the positions of advisory council and financial audit that we thought was missing very important things, especially for the financial audit. So the objectives for the advisory council is to clarify the task of the alumni coordinator, which was not written in the standing orders until now, clarification in the voting procedures, and also what happens when there is a vacant position. And for financial audits, it's clarification in the composition, task, and voting procedures. So for the advisory council, as I said before, there's a clarification in the task about the alumni coordinator and also about another task of the AC. And also for the composition, that at least one member of the AC, except for the alumni coordinator, must have been an NP member. So if you're interested, even as local member, in becoming advisory council and there's someone else who has been part of the NP, you can apply for the position. So then regarding the voting procedures, so we adapted those ones also to the ones that are for the NP that Arnaud explained before. So we want to standardize all the voting procedure and have something the most detailed possible and understandable possible. So what happens if there's more than one candidate for alumni coordinator? What happens if there's more than two candidates for AC? What happens if there is no one elected at NA3 for AC? So here also will be an ad interim possibility, and then also an addition about the release of DAC. So a financial audit, until now, we have an article with 3 alinea, so very, very short article. So we said no, we want to have something more detailed, same as advisory, with composition, task, and election procedure. So you have probably read it in the voting document, so clarification about who is part of the audit, their tasks, and the election procedure. Just before, as you know in the agenda, I think it's tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we will have a discussion about the supporting body, so about the audit, DAC. So we really focus here on the most important things that have to be changed for now. But depending on the discussion we will have tomorrow and the next steps, we might make also some other changes in the future to our signals. And now you can. So yes, there's one very important thing. So usually it's written in the standing orders that amendments come into effect at the end of DNA unless specified otherwise. So that's what we did. And also on the email you received that those 2 amendments will enter in force right after the voting. So if you agree with the amendment, it will apply from then on. Okay, good.
I think for the last point to clarify, the reason that we do that is afterwards there are votes and other stuff happening that are directly impacted by that. So we want that in the time between the vote and the end of DNA, these new rules apply and not after DNA for the next one. That's clear. You can ask questions if you have afterwards.
Now we'll move on to membership fee.
Okay, so next thing we want to amend is the membership fees. So for a little bit of context, until the last meeting, it was written that the membership fees were supposed to be paid before June. In effect, depending on the treasurer, the invoice was sent sometimes between June, September, even November. So at the last NA, we added an information to the system about when the invoice is sent by ESN International to ESN Switzerland, and when it is sent to the sections by ESN Switzerland, plus some clarifications for new sections. And now we want to another invoice to synchronize our timeline for the payments from the section to ESN Switzerland on ESN International invoicing, which is based on the calendar year rather than the academic year. We want to avoid during the transition period of all the treasurers, which makes that it is often lost and not paid. Limit the risk of not pay their membership fees before the end of the calendar year, which makes it like translate to the next calendar year, which is kind of complicated for the treasurer. And add a little change for the new sections in accordance with ESN International invoicing. So what stays the same? What we changed last time basically almost stays the same. And what we want to change, so we want to invoice the yearly membership fee before the NA2 of the year. This is, first of all, to align with ESN International that sends the invoice around January, and also to give a bit more time to the sections to pay and give the treasurer more time to send reminders before the new treasurer is elected and comes in function. And new sections are exempted from the membership fee for both ESN International and ESN Switzerland during the calendar year in which they join ESN. Questions at the end, apparently.
All right, now we have covered the 3 amendments, so you can ask questions to basically the 3 amendments. So the presenters, please come to the front, and I will open the Slido here. If I find it, it's this one. No, it's. And you can. You can write your question in the meantime on the slide, or I just need to. Tom has a question.
Yes, so hi. Tom, ESN Luzern. At Arno, so as the interim position is a full board member, does that mean that also they have to keep doing the tasks and everything, or are they being distributed to the other board members?
Arno is in Switzerland. Thank you for the question. So it's the rights and the duties of a full national board member, so they would still have to do all of the tasks. Does that answer?
I have follow-up, but I can ask again. I'll ask again.
So, Claudia, ESN Switzerland. I was wondering if that earlier invoicing was like the cash flow of the sections. Like, do you think that can be a problem? It would depend on if the sections maybe do their budgets also based on the calendar year or the academic year. The advantage before NA2 is that it's in the middle of the academic year, so it shouldn't affect too much instead of being like at the end of the academic year or beginning of the new one, etc. And yeah, it also gives more time for the section to pay and to have discussions with us if they need to like have a bit more time for payment.
So the invoice will be sent before NA2, and normally sections have 30 days to pay. I guess the national board can be flexible if really for the budget of a section, the payment can be done at the fall semester, I guess. That could work. It's better for ESN at the beginning of the year, but then as long as the sections pay until the end of the calendar year, that's what we would like to have.
I don't know, but I was gonna just ask if there was gonna be interest payment if they don't pay within the 30 days or no, if you're planning on having like. Right now, there is no like punishment if it's not paid. It's more discussion.
Hi, Tom, ESN Luzern again. So Arno, as they have to continue the tasks, how do you ensure that it doesn't feel forced because they have to continue? Because that's how it feels a little bit. They are selected as at interim, but now they also have to carry out the duties and the tasks. They also have the responsibility, yes, but if someone wants to leave as you're now leaving, so that would mean if there is no one elected, we could say, okay, you have to continue and you have to carry out the duties. That's how it feels.
No, thank you for the clarification. I'm not sure what's in on 10.7. I was trying to search, but I think it's just the interim part, right? Yeah. So just clarification, it's not forced the interim. The people that have this position can decide if they want to be interim or not. If they want to be interim, it's A, I think, in the 10.7, and then they get voted by the NA if the NA accepts that they go as interim, ad interim, sorry. If they do not want to go ad interim, they don't have to. They can just say, I do not want to. Yeah, I hope that clarifies.
Reactions?
You want to remove your question?
Maxime, ESN, EPFL. I have a question. In 10.7, it used to be a vote to decide the board support, and now it's the NB elects, no, NB team leader that will decide. I don't understand the why or the reason for this.
So it's very a long story that dates back. So before it was voted for the board support, then there was an amendment that was passed to have the NB vote on it. And there has been a lot of thoughts about it, also other amendments. So here the idea, and we've actually tried this method for the two last BS appointments. The idea is that the NB leader leads the discussion, really. Like there's a grid, the NB leaders have to feel agreed about the candidates of their team, and then they lead the discussion about it. If there's kind of an informal vote, I mean, they're like, to me, I would like to have that person in my team. If someone disagrees, they can say, oh, I don't agree with that, and then there's a vote. If everyone agrees with it, then we just move on. Otherwise, there's a discussion between people, and then there's a vote. Also, for BS candidates where there's no team leader, it's written in the amendment that there has to be a vote because there's no official team leader. Yeah, I think that's it. That answered the question? Okay, perfect.
Julia?
Julia, yes, in Zurich. I'm going to start with the second question, actually. Since we're being picky about the details, etc., I'm being picky as well, sorry. But is there, you mentioned that there would be a specific time for delegating your vote as a section. Is there any specific procedure that you should do, like any specific paper or something?
No, yes, I'm just confused. The two questions are completely different. Okay, okay. Yeah. So before it was just, there was never really any, correct me if I'm wrong, someone here, but for the voting delegation, they just had to do it before the NA, and that's it. But it was never there. We just wanted to have the voting delegation before the NA, which is why now we want to have it somewhere, so we don't have any trouble with the sections, and we can say, you haven't sent your voting delegation on time, for instance.
My question was like, do they have to do it in a specific manner, or like?
It's. Yeah.
Okay, then I missed it. And the second question, which is completely unrelated, but it seems like it was the first time that there is a national board member missing, but I suppose it was not. Is that right? And what happened last time when it happened?
Yeah. It already happened, and it was something can also talk on behalf of this because it happened last year. And since it was not there, we never really knew how to deal with it because it was never written there, which is also why we want to have it somewhere so we're sure that there's no issues in the future. But it already happened, hence the amendment here to have it clarified, because it was a bit mystical around the ad interim. It was never really put in our documents.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. The question to you again, Arnaud. I know in the case that in our board, some positions have to be filled in order for us to be recognized as an association by the universities. I was wondering if there's a similar case for ESN Switzerland, and what would happen if someone refuses to remain interim if no one is voted in? Do we have problems?
I can answer, but anyone can also clarify. So we've talked about it with the AC before. There's an article in but I would need to check again. But I think it's really, we do not need a president, for instance, in order to stay like as a full association. I believe, but I can check if you're interested and tell you later. I think it's one person in the board, or even two people. It's a very small requirement from the Swiss law. Since we're not directly affiliated to one university, we do not have the same as a section. And as per like an association in the Swiss law, it is, I believe, one or two members, something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, however, in the statutes of ESN Switzerland, it's written that there has to. What? A section? Sandrine. ESN Switzerland. So in the Swiss law, there's nothing about that there has to be a president. So, I mean, we would be in rules regarding the law, so we could remain an association. However, in the statutes of ESN Switzerland, it's written that there has to be a president. So that would be.
Just a quick, then advisory council, just to quickly add on that, it's not ESN Switzerland, it is an international. It's a reason that we added the position of president, because every national organization of ESN has to have a president. So it's not, we didn't have it before to even have a president. Then ESN International asked us to make this amendment.
Yeah, maybe. Can I just add another thing? Yeah, thank you. Arnaud, ESN Switzerland, also just on maybe insights from other NOs, national organizations, sorry. There are some national organizations in the network that also do not have presidents at the moment or for some time, and usually it's another person from the board who acts as president towards ESN International, but it already happened in the past in other organizations. Maybe someone is not elected or someone is being removed from their position. It also happened.
All right, David.
David, ESN EPF Lausanne. I was just wondering, because I had conversations with Elena in the last few weeks, she never mentioned that there would be changes of things regarding alumni coordinator. I was wondering if she was involved in the conversations, or how was the process to change these rules come about?
Dana, advisory council. I'm not sure I completely understand your question. How much was Elena involved in the changes? I mean, she was always available to come and consult. She was always in the NL group. So if she had any feedback she could give, I don't think she gave any, correct me, but I mean, she was consulted because she was in the NB group.
Okay.
She's not in the NL group. Well, alumni coordinators is always a bit of a black sheep of the advisor council. Yeah, that's why we're changing it as well.
But just to clarify, we didn't do like. We just added alumni coordinator.
Arnaud is in Switzerland. I just want to put some context also on all of the amendments, and because there is also discussion more about the support the audit bodies and the advisory bodies. So we had a lot of amendments being ready, and we focused on the ones that we need right now for DNA. We have more coming later, and we also want to have this restructuring of those bodies that are tomorrow, and tomorrow it will still be a consultation. So we plan to change everything probably also at DNA1. So now everything that was presented in the amendments are things we need right now, but might also change by DNA1, which is why this NA will also be a space for the consultation with Elena and with everyone on all of these bodies. I just wanted to add this because maybe you don't know, but there's a pack of amendments waiting for you at the NA1, but we didn't want to send all of it to you at the NA3.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland, just to clarify, Elena is in the group where the amendments and everything was talked in on Slack. So, yeah.
All right. Is someone, I propose to speak I'm gonna start again, sorry. I propose to close the speakers list. If you disagree, make a sign. Raise your hand. Okay, no one disagrees. The speakers list is closed. And I would like to invite our wonderful audit. Bless you.
Okay. Wait. So yeah, I had the pleasure of going through all of the transactions of 2024. So you can please go to the next slide. So yeah, it presents itself like this. You know, you have the date, the supporting document, the description, amount, and then a few comments. So I had to go through almost 500 transactions, but it was manageable. So yeah, you can pass to the other one. I have a few comments. So thanks, Sandrine and Emma, for your lovely work. Like, it was really amazing. I didn't miss any piece of information. Everything was like detailed and reported. I had like all of the documents I needed. There was just a little, reference that was not good, a border fee, but nothing too crazy. And yeah, the Excel file is really, really neat. And so I know that the treasurer from Geneva wanted to have it. So if you want to share it with the other sections, go for it, because it's going to be well appreciated. Yeah, there were 2 outward payments that didn't go through because lack of like invoices from the people that had to be refunded. But I mean, it's outward money, so we don't really care, right? And yeah, it's really good that you talked about the membership fees for the sections, because I saw that like sections don't pay. So guys, please pay your invoices, because like going from 2024 and having it reporting on 2025 is a pain in the ass, okay? So yeah, do your work better, please. Like, pay your bills. And yeah, next. So my humble financial advice for you guys is that like the balance sheet is really great. Like, we are not surviving, we are thriving, we are so rich. And yeah, I don't think we're supposed to have like a huge profit, so it's good. But yeah, so grants. We were expecting 30,000, yeah, from Movetia. We only got 20,000. So yeah, I would say that grants were like a bit off, but we could still make it because we got an extra 4K from BVS, OFAS, CEO, whatever that is. And yeah, then I also saw that sponsoring in partnership was a bit off, but we had nobody covering that, so it's normal. But I think it would be something really go to like something great to do in the next years, like look for more partnerships and sponsoring. Yeah. Wait, like, do I wanna? Yeah. And yes, since we have like a surplus, how do we say this? Yeah, surplus of money, and we're not really supposed to have a profit, maybe I would say that it would be good to start budgeting for extra expenses because we had that in 2024. So yeah, because like we never know when something can happen. So yeah. My final note is that, yeah, although we had a great financial year, there are some areas that we can optimize in the sense that, like, travel expenses, sometimes we pay travel, like train tickets to people that have GEA, AG, whatever, and maybe that money could be allowed, like, could allow more people from sections to come to the national events and give more, like, visibility of the national level to everybody. So instead of paying people that don't really need that because they already pay for a GIA, maybe like give more money to each section to allow more people to come. Like, it's just a suggestion. I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, like I saw that we didn't apply for any international grants. I'm not really sure what is the procedure on that, but maybe it would be something really good to have like a more reliable source of income and, yeah, have more money. Yeah, I would say to rely less on partnerships and sponsors, because as I told you, Movetia, we were waiting for 30K, we only got 20, so it would be good to like diversify, but this is my financial side, so like have more partners instead of like relying on big ones. But I also get it that you have nobody to care about that, so it's not easy. And yeah, this is actually mainly for me that refunds must be made in francs, because like we had the team building in Europa Park and I submitted an invoice in euros, but yeah, just like, so you know that we work in francs. And yeah, so how did it go? It was really a nice experience. Now I really understand how does the money flow, what are our sources of income, our main expenses. And so I liked it. Like, I wish I had a buddy to split the work with, because it was like too much thing to do. I don't know what it is. But yeah. I wish I had somebody else, but it was manageable, still it's fine. Even if we only have one financial auditor for next year, it's gonna be okay, don't worry. And yeah, thank you so much, Emma and Lumentri, for your help, because like it was really amazing. And so yeah, this is not me doing this presentation yesterday, okay? It's fake news. Okay, any questions? I hope not.
All right, we are back with the questions. Thank you for your presentation. Just checking if anyone is ready.
And I hope not.
Is anyone writing a question? Just so. Will anyone write a question?
Thank you. It means that it was super clear, right?
All right. We still have to officially close the speakers list, so I propose to spoke the Madonna mia. I propose to close the speakers list, except if anyone objects. No objection. Speakers list is closed. We can go to the next topic.
Okay, me again. So now that we've had the audit report, we went to the financial report. So regarding our income, we received a bit more income than expected, even though Movetia, as Claudia said, gave only 20,000 instead of the 30,000 or 25,000 asked. But they still told us that they might be open to giving us more project-specific grants instead of more money on the big grants. So yeah, our income mostly comes from Movetia and OFAS, which are the two big grants we ask for every year. And then we have some income coming from the ESN card and from the international event accommodation that is paid by the sections to us. Regarding our expenses, we spent a bit less money than expected on some sites. Network care and development, projects and causes a bit less than expected. More for business and finance and international affairs. But yeah, we're not in a deficit, so you can ask for grants. So yeah, the main expenses is basically everything that is going towards the sections. So network care and development and international affairs. So more precisely for network care and development, it's quite evenly split between section support, so that is participation to and travel expenses for web, EGM, NAs that we give to the sections. The community fund, so the organization of community events, community meetings, the grants for the National Assembly, and the grants for intersection events and ESNR invitation. Next. And then regarding the other big expenses, international affairs and business and finance, the biggest expense is for the participation to EGM and web and international community meetings. This year, non-statutory meetings was also for the payment of EGM accommodation, which is why it's such a big part. And then a bit for international guests, ESN cards, it was higher than expected because of the increase in the price of the ESN card from ESN International, which is why it was over budget. Little quiz. So sections can ask for grants for the different projects and causes. We have 5 causes. Please ask for grants. So which section do you think received more grants in 2024? Between Core, Basel, Winterthur, or Bern? Who do you think it was? By a show of hands for Core? No? For Basel? For Winterthur? Or Bern? Okay, next slide. It was Core, 7 grants. So congrats. It's nice, you can ask more. If other sections should ask more, take an example on Core and Basel. Okay, next questions. Now it's the not so happy moments of December. Who sent refund requests the latest in 2024? Who think it is Axel? Who think it is Arnaud? Who think it's Thibaut? Who sent refund requests for 12 events on the 19th of December, including for the community meeting in February 2024? Okay, any questions?
Right, speakers list is open.
Hi, Flavien, ESN Basel. How do you deal with the fact that 50% of the income comes from 2 big grants? Is there any risk if, like, I don't know, one of them is not renewed for 1 year or something?
So it's true that we really depend on those grants. They are pretty safe, so they should keep coming through. If for 1 year one is smaller, or even if the Movetia is 1 year, we would struggle and need to cut some costs, but we could survive. longer than 1 year, it would be really tough.
Tom, ESN Luzern, do we also have a budget for the licenses? Or where do you have those in the budget?
We do have for both the national softwares and for the sections. So yes, sections can ask for financial support to get, for example, Photoshop Pro, Canvas, other softwares they need. So there is a grant specific for that in our budget.
Oh, there.
Hamza, ESN Basel. Just on a funny side, if you don't want to answer, it's okay, but how much money did he get?
So Axel said I can say it. It was around 4,000 francs.
Ooh.
I paid like his rent and his Christmas presents.
Thank you.
Is anyone still writing a question? I propose to close the speakers list, except if anyone is objecting. I don't see any objection, so we are actually through with the big part, let's say it like that. Now, we are quite early, so we have to check if I send a message, but can anyone check where the introduction to ESN is at? Because we have to wait for them for the next document.
Let's not jinx it, we start talking about it. Fine. Thibaut!
I also said in the rest of the scene, yes, we can also anticipate the feedback if it's needed. Already said that.
But anyway.
Yeah, I know if we start
on a side note, TDO had, did you all fill in the workshop registration form? Because you have less around 2 hours left, so take this time now to do this. Thank you. It's in the announcement.
Going off with Philadelphia, you know? Ja, die machen das nicht. Die Allianz wird jetzt müssen. Ja, genau. Ja.
Jennifer if you want. Asking for Jennifer. Normally you can keep talking.
Aucune chance d'altérer. Aucune, mais jamais de la vie. Vécu, on peut en parler, d'accord. Mais jamais de la vie.
All right. Since we are a little bit in advance and we have to wait for the other track to finish, we have, well, one wonderful section. Just having.
No, I'm not in. I will call you out. Why not?
Give me 1 second. So. All right. Do you want to explain why I have to show this video?
So I was very excited about it. I put the mascot on my suitcase, but didn't close the suitcase. And Tina was in my room, so she stole it. Yeah, very stupid.
So now at the moment, Capri is 15 and we would love to get it back. And her challenge was to write a poem with all 4 national languages. And here we go.
But I still think as the mascot, and he's not in the room. But at least the challenge has been done.
Sorry, ich komme aus Volkenswil.
Please be seated. All right. Now that everyone is back, I just need you to be silent for a second because we need to do a sound check. The people in the back, do you hear it clearly if I speak like this? In the middle, you're also fine? And in the front? Okay, perfect. Now, we will resume. After having finished the double track, we are back to a single track with the SCPP amendment concerning the grants for the NAs.
Okay, so I'm back with yet another amendment regarding the NA grant and how we can give it to the section. So right now, how it works is that 30 days before the NA, the OC of the NA sends the provisional budget to the NB, and then if all is well, it is approved, the registration's open. Then the NA happens, and then 2 weeks after the NA, sometimes a bit more, the OC sends the final budget and the supporting documents to the National Treasurer. We check that everything is good. And then within a month after the NA, the National Treasurer makes the payment. So how we want to change it, we want to give the possibility to sections to ask for the payment before the NA in some exceptional cases, especially to support maybe more struggling sections or give the opportunity to sections with less proper funds to organize the NA. So we want to add the fact that if the OC does not have sufficient funds, they can ask to receive the grants, for example, by submitting like a report showing that they do not have sufficient funds to pay the bills for the NA. And then the NB evaluates this request and may decide to give partial funds or the full grant already before the NA, with an insurance that if the OC does not use the full grant, they will have to pay something back, what they didn't use. So yeah. Then, because we add an article, we just need to change the numbers. And yes, what we want to, so this goes in accordance with that. If a partial grant was received before the NA, then we reevaluate the situation after the NA to see if they need more money than we gave. So if they need the full grant or if we should be paid back. So it's just, and we want to ensure equity between the sections that receive the grant before the NA or after the NA. So if like after the NA, they would have received only partially the grant, then they need to pay us back, basically. Again, change in numeration. So it's pretty simple, but yeah, we just want to give the possibility to every section to organize an NA and not to have a section like resign for the organization for lack of funds. Any questions?
Well, speakers list is open as usual.
Tom, ESN Luzern. So how do you ensure that sections don't just ask for money and use all the money? Because so far, if I'm not mistaken, it was organized that part was paid by the section and you covered the difference. And how do you ensure that now, if we receive the money up front, that it's not just, okay, we can just ask for a number because we don't have that much on our bank account, and then just use all of that without contributing our part to a certain extent as well? Like,
Yeah, that's a very good question. This comes from like the approval of the provisional budgets. When we receive the provisional budgets and discuss with the section, we always try to encourage them to ask funds to the uni to find sponsors. And then based on how much the section contributes, we're like, okay, we're gonna fill in the gap. And if this gap is the total 4,000 francs, then we pay it. If it's just like 1,000 francs, then we agree on just 1,000 francs. And then this would be, it's basically just giving the section the support they need, not more, not less.
Flavien, raise your hand. There you go.
Flavien, ESN Basel. It's not directly related to the amendment, but I was wondering what happens if the budget is not approved by the NB in time. I don't think it's clearly in the policy paper.
Yeah, I don't think it's stated either. It would be complicated because it needs to be approved by the NB before the registration starts. So it hasn't happened that it wasn't approved before. Sometimes it happened that it was approved like 10 minutes before the registration starts. But yeah, we try to make it, even if we receive it a bit less than 30 days, we try to be very quick to approve it.
Check. Check, yeah. John, ESN Switzerland. I was wondering what the qualification criteria would be for a section, for in case if I was the OC, head of the OC, I would maybe always try to take the money in advance rather than, use my own money first. So is there a criteria where you decide, okay, you can ask now or you don't? Do you need balance sheets or, I don't know, trust?
Yeah, so for a little context, we did it now for Lugano. And what we did was ask for like an invoice and a bank statement showing that there is not enough money on the bank account to pay the invoice per DNA, and asked for a signed document from the section and the national treasurer, basically where he agrees that if they don't use the full amount of the money, they will refund the difference. But we have the bank statement showing like, hey, we do not have enough money to pay the invoice for DNA.
Alex?
I propose to close the speakers list. Is someone still writing a question? Proposing it, I'm closing the speakers list after, I think it's Alex's questions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there.
Close.
Yeah, hi. So what if the request for the grant in advance? Sorry, Alex, yes, Lugano. Okay, thank you for the call out. I needed that as a warm up. So the request is rejected for any reason, such as a misunderstanding between what the documentation is received by national board, or the documentation was not proper, or there are other personal issues. There can be many situations, but at the same time, the financial stability of the small section relies on clarity and transparent rules about this. How does amendment deals with this?
Yeah, we would, so far we would just like accompany the section, we would never just reject the grant and be like, no, we can't give you the grant. We would say like, no, we can't give you the grant because we're missing this and this and this document. Can we work together so that it is approved? And then, but we can add something to the amendments about like giving feedback or giving like a clear list of criteria that needs to be met or something. But we would never just refuse the grant without any explanation and without any support to be like, hey, now we're refusing it, but in order for us to accept it in the future, we will need these documents. I'm gonna help you to get them, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Arnaud, yes, in Switzerland, I just want to add, it's also in the interest of the national board that NA is happening well and that you get the money, which is the reason why we present this amendment today, is to give you the flexibility. So it's also very important that when you do this request, that you give us the best picture of the situation so we can also try to support you the best. But as Emma said, you can also always request feedback or anything. We will never be closed to like not giving you any feedback, because it's also in our own interest that the NA happens and happens well, because we need also to have OCs for the national assemblies.
All right. Small reminder. If you go on the agenda and you click on the topic of the current session, you can also see the documents attached, because some questions were overlapping with what is written in the document. So check if your question is in it before you ask it. That would be really great. I'm not saying this specific one, but like since the beginning. All right. Now, next, we have the statement from ESN St. Gallen, which will be read by our dear President, Arnaud.
Okay, so hello everyone. I have an announcement, or rather a statement. I will just maybe give a little bit of context before I read the statement so you understand the situation. So why did we amend and bring a statement from ESN St. Gallen? So just so you understand, in the past weeks/months, ESN St. Gallen has been through a very interesting situation, let's say it like this. As you all know, we have accepted at a General Assembly a new rule in our documents in ESN International to make the use of ESN and the ESN branding and name in the sections. And for those that might not know, ESN St. Gallen is a bit different than many other sections in that regard, because they are part of another association as well, which is why they are not called ESN St. Gallen on their social media, for instance, but they're called Body System because they're part of another organization. With that being said, it was accepted, so we looked with them for a solution to have this being resolved, because in the documents of ESN International, it's clearly written that if there is not the ESN branding in a section or the name, the section can be expelled from ESN. So we looked with them, we talked a lot, and I want also to give a big shout out to Dominic, with the ESN representative in ESN St. Gallen, who worked very hard, and we looked together in order to find a solution to actually found another association, to have two different associations at the same time, one being actually called ESN St. Gallen in their social media and logos. And that's kind of the context. Unfortunately, there has been some issues that I will read just after. But just so you're all aware, ESN St. Gallen will leave ESN Switzerland and ESN International in a few months because they are not able to comply with this. And even though they have tried, they're not managing at the moment. So I will just read the statement that Dominic has sent me. I will read it. It doesn't explain everything, so if you still have questions, I would be very happy to answer it. But yeah, so Dominic wanted to be present here to read this or to give a video statement, but it was quite tough for him emotionally because he has worked a lot. I don't know if you can all realize this because we went through a lot of calls. It's even sad for me because I mean, since I was a section manager 2 years ago, we've always tried to find solutions with ESN St. Gallen, and he really thought very hard to find a solution. So yeah, I would just read the statement. So, dear friends, although I had planned to attend in person, in the end, I couldn't do it, simply because I knew I would be too sad. That's why I asked Arno to read this message on my behalf, so here goes. Many of you don't even know me or us, ESN St. Gallen. I know that for a long time our section was passive, quiet, distant, and not as engaged as we should have been. When I took over, I made it my mission to change that. I wanted ESN St. Gallen to be a proper section with collaboration and participation. What started with a simple name change quickly turned into a nightmare. Due to my request, many bodies of the university, such as the Student Parliament, the IRO, and even the president of the University of St. Gallen, started considering if we should even be part of ESN at all. I did what I could. I reached out, I lobbied with our international office, and I did everything I could to make the case for why ESN St. Gallen should exist. But in the end, it was not enough. Our student parliament decided that there are not enough reasons to stay in ESN, and decided that and our IRO suggested that leaving might be the better option. Despite everything, in this short time, I got to experience the best of ESN. I experienced ESN as a community driven by passion, support, and a shared belief in making student mobility better. Even when we were on the sidelines, many of you were kind, welcoming, and patient. And when I finally started reaching out, I felt nothing but encouragement. So thank you. Thank you to everyone who believed in us, to those who offered guidance, support, or simply listened. And a special thank you to the National Board who stood by me and tried to fight this battle with me. ESN St. Gallen may be leaving, but the spirit of this network stays with me. With gratitude, Dominic, local representative of ESN St. Gallen.
Think the proxy for Dominic. The speakers list is now open. Anyone thinking about writing a question? Okay, we have in the back.
Thibaut, yes. Well, Thibaut, yes, in Switzerland. But is there any plan to at least create like a separate section as you mentioned in the beginning, or is it completely over, no hope in the future? Or will there be like some move to like try to have one?
Thank you for the question. So, I mean, in St. Gallen, there are not just the high scale, so the school where the section existed, there is also other schools. There is, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a PEHA, and so, how you call it, pedagogical school, and there is also the University of Applied Sciences. I think there's one part also in St. Gallen. But from the university side, they do not want to have ESN at the moment. Maybe they will change their mind, but at the moment it's not possible. So there is no possibility to have another section, at least from this university. They were being financed and also getting their credits, which makes it even more difficult to have another association with them. Yeah. But with that being said, Resort International, which is the association that also that ESN St. Gallen is / was part of, will still exist. So the students in St. Gallen will still get the activities from Resort International.
David?
David, ESN EPF Lausanne. I just wanted to add maybe because you didn't mention it, but with that we are losing essentially one of the founding sections of the Swiss network. So that's be important to underline.
Agrippine, ESN University of Switzerland. Yeah, I just wanted to know if the international board, even the membership team, was involved in these discussions.
Thank you for the question. So the membership team is not helping a section like St. Gallen. Membership team are helping national organizations that are either small or struggling. Just so the international board was informed. I informed them already a bit that we had this situation of this section that was struggling, but that was trying to work back. And they said, we can be flexible if you need, if we see that you're trying to make an effort. But the decision was not made on that rationale. Like the international board did not decide they were not a section anymore. It was the student parliament. And so the bodies of the University of St. Gallen that decided that they did not need ESN. One of the things that was also mentioned that I did not mention before was the fact that there were political statements, according to them, in our activities that they did not want to have because in the canton of St. Gallen, there is a specific part of the cantonal law that say that student organization cannot have any political statement. We have also tried to explain them that this is not as simple as what they explained there, and that it is also their duty to represent the entities of all students coming to St. Gallen and also incoming. But yeah, it was not heard. So just to understand the real reason why they decided to leave was also this.
Is anyone still writing something? If no one opposes, I propose.
Maybe can I just wrap up with a comment? So just so you understand for the next steps, what's going to happen. So to leave ESN, there is in our statutes a 6-month resignation period, basically. So we still wait for their official statement. And also the ESN International is also waiting for the official statement. And that will start the 6-month period where they will be shortly leaving ESN. So this is be waiting. We're still waiting on the statement. Yeah, that's it.
All right, give me just 1 second. I have to see something with Mary. All right. FYI, the speakers list was closed. But the real thing now is the coffee break and meet your family. It is not 11:10 because we are actually in advance, so it will be at 11. All right, just before you all start moving, I want to quickly explain what the Meet Your Family is for those who don't know. Each of you has been put in a family. You will also have a social program according to your family tonight, and you will compete, but that is not the question now. Basically, the Meet Your Family is a way for you to, well, meet the people that you're in the family with, to get to know them. It also helps if you don't really know that many people outside of your section. There are people you can also ask a random question if you cannot do it in your section, for example. So it is a mix of coffee break and meet your family. We understand that a lot of you are probably waiting for your coffee. But please still try to go together as a group, as a family. You can discuss more stuff about what you will wear tonight, how you will arrange, what you will do, just present yourselves. And I would also ask the family leaders, ideally you come to the front, if that works for all of you. Hmm? All right. Are we missing one? I thought we had 8 families, no? Am I crazy? 7? Okay, never mind. So we're gonna actually make it easier that way. And we're gonna go family by family, and the first one will be able to go to the coffee break. You're lucky. The Mamma Mia family, please stand up and go together with your leader to the coffee break.
Get out.
everyone. Now, coffee break is over, so please refocus your brain on this. We now have a wonderful presentation by Movezia and also our wonderful Chantal. If you want to present yourself first, normally your slides are there and work. And just tell me when you want me to click.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Chantal. I'm a ESN alumni. I'm also, as a fun fact, the former Axel, so you can associate my role. I am former NR at ESN Switzerland. So I've already experienced a lot of NAs as well as GAs, as well as international events and everything.
No.
And go back. Thank you. So Movezia, usually where you know Movezia from is that you apply a budget. ESN Switzerland gets a certain amount of money to promote the activities you're doing as a network, to organize NAs, to do all these activities, the beautiful things you do. But you also sometimes get money from your IROs, like the international relations offices at your university and higher education institution. And it's actually also money from Movezia. So we're funding quite a lot of activities here, which is still an amazing thing. The thing is that Movezia works that way. We get money from the government, so from different governmental bodies, which is tax money usually. And we get a mandate from them and we get a certain budget allocated. So for example, it would be 60 million Movezia receives. And we as a national agency have to distribute this money to promote exchange activities, mobilities, and so on. And the way Movezia works is that we are divided into different educational levels. So we don't only promote mobility activities in the higher education system, as you are, as students, for example, but also in school education, in vocational education, Berufsbildung, or Education professionnelle in French, youth work. So if you're a volunteer, you want to go abroad and do a youth work activity, you can also be funded and supported by us, and also education. And me, I work specifically in higher education. So it's we work together with all the international offices of the institutions of the universities of applied sciences, and so on. So me as a person, I'm specifically in contact with the IROs, just as for your information. Another question for you: who still studies in a university of applied sciences, and so on? Raise your hand. Who has been on an Erasmus Plus exchange? Okay, so everyone there, you're wrong. Because if you've been immatriculated in a Swiss university, on a higher education institution, you went on a SEMP exchange. Voila, so you will remember, you can change the slide. yeah, that's some activities to do. As a lot of you know, Switzerland is not part of the Erasmus Plus program. We would like to be part in, but in 2014, we got kicked out. So because there was a national vote on a immigration restriction, and the European Commission said, well, if you don't want to promote mobility and personal free movement, we're going to kick you out of the program. And that's how Switzerland couldn't join the next Erasmus Plus generation, which is here. And we had to introduce our alternative solution, which is the Swiss European Mobility Program. So every student going abroad from Switzerland, but also coming to Switzerland, is usually funded by the SEMP and not Erasmus Plus. A lot of students don't know, everyone says they're on Erasmus Plus. It's not fully true from that perspective. But good news, there's renegotiation with the EU whole package. Everyone is happy. We're quite positive about it, but it still depends on the Swiss political situation at the moment. So we will see what will happen. But at the same time, it would be amazing to rejoin Erasmus Plus because there's so much more opportunities to cooperate, to do exchanges. Also, there are many other fields that would open up, like sports exchanges, and so on and so on. So we hope to be back in that. But at the moment, we work with an alternative solution, which is called the SEMP. And SEMP actually doesn't only fund exchanges for students, because you can go abroad for studies, like that's a semester mobility where you take courses at another university or higher education institution. But you can also do internships abroad, where you get money to be supported. And at the same time, if you maybe work in the end, after your studies at the higher education institution in Switzerland, you can also do a training, or you can teach abroad and get money for that. So for example, someone who's a teacher at a university can go abroad and teach in another institution. Or if you work, I don't know, at the library or in the cafeteria of a higher education institution, you can also do an exchange. So it's quite broad as a program. The only thing is that the priority stays here. It's the students and not the workers of the universities. Voila. So that was a bit the theoretical introduction. I don't want to go too much into it because it's not going to be boring for you as well. Good news for you, or I think that's quite nice. We at Movetia, we don't only distribute funding, but we also work for the promotion of green mobility, of digitalization of mobility, a little bit in the political discussion of Erasmus+, even though we can't really pronounce ourselves, and so on. And we would also like to thank you for your work, because ESN is a very important stakeholder for us. For example, you are really contributing to the whole discussion with Erasmus+. There was kind of an engagement between Switzerland and Erasmus. On the Bundesplatz, you can go and read the news, which was also co-organized by ESN Switzerland. And we would also love to invite you to still contribute to that discussion. I know you cannot be politically pronounced, but you can still promote the mobility and so on. Another very good news, which we discovered some months ago, so it's quite recent. ESN International collaborated with Eurail, which organizes Interrail, and international students, exchange students, can have a specific pass for 6 months on Interrail, where they can travel 4 days. So I don't know if you know the Interrail pass. Usually you can only travel 4 days in a month, and so it's useless for exchange students. But now they broadened the period, and exchange students can use it for 6 months. So it's perfect if you go abroad, you travel to your destination, you travel 2 times around, and you come back and you paid for 1 pass. Easy like that. So it's also maybe something you could promote in your network to the students that are coming, or with your international relations office. And there's also the ESN survey. I think it was already distributed in your network. It's very, very important to participate. We also work with the data, and in the European level, like in Brussels, the survey is very considered as a scientific research paper. So the contribution is very, very important, and the findings are also really used in the implementation of the programs. Voila. So how did I end up at Movitia, or what am I actually doing at work? And my journey started with ESN. I don't want to get emotional, but it was very, very beautiful time. I started with ESN Neuchâtel, so I don't know if ESN Neuchâtel is here. Woo. And then I joined the national level as NR, and I also participated at 2 EGMs. So everyone who's going to an EGM, it's very an amazing experience, and various activities. You can even see Axel here. Axel, I think he did all his journey with me as well. So I'm not sure if he's gonna stay in the network for a longer time, but voila. I grew up with Axel and everyone who's also a bit from the former team. And with this experience, I wanted to still be involved in mobility activities. I loved the work we did. I loved the commitment. I also loved the idea to contribute to mobility. That's why I have LinkedIn post for you. So I went from ESN to LinkedIn. It's a very good platform. So if you're looking for a job, I would update your LinkedIn profile as well. I don't want to do any promotion. I think sometimes people are posting too much stuff, but I thought I could just show you the journey like that. I did an internship in Brussels. It's a traineeship it's called a liaison office, Swiss Corps, which follows the development of the Erasmus Plus program, for example, and reports it back to Switzerland. Very interesting. If you are interested in international relations, go for that internship. And then I joined Movitia after that experience, and I have been working there for 2 years now. And it's very nice. I'm on the other side a bit of the perspective. I'm not anymore representing the students, but we love to work together with you and also have all your inputs on ideas we would like to implement to improve the program and make mobility more accessible and so on. So ESN is also very important for that. I also work a lot in communication. So we do a lot of communication activities with Movitia, for example, about green mobility and so on. So if you have a perfect initiative in terms of you think, oh, your section is doing something very cool, you would like to promote nationally, you can also contact us, and we would like to report about it. How to work in international education. So I think some of you're studying, you might study engineering, and out of the blue, you're like, okay, now I actually want to work somewhere else. I want to do international education. I love what I do. I would love to do it as a job. There are a lot of opportunities for you as well. And I think your experience as a volunteer or as a former exchange student can contribute to your CV. And you just need to know how to promote your competencies. That's sometimes a bit the tricky part. You just write down, I've been on exchange, but no one knows what you've learned. You sometimes write down, I've done ESN volunteering. The workers, they have no idea what that means. So there's actually a project from Erasmus, which is called the Erasmus Careers Project. And they've done a manual or a competence framework, which you can go and have a look at it and see which competences fit with what I've done. So for example, as a volunteer, you can write down you're flexible, you have adaptability, you know how to handle stressful situations, and so on. It's all the work you do through your volunteering, and you really need to specify what the competences are, why volunteering, and the employers will know, and it's easier to get a job through that. So that's, I think, even my main message for this today. Write down the specific competences you learned throughout your journey as exchange student and as well as volunteer. To work in international education, there are traineeships opportunities as well as jobs. For example, you can join ESN International in terms of there's even paid jobs to work for ESN. The positions are quite limited, but there's a whole office in Brussels, and they also accept traineeships. So if you want to, I don't know, improve your communication skills and so on, they have sometimes traineeships for communication managers and so on. Then Swisscore, it's the traineeship I've done. I would also promote it because I thought it was very fun. Brussels is such a nice city as well. It's very vivid. If you like social activities, it's a very nice thing. Movetia, we also search all the time for motivated people. And the easiest thing would be to apply to your IRO. I mean, if you want to work in international education, you already have good contacts with the international office at your university or University of Applied Sciences, and you can join them. I think some people from ESN, they even joined an IRO. And then there are also international organizations which offer jobs, but I'm not going to go into them specifically. Voila, I think that's it. That's a little insight into Movetia, what we do, and how you can also get a job in international education. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
So we have time for questions.
Arno, ESN Switzerland. I have a question because you talked about higher education, but what I love about Movetia is that you're also on different fields, let's say. Could you maybe speak about like the different departments that Movetia is working in, not just higher education, but also, for instance, secondary education, etc., etc.
Like, I mean, the ones that I mentioned at the beginning,
Mhm, yeah.
the educational levels,
Yeah.
and the programs they have, or
Like just the different teams that you have in Movetia and in which field you're working.
so as I explained at the beginning, we work, like our teams are dedicated to different education types because we start from school education, it's compulsory education, and there are already exchange programs for that. So for example, I don't know, a school class from Ticino goes to German-speaking Switzerland, and that's kind of a mobility project we would fund. Or there's like teachers in these institutions who would like to do an exchange experience, and they would also be funded, for example. Yeah, here you have it. Vocational education is like apprentice, so Lehrlinge or apprentissage, people who do that, they can also go abroad. It's quite cool. They can, if you work in a hotel and you do your trainee apprenticeship there, you can go to another hotel in Stockholm and work for some months there to gain international experience, and it would be funded by Movetia. It's also another program. Youth work, it's like doing voluntary activities abroad. So even if you are, after your studies, you don't know what to do, that would be an option. It's quite nice. All your still going to be funded. You just go, you work there, and you have an international experience for your CV, which is also very cool. Adult education, it's after your studies, when you finished. And another program which could be very interesting for you is international teachers. It's like if you go abroad, you're paid. It's a paid internship, and you teach your mother tongue to another country. So we have partner institutions. For example, for me, it would be Swiss, German, or German, and I would go abroad to Canada and teach German for 6 months there, would be paid and get my stay funded. So it's also another option you could go to. Yeah.
Thank you a lot.
Hello, thank you for presentation. Augustine, ESN Geneva and ESN Switzerland. If and when Switzerland rejoins the Erasmus Plus program, what's the future of Movetia? Would it be independent and coordinate the program, or would it be merged into the program and disappear as a name?
I hope I will keep my job. No, every country which participates in Erasmus Plus has a national agency dedicated coordinating the fundings from the Erasmus Plus funding in their country. So our national agency will hopefully stay. We need to be accredited and everything. We need to be confirmed by the European Commission and so on. But I guess Movetia is the most reasonable agency. So we won't disappear. I think competences will shift a bit. For example, some other agencies might be involved for sports, or we would need to hire someone for coordinating the sports sector, for example. So there might be even more jobs opportunities opening up because our structures would need to change. But I don't know yet how exactly the regulations are regarding that. Yeah.
Thank you.
But very good question. Very tough question.
Someone's still writing a question. If no one opposes, I propose to speak to close. Okay, Mary. So is someone after Mary writing a question? So without objection, I propose to close the speakers list after Mary's question. Amazing. Speakers list will be closed.
Hi, Barbo, ESN Basel. My question is what Movetia's role is in the negotiations of Switzerland rejoining Erasmus Plus, and what do you expect from ESN Switzerland, and also how can we help at the local level except with filling out the ESN survey?
We have a mandate by a governmental body. We're not allowed to really do political advocacy work. So we're not allowed to set up a campaign and say, oh, Erasmus Plus, we need to join everyone. But what we can do as Movetia is inform and making aware how important Erasmus Plus is for Switzerland, because anyways, we need to work for the international cooperation. So that's like two things. At the moment, we're setting up some specific activities we would like to do to prepare first our institutions to be associated also in the program, and how ESN can specifically help. I don't have any concrete actions yet because we haven't set out the concrete plan, unfortunately, but you will for sure be contacted by us. I think what you can do is also making aware that I think ESN Switzerland is already doing it internationally, making aware that there's Switzerland, there are mobilities from Switzerland. You want to still take part in the activities that are offered by Erasmus+. That's already what ESN Switzerland has been doing on the international level, and I think you can continue that. Yeah, but I'm sorry I cannot answer concretely because we haven't defined the specificities yet. But already to know that we exist and we might approach you as a network to support us in your actions, your feedback, whatever, would be amazing, just already to be disponible for us.
GDG, nice name and section.
Yeah, Julio, red.
Hi, GDG from ESN. No, just wanted to. I mean, I can say that, no? I'm allowed. ESN, no? Yes, it's okay. For coming, it's really warming and beautiful to see like a former ESNer representing the national agency in a national assembly. Just wanted to clarify for all of you the things about Eurail that is really important and relevant, because it's not just for who is going in mobility, but for whoever is participating in Erasmus Plus project. So also if you go for instance, 1 week short program, you buy the Interrail, you get the two extra days to use in the 6 months. So bear that in mind, and yeah, just wanted to clarify this. Thank you.
More information on that. Also, it's if you type down Interrail for Erasmus Plus, and you find all, and you see SEMP is in the criteria as well.
I think I'm next. Yeah, Dana, Advisory Council, ESN Switzerland. Thanks a lot for the presentation, Chantal. It's really a pleasure to see you again with us after all these years. And thanks also to Movetia, which you represent, for the support that you've given us basically since you were there I think without Movetia, we wouldn't be the association that we are currently now. So our collaboration with Movetia is mostly based also on that one grant that we have, the operational grant that we receive from them. But could you see examples of other project-based fundings that we could apply to further collaborate in other areas, maybe with other departments than only higher education?
The thing is, Movetia grants are really dedicated to usually education institutions. So they are eligible to apply for funding, and like NGOs and like private companies cannot, because the money comes from the Department of Education, Innovation and Research. So that's a bit the thing. So yeah, as you said, there's the one big grant you apply every year to keep on doing that. You also do I cannot be implicated in that grant, so you can talk to me the whole day, but I won't have any influence on that. If you want to get more money, it's not through me. But you also get funding in some sections by the IROs. That's a support. And usually what the IROs do is like for each mobility they do, they get extra money from Movetia. So maybe that's just a fact process how it works. And with that extra money, they can do whatever they want. They can promote mobility in their institution and so on. They can also give it to ESN. So that's usually, I think, maybe ESN Zurich is funded like that. I'm not sure how exactly our institution does it, but that's another opportunity. Maybe what I could imagine is a project in youth work, because it's about volunteering. So if you go there and you look it up, yeah.
Arno is in Switzerland. I mean, I also wanted to mention one thing because maybe people do not know, but with the education team, we also take part in a few activities. For instance, we went to a training camp for youth organizations, for umbrella youth organizations, not such a long time ago with Darius. And this was also financed by Movetia. This is also another project that Movetia is helping, which just shows how much we need Movetia to actually also, not just for the yearly grant, but also on those particular initiatives, which is also, I guess, more youth work than, yeah. But it's something that also we get money from by like participating in the event and having some funds through it. Yeah.
Elena, ESN Geneva. It seems like the many years that we applied to the grant, and we also asked several times, like more money, extra money. That's happened. I mean, we try every year. It's never happened yet, but but they always send in the email whenever we apply, and the reply was yes, you're getting like the usual money, but you can always ask for more for different projects. So they always wrote this in their email. So we actually never use this as to ask, but I think maybe the new board should think about other project things in youth, but not necessarily in youth, but they're very relevant to us too, because they always offer. It's just that we never had enough maybe strength to organize like some big things, but they always said, okay, we're not giving you extra money as a grant, but we're giving you money if you want to organize something.
I think you just need to stay in contact with us and always take the opportunity to ask. It's just that we also have a restricted budget by how we budget. So yeah, that's my answer to that. Okay, please fill in the ESN survey.
Yes, Julia. Woo!
So Julia is in Zurich. Yes, it's just like thank you for being here and for mentioning like helping, knowing that Movetia is helping. I was about to say ESN join Erasmus, but Switzerland join Erasmus Plus program again. And yes, just an advice to everybody: like please, really fill the ESN survey. Not only yourself, but like really promote it to all of the international students, your friends, your family, like really anybody. It's really super important. It's like the biggest student-led survey that goes through Europe, and showing that Switzerland is really engaged into it is definitely something super important to rejoin the Erasmus Plus program. So it's really, really important. Share it as much as you can, and it's really open to even alumni of the Erasmus Plus program. So please just share it.
Have a procedure. So can you bring back the mic? So just procedural comments. Remember, Julian, main chair. The procedural comment is that please use Slido for questions. You can have a reaction with this Slido is for questions, which also means if you have a question, write it on Slido. And once the speakers list is closed, please don't add more questions. Is it clear to everyone? Are we fair on this? Okay, then we can continue with Domi's comment. No. Domi had a reaction.
Oh yeah, Mary.
Me, ESN Switzerland, I know you said questions, but just a quick comment. We got the report for the ESN survey and we didn't even reach 10% of the goal. So we really, really, really need to increase the engagement. So everyone, please fill it out. Thank you, love you, bye.
And Jasper is an Amsterdam. Just a quick comment on the thing before as well. She mentioned family is a joke, but the ESM survey is also open for students that have not gone on exchanges as well. So talk to the IROs, get it to the students that are like first year, second years that haven't gone or haven't had the opportunity yet to go.
Hi Chantal, Mary, ESN Switzerland. Hi. Thank you so much for being here as our guest and to present Movetia to us, which is so important. I didn't know how to formulate this question, that's why I took so long to write it. But I guess now I have it. You like the first statement that explained what Movetia was.
We work together, or the global dimension outside of Erasmus Plus, or
second one?
Yeah, the second one. Okay, so Movetia as our main program was kind of really inspired by Erasmus Plus, mainly works around what happens in Erasmus Plus with associations working for the European Commission, following all the developments and so on. So it's still our main focus, but we need to promote mobility everywhere, as I said, globally as well. And also the Swiss European Mobility Program, you don't have to go abroad only for Europe, but you can go abroad globally. So your exchange can be funded to go to a American university, for example, or to Singapore or wherever you want to go. So it's not only restricted to that. And we also, as we counsel or we advise our higher education institutions in Switzerland, we need to know about the global developments, like, for example, England, like the Great Britain not being part of Erasmus Plus and their own alternative or developments, Canadian visas, politically speaking as well about what's happening at the moment with Ukraine and so on. So it's not only focused on Europe, but also in a broader sense. Yeah, but the main focus stays on Erasmus Plus.
All right, the last comment was written after the speakers. It was closed, but we propose as chairing team to still have it if there's no objection. Okay, perfect. Then covered. Thank you again, Chantal.
Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can also come to me afterwards.
All right. Now, we are back for our favorite thing. To define the future of the next years in this network. So pay attention, everyone. And the board is making their way up here, but this is the freer strategy. Shh. This is the freer strategy. It's very important. I know you have already seen sort of it. There's been a lot of discussion, but please pay attention, drop your phones, because you will have to vote on this. Now I leave the voice to the wonderful board.
So it's finally time that we talk about the three strategy, 2025, 2028. It's not new for you. We've talked about it the entire year, but maybe today is the last time that we have presentations about the three strategy, if you approve what we will present. So what is the three strategy? Just a small reminder what it is actually. It's a roadmap of what we want to achieve in the next 3 years, basically what we want to see in ESN Switzerland in the next 3 years. A very important thing is that for those that don't understand how it works with the three strategy, our action plans that you will also see partially today are based on the three strategy. So everything is linked to each other, which is why it's super important for us to take a lot of time to work on this three strategy, because then all of the action plans, meaning all of the things we want to achieve along the years, are based on that. So how did we manage to have this wonderful document? So it was through a lot of consultations. I think maybe some people in the room are probably traumatized by the amount of consultations you had. But let's go back in time to see how it was created. So the first consultation we all had together was during the NA1 in Geneva. I don't know if you remember. We were in the rooms, the different NB members, and we were gathering already inputs from you that were then used to have a small direction of where we wanted to go. And then we took your inputs and started working on the draft of the three strategy. But between the NA1 and the NA2, where we presented the draft to you, we had several consultations, mostly in the communities. So in the community calls, also in the community meetings, to the community meetings that happened between the NA1 and NA2, for instance, with the president. I think you remember in Basel when we had these consultations. And then at the NA2 in return, we presented you the draft. We already got the inputs as well, and the document was also available to all of you, so you could look at it between the NA2 and basically now. And you put a lot of comments, so thank you a lot, because it was super nice to have you directly on the document, and we received comments from actually many sections. So it was super useful, and we adapted then our drafts to what you have put, and this is how we came up to today with the final document. So how will we present? We will do the same. I will just go quickly through the parts. I will present governance, and you will have Mary with network and development, Axel with international affairs, Emma with business and finance. I mean, you know the now Easy there for education and youth, Daniel for projects and causes, and Domi for communication and IT. So to start with governance, it actually looks fairly similar to what we had in the past 3 years. So always we want to make sure that we don't lose the connection between all of the years. So we want to have this continuous assessment of our goals, and also to have this being tracked down. Then also we want to have more control bodies and audit processes, which is also one discussion we will have tomorrow. And then also we have not we have our projects, but we did not really monitor a lot of them enough in the past 3 years, we believe. So we want to have this to make sure all of our projects in the ESN Switzerland go to their end. And also one very important part that is quite new as well, that we have already presented, is that we want to invest way more in leadership developments and succession planning for the national board, to make sure we do not have empty positions, and that people feel comfortable and also confident in applying for the national board. That's the first part of governance. So that was on management. And then for professionalization, this is something that we have not managed to do enough in the past 2 years, but we want to still look at potential employees. We have had many consultations with you, with the board, but we still want to have employees to just improve our activities in general. We also want to create the secretary of ESN Switzerland, to put the first bricks to have this being done. And then the recognition process, which is something you have seen in the past days. If you already know, like all the certificates, we want to then still see how we can improve them. Can we do even more than just the certificates, etc., etc. And the last is also to build our image as a network that is also professional towards our stakeholders and other partners, to show like what we do is actually important for student mobility. That is for governance. I will then let the word to Mary for the rest.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I will present you very quickly because it's quite extensive, the part on network care and development. First, I just want to start by explaining to you how I went about writing this part. I looked at our tracker because we're tracking the goals and the points that we're having under the strategies, and I looked, hey, what did work? What did we achieve from the last 3-year strategy? And if we achieved something, I tried to develop it further and see what was the next step. If we didn't achieve something, I thought, maybe it's not possible. And I also thought of some new things. So it's very also in line with the last 3-year strategy. Next slide, please. Thank you. So you see, the first part is about human resources and network sustainability. We continuously want to increase the involvement of the local members and also the relationship between the national and the local level, because many national level people are also active on the local level, and it's important to have this relationship. We also have a lot of communities, committees, working group for the board members of the local level that we want to develop. We also want to improve further the stability and the quality of the sections and help you with tailored support. The alumni network that we have Elena, the alumni coordinator, with us. We also want to continue working on it. And the HR strategy is a big part that we developed in the last few years, but there is a lot of room for improvement. So this is definitely something covered or coupled with taking care of our mental health and fostering team cohesion. Then knowledge management, because we know a lot. The next people also have to know a lot, and we have to take care that nothing gets lost in the sauce. So it would be amazing if we could really work in the next 3 years on a structured and universal access for all relevant information, and also to provide guidance for recruiting through decision, onboarding, but also offboarding of our members, because our offboarding often gets overlooked. Also to have a standardized process. Yeah, we don't always have to think about, hey, how am I going to do this? And of course, best practice sharing between the sections, and tracking how knowledge is also transferred, because if we know how it is transferred, we can also continue doing that. And then, yeah, training and development is also a big part of network care and development. We would love to go a bit more personal in the development of our volunteers, to see that if we can establish a personalized training plan for them. We would like to, of course, always increase the quality of the opportunities by having experienced facilitator. We also started, or will start soon, the project of the National Pool of Trainers. There will be just more evaluation about the needs. We already do it, but it can be improved. And then it would be amazing if our trainings at some point could also be recognized by national authorities, and of course also here to archive everything on the centralized platform, all the training material and the TSOs. Last but not least, event management, the A and O of ESN, I would say. Of course, it would be amazing to always continue with what we're already doing by maintaining participation and also accessibility in just physical but also geographical scope for all of our members. The variety of events on the local and national level. We need creative ideas for new national events. Then yeah, we also always have to kind of reassess the description and the aims of our national events. Before it was every year, but I think it would be amazing to do it every semester. And yeah, to develop toolkits to help you develop your events. And that's it from me. Now I will give it to Emma.
Okay, next part, business and finance. So this new 3-year strategy is really in line of the previous one. It's basically maintaining what is good and bettering what we can better. So the first big point is regarding grants. So maintain the 2 operational grants from OFAS and Movetia, continue applying with them and see if we can increase some, for example, by obtaining project-specific grants for some national projects or some specific initiatives. Try to develop a grants mapping system to, yeah, to see what are the different options, either at the local, national, or maybe even international level, and build capacity in the network in the field of grant applications. So that goes a bit with the grants mapping system. It's also encouraging local sections to apply themselves for grants instead of always going through ESN Switzerland. Second one is budget management. So try to have a budget which allows for the members of the national level to do their job without any personal costs, and maybe go from 2 to 3 official delegates per section covered for national assemblies. Distribute a new financial regulation document explaining precisely the rules and criteria for receiving grants, refunds, maybe maybe one also for the treasurer, because we have a lot of information disseminated right now. Implement both internal and external audit procedures, and try to set up an online payment system. This might be coming very soon, to offer different payment options. So regarding the BFCH community, try to support the local treasurers and partnership managers with community meetings, with regular online meeting, with best practices sharing, to keep the sections informed about what is going on at the national and international level, and encourage the treasurers to also take part in the strategic decisions taken at the national level. Try to establish a business and finance training event, establish community feedback, and increase the awareness of the network and the importance of partnerships, sponsors, and the role of a partnership manager. So partnerships, reevaluate and map local and national partnerships yearly, or maybe even constantly. Develop and implement a sustainable network-wide promotion strategy. Establish a larger partnership, stronger partnership between the sections and partners. Collaborate with the communication team to advertise about local, national, and international partners, and review the national partnership booklet that is right now only in 1 language. And last but not least, ESN cards. So try to increase the visibility and the usefulness of the ESN card, and collaborates with the international ESN card teams for ESN card promotion and all ESN card related questions, collaborates with the communication team, and harvest the power of esncard.org.
Hello. So now for the international affairs team. So you're going to see it's quite similar to the last one we had before. So the first one is to maintain and develop the relationships with the other NOs. So as you know, we have a strong bond with the web region. We want to continue to have it. So it goes with the web event, but not only, also like by attending the calls and fostering a better collaboration with them that we had this year. We also want to continue to improve the international guest policy that we improved a little bit in the past years, but can be still bettered. And we want to continue to promote international opportunities for every people of ESN Switzerland. So it means promoting, communicating about the different NAs happening in the other countries, but also like for you to attend other events such as GAs or web and EGMs. And then it's more like on the representation on the international level side. The first topic is like to continue to ensure that ESN International increase their focus on non-Erasmus Plus countries. So it can be done in many different ways. And we want to continue to do that and be very vocative about this priority that is not always the main one of ESN International. So it's something we want to continue. And we want also like to ensure to have a full and active representation at the General Assembly, and it goes by ensuring that all the people from ESN Switzerland going there will be very well informed about the documents, but also our opinion, and that Switzerland is going to be represented very well. And we also want to make sure that everyone in the Swiss network is informed and involved on the different topics that happened at the GA. And on the last point, there is the involvement of the Swiss network in the international topic. So you can go to first to promote and organize international events. So as you know, WEP will take place in Switzerland this year, so it's already a great thing. But it should not stop, and we should continue to promote it and maybe have more events like by the next 3 years. So let's see how it goes. And we want also to continue to further develop the GA consultation. I already talked a little bit with Hamza about my ideas how to improve it. So we are gonna see like how it goes, but we already did quite well in the past years. So it can be something very nice to do. And the last one is to ensure a good information flow from international to local. So to ensure that the local representatives are aware of what's taking place on the international level, and that they can let know like their local sections about everything, and also to implement an active way to promote the different events to the section. I think it's working quite well when we look at the numbers of registration for EGM, but it's something we should continue. Yeah.
The next one.
Okay, hello. For education and youth, this part is going to be divided into parts, advocacy and capacity building. For advocacy, the first point is promote better mobility. This include different programs and to make to share also all the possibilities to the students. Then support Erasmus Plus. This is something that we are working since many years, but if on 2027 there will be the rejoining, the idea is also to work on the possible scenario that will be after the rejoin. Strengthen the existing partnership. This is cover all the stakeholders in the regional and national area. Raise ESN Switzerland visibility, which for the education area will provide all the information and all the possibilities, such as the campaigns and student ambassadors. Then deepen cooperation with Movezia. We had before the presentation from Chantal, which also from other people is really important to keep this cooperation really strong. monitor youth policies. This will be more in the also in the political domains with the law for political domain, aka Darius. And promote active citizenship, not just as information, but for example, like with workshop or in general, you know, share to the people the different possibility to be an active citizen. Foster inclusive mobilities is something like for all students with different background, which will cover also different disadvantages. Next one. For the capacity building, this is the involvement of the SWEC, both you know, as the structure of the team itself, but also the project that each member could focus on. So for the institutional domain, for the political domain and more. And yeah, of course, promote awareness on mobility, sharing the mobility programs, which is not only for Erasmus Plus, university alliances and so on, all the, you know, the possibility also how we can advocate as ESN members and or section, and enhance the collaboration with stakeholders on the same program that we share with them and engage in discussion with them.
All right, so for the part of communication, I just realized it should say communication and IT, my bad. But so first thing is the increase of teamwork. So we're gonna start the semester by defining precise roles and responsibilities within the national communication team, now that I have a team of 7 people, which I'm very excited for. Want to maintain and strengthen regular contact with the local section communication managers, so keep them informed and try to foster a sense of community as well. Then increase the collaboration between the communication team, sections, and other national level teams, because I think there are some really cool things that we could do. Then also create standardized templates that local sections are free to use to support efficient communication, reduce workload, and ensure visual consistency across the network. So those would, of course, be voluntary, but we just want to make them available in case they are required. Then for visibility and attractivity, we want to maintain the unity and the visual identity of ESN Switzerland, which I think has been working well. We want to keep on doing that. And increase the awareness and understanding of our beloved VIM, well, beloved, you know, and by incorporating it into international training sessions and workshops for communication managers and whoever is interested. And then also increase the visibility of ESN Switzerland by diversifying the content on social media and the promotional material. And then lastly, also optimize the digital Swiss guide by improving the design, the usability, and content quality to make it more appealing and to actually have people read it and use it. Then the causes, we want to select sustainable, reusable, and high quality goodies that we've been doing so far. We also want to keep on doing that. That align with ESN's values and also, of course, are good for the environment. And then also increase the promotion of ESN's causes through targeted campaigns in collaboration with other national level teams, and then also targeted posts for special days, like the Volunteers Day. We're going to do a Pride post very, very soon, and things like that. Then to the IT part, we plan on strengthening the IT infrastructure. So maintain regular contact with the IT managers from local sections to provide guidance, share resources, and address technical challenges. Then strengthen the collaboration between IT and other national level teams to ensure seamless integration of digital tools. There's going to be a lot of updates during the next mandate on that, so be ready. And then lastly, develop the ESN Switzerland website to improve the presence, make it more attractive, and again, make it actually useful for people. And lastly, something that we are not currently doing, we need to work on a lot, is the FADP compliance, which also includes the GDPR compliance. So we have to, first of all, develop clear policies, which we will do, then ensuring the privacy for everyone that is interacting with ESN Switzerland. So that goes for local section, national level, international guests, exchange students, everyone. Then regularly review the data collection, the storage, the deletion, and the processing practices to ensure ongoing compliance. And lastly, provide training for local members on data management that to ensure best practices in compliance with FADP can be shared and everyone is informed. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, who is awake still? Good. Okay, and by a show of hands, who had actually read the document we sent before about this? Okay. And now, of those people, who can tell me what is the difference between my parts in the document and the one I presented at NA2? The answer is easy, none, because I did not get any input from you. So it's the same thing I presented at NA2, you will hear it about again now. So compared to last 3-year strategy, I changed mostly the structure. The one before were focused on causes. This one is focused on more transversal elements through the causes. The first element or pillar is sustainability. The idea is I want to actually promote a better, let's say, centralized reporting system of how the events are done, but also on what the project and causes team is doing to give to the sections more input about what we do and how you can use some of the tools we have in the national level regarding this topic. For instance, how you do the grants and so on. A better reporting and exchange of informations. Then continue to develop a way of getting your data of what you do, namely with the activities.esn.org website, so we can actually shape different interventions from us based on what is your reality. Then it's a bit linked using the existing reporting platforms, again, activities.esn.org, and continue to develop the National Erasmus Games, still in the sustainability part, because it's a very good event, but needs more stability at the moment. On the next big pillar, we have, please, slide please, a part on empowerment. The idea is to continue giving you training and resources to develop the volunteers' awareness about ESN causes and what you can do with them or within their framework. So mainly trainings that we kind of already are doing. So and then in the next step, a next objective we want is to actually build a national mentorship program. So to have people more experienced in one section being linked to someone less experienced in another section to create more exchange of ideas and interconnection between the sections. Next slide, please. And still in the empowerment, promotes the grants, maybe in the project in causes grant or the intersectional grants, to have you actually have the means to put in place things and to look at frameworks within the ESN causes or intersectional exchanges. Next slide, please. On innovation, we want to establish a structured procedure to receive your ideas and to give you some structure to make them happen. So I've kind of a project incubator program to help more individual ideas or section ideas that come up to us. And also another thing we would like to have within the 3 years is a national employability fair, kind of an event during 1 day, 2 days, depends on how it will happen, but more 1 day, I think, to have externals being present and to kind of work around skills and employability, careers, opportunities, and so on. On the next slide, we have the adaptation of the new ESN International Framework for Events, the Sustainability, Safety, and Inclusion of ESN Events Framework that we want to kind of adapt and import in Switzerland. And with that, to work with the international new Acticom
so activities community, to have guidelines, checklists, and direct reports toward the sections. And also continue what we already have been doing, creating campaigns around the different cause-related topics throughout the years. Next slide. And finally, about connection. We keep this one from the last 3 years strategy. We want to keep increasing connections with the outside of ESN Switzerland. It can be like international or transnational discussions on events, causes, and projects, different initiatives, and keep having an active participation in the international community, and also with external partnerships of ESN, other associations. It can be national-wise or local-wise associations that we share values and do specific projects around that. And that's it for us. Now we go to the questions.
Let's go. All right. Question time. Speakers, this is open as you have seen.
That's fine. Who's first though? Tom.
Who else?
Hi, Tom, ESN Lucerne. So thank you very much. Tom, ESN Lucerne. Arno, when you talk about leadership development, can you talk a bit how you want to tackle this? Any specific plans that you already have in mind?
Arno, ESN. I mean, just to clarify, this is the 3 strategy, and the implementation will be in the action plans, which will be the next team, so not me. With that being said, I will give some answers, but this is a question you should actually maybe ask to the candidates this afternoon, for instance. What I would say would be a very good practice is the concept of insight days, which is something that exists in other levels of ESN, especially for succession planning of the national board, where maybe we would have one day or even a weekend for potential candidates that want to or that are curious to see how it works, and then we would spend a lot of time to show how it works and also show the team dynamics, how it works within the national level with the board support and the supporting bodies. That would be one example. Another example for more really leadership development would be to have, if it's kind of linked as well with the projects and causes, but maybe to have training, in particular on training, on leadership development, maybe have in the employability fair to have one part that is from ESN where we do leadership development as well in this. That would be another solution, but that's something that's the new generation of boards will decide as well in the implementation.
Thank you. Then again, Tom, ESN Lucerne. Mary, as sections have their documents currently in different languages. So for example, I know that in Geneva, some of the documents are in French. In Ticino, some of the documentations are in Italian, but our language in general is English. Is there a plan to harmonize these for sharing documents with each other?
I mean, the beginning of my answer will be the same as Arno's, which is this is up to the next one in this position. From experience, I can say a lot of the best practice sharing happens through conversation. So in a community, if someone wants to know something, they ask, and then if a section has something, they can provide it. Ideally, they can just go and look, and there I see your point totally, that a German-speaking section cannot take a document that is in French. So it's a very good input for anyone who wants to develop something to maybe tackle this problem.
Okay. Dana, AC. So yeah, while reading the new 3-year strategy, we noticed that some of the parts were didn't really change that much from the previous one, and you mentioned that yourself. And I think it's to be expected for some of the parts that are more like cruising maintenance parts. But thinking more on the 3 last years, not only your mandate, so maybe the people who have been here longest would know. What would you think? Why is that the case for other parts? Was the previous strategy too ambitious? Were there things that were blocking you?
I will answer if someone from the NB will also like to add an input. So I think there's a few elements in this question. First is that even though we have similar elements in the three strategy, actually, if we look at the action plans and what we achieve in the action plans from our KPIs, we actually achieve a lot of what is there. There's a few elements where we don't achieve it, but in general, and it's also written in the annual report, we achieve quite a lot from what is in the action plans. As you said, there's some elements that just come again and again because they're elements that needs to be staying there. With that being said, there are also elements that we could have done in the last 3 years. My personal take on it is two things. First is I think some are too ambitious, or it's a very big thing that it can be unlocked very quickly, but it's also very difficult to reach. For instance, we just need to have one employee, for instance, to already reach one part of the three strategy, but to unlock that part, it's already quite difficult. So that's something that makes the things come back and come back. My personal take is that I think some elements, we don't have this in Switzerland, but are not to be monitored in 3 years strategy, but rather on a 6 years vision like ESN International has, because I think some elements in 3 years, it's very, very difficult to properly implement them. And that would be actually more relevant to have it on a longer scale where there is more time to implement and you can break down the goals in smaller KPIs. But it is true that some elements come back, which also is part of the cruising, the cruising mode that you have mentioned before. But there are elements that are also on the fact that we have not achieved them. Sorry, that was a bit long.
I'll use an example for education. For example, for Erasmus Plus, we're supposed to rejoin in 2025, and now it's going to be in 2027. So it was, necessary, to add this, and also about the collaboration, because we keep having a collaboration with our stakeholders, which remain the case also for the next 3 years.
For the network care and development part, I think a lot of in this part is what you said in the beginning, like the hosting and the tuning, especially like the collaboration of the national level, the sections, blah, 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 blah. But in general, I think this document before the 3-year strategy was already pretty good. So I really didn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to say. You don't know this?
I will already tell.
I thought it's a known anecdote, but maybe not. But yeah, for me, it was a fine-tuning kind of thing. However, for me personally, the part I really tried to improve the HR part of it. I think in the next, that's the place where there is the most potential. Yeah.
Yeah, and for international affairs team, it's also like quite difficult because it's a lot of maintaining, and the part where you can develop, it's also, I don't think it's smart to put it in the first strategy because it really depends on the person that will be there, but you could do a small adjustment that will be more in the action plan. So you always will have some develop a GA consultation, but you cannot really change it that much.
Is someone still writing a question? Then I propose without objection. This phrase is killing me, I'm sorry.
No one objects.
If no one objects, I propose to close the speakers list. No objections, speakers list is closed. Amazing. One is GDG.
Okay, GDG ESN. I have two questions. First one, the first one is related to the secretariat. I saw, and I'm happy that he's in the governance, so I split the responsibilities not on over the president, because having a secretary is a very important goal for ESN Switzerland, and will change definitely all the work that we do. I wanted to know, like, because I noticed that it's not in an action plan. It is due to the lack of the position of elected president, or like you didn't vote when you were planning the action plan to insert in the next year something related to the secretariat? Maybe I stop with this and then I go with the other, or I go straight with the second question. Okay, the second is that
do this one and then we go back to pull up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Since there are no president being elected now, nor vice president, the parts of the action plans were not presented yet, and they will be presented once there is someone, so they can make their own interpretation and goals inside the action plan, which is why there is nothing for secretariat at the moment. It's because there is no president. Is that an answer directly to your question, or?
Yeah, no, I just was wondering why there was nothing, like, I mean, it's responsibility of all the board, not only of the president. You also put it in the strategy of governance, so it means everyone. I mean, it's an answer, it's okay. But if you wanted to, Emma, maybe you want to add something?
I will let you if you want after. It's true that some elements are transversal from the different NB members, but we always are in charge of that department, which is always governance. It was always president and vice president, which is quite unfortunate.
Makes sense.
Because there were none of them. But if one was elected, if there was, for instance, a vice president, the governance part would be there. So the two of them are not there. They're the two people mainly in charge of governance. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to quickly add something, yeah, I think a secretariat is a very big thing also financially. A little benefit, like 6,000 francs a year. It's not what that we're gonna pay someone for the secretariat. So it's in the 3-year strategy because it's something we want to strive towards. But 2025, 2026 is too short term for it to be realized.
Okay, thank you. I go over with the second one about pool of trainer. I noticed that there was no pool of trainer planned in the 3-year strategy. Like we started this process maybe 3 years ago. Like every elected training officer said, I will set up a pool of trainer. Still, there is no pool of trainer. I was wondering if like there will be a movement on that. Maybe, I don't know if the question is also for, yeah, I cited for this, like just to know. Thank you.
Well, it come a step closer finally this year with actually a very concrete plan. Julian, do you want to say something?
It's going to be 3 years from now.
It's in the 3-year strategy.
Okay.
No, it's not. Like I was checking also by, there is training.
Training events and the other one.
Creating a pool of trainer. It's in the end of the
in the documents.
Okay, thank you. In 3 years, okay. No, because I checked it with GTRLF. Maybe it's my fault. Sorry.
Other than or?
Cover the question then.
Yeah, if it's there, like if you want to integrate why it was not done till now, but it's okay. Like the answer, like the question was why it was not, but because I look it for now, so I can, my personal error could be. Yeah, now.
Okay, very quickly as TDO, the reason, even though it was close to achieving, that the project is now stopped, at least on my part, I have not communicated officially, but I will do it shortly after the NA, is that it's just very hard to find the people. If you look at it, there's no one elected for training and development officer. I thought I had the capacity to do it while moving on from ESN. I realized I will not be able to, and that I just don't have the motivation for it anymore. So the project is still there, it exists, but it's just the support that is lacking. And without having an elected training and development officer that is really motivated to do it since the beginning, it will be a very complicated process. That is my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Let's hope for best for the future.
Right, Tom, your turn.
So my question, Tom, ESN Luzern, my question is to the whole, can you move on again? Thank you. My question is to the whole NB. While the 3-year strategy looks nice on paper, as you guys have written it, have defined it, have you also defined clear KPIs on how you want to measure if we achieved those goals that we set?
So I will also say again, because I'm not sure it's clear for everyone, the 3 strategy is not meant to have KPIs. It's not meant to have a tick next to it. The 3 strategies elements are meant to be within, they have to be a frame to which we build the action plan then to it. And with the action plan, we have KPIs. So for instance, if we have, let's say, invest in leadership development, we will not have a tick directly because we cannot, but in the action plan, we could have something as organize the first edition of Inside Days, which is what I described. And then the KPI would be if it's done or if it's not done. That's how we assess it. So we don't assess it directly on the 3 strategy. And I think it's good because some elements, as we have mentioned before, are not things that can just have a tick. There are things that would come back and that are still important because we need to do it, but they're not elements that just need to be achieved as like a goal. So action plan, don't worry, it's all under KPIs supervision, but the 3 strategies, then it's not under KPIs.
Jasper is in Amsterdam. Specifically, when we're talking about IT, you mentioned a lot of things locally and also nationally. Do you have also some plans to working with the IB, the support structures there, or maybe within web specifically?
So there is no specific plan yet because I just did the 3-year strategy. I did it with some inputs from Tom for the next year. But since we currently do not have any guidelines whatsoever, we will have to be in contact with Marco, the WPA of the IB, for sure, and then possibly also web, because the region works similarly in a lot of things, but it's actually quite different in Switzerland as well. We have our own rules again. So for me, yes, collaborating for sure to share best practices, figure out how we want to do it, also figure out what guidelines do the others have exactly, because I'm not sure also at the international level, things get handled so well, especially if we talk about pictures and everything that gets published. You know, so I think there will have to be a lot of contact, but there are no set plans to do that yet. I've been in talk with Saurab from ESN Germany a bit because they changed the situation to a similar one as us. So that's at least someone that I can contact. No, I can always contact. So yes, but no concrete plans. Yes, yet.
Arno, Web Regional Training Coordinator. As I was in charge of the quality assurance, so we do the same as with the sections, but with the countries on the international level. We also assess all of the countries' achievements in different categories, and IT was the lowest point for web out of all of the criterias. So we had around 10 criterias, and IT was the lowest. So I'm not sure. I think web also need to reach out of web to find guidance in IT, even though it's great to collaborate together within the region, but I think it's something we also can learn better from going outside of the region. I know, for instance, SWAP had a very good score in that part, or even SIP, for instance, in other regions.
So Tom, ESN Luzern, sorry. Domi, I think this question is a little bit related to the one from Jasper. Do you think that FADP and GDPR is supposed to come from the national level, or is it not supposed to be codified or even defined by the international board? As GDPR is higher, as it has a higher standard than FADP, it would cover 99% of the cases. So if we define a global GDPR strategy, then we would include, we have that also covered.
I mean, like in theory, yes, it would be great to have guidelines that can be implemented by every section after that. However, we are 45, 46 sections in total. I'm not sure what the guidelines exactly are that the IB has right now. And for me, waiting on them or hoping for them to do it is not the right way to go, which is why I think it's very important that we establish our own guidelines in collaboration with what is already there. And of course, reaching out and asking, like, of course that, but I don't think we can just count on them to do it for us. And again, Switzerland is Switzerland. Switzerland likes to be Switzerland and a bit different with everything. So I think it's very important to just figure out for us, how do we want to do it and set our guidelines in collaboration with them, but I don't think we can just count on them to provide us with it.
Yes, please. And so maybe a little bit clarification as well on GDPR specifically, and for FATP it's the same. You can have all these guidelines and they're great, you should have them in my opinion, but all of the responsibility is still in the organization that holds the data itself. So at the end of the day, it's the local section that have the pictures, that have the personal information, that are liable and that have to follow it. So, you know, MBNL can help, but it's on you to implement it.
Okay. Thank you. First, thank you all of you for your presentation and for this amazing work on the 3-year strategy. Just have a question regarding the ESN, possible future ESNCH office. We know that our main link, I would say, beside like the projects and initiatives with the Swiss Council of Youth Activities, is the fact that they are our secretary, like they have our address, like we have our address there. And I'm just wondering how it could impact our relationship with them.
Is it flickering?
Let's leave it again.
So a little pit stop.
Okay, I will start by saying one thing. I do not believe the fact that they act as our secretariat is the main element between us and the National Youth Council. So just for context, for those that don't know, the SAIF is the National Youth Council, and we are full members of the National Youth Council as ESN. Our partnerships go beyond having them as a secretariat, so they actually saying that there are secretaries is a bit of a stretch, but basically when we receive things such as the ESN card, it arrives at their address because we do not have any office. But we collaborate way more with them. We have a lot of working groups with them, such as the Erasmus Plus working group. We are also, as member of the National Youth Council, because we pay a membership, we go every year to the GA of the members of the National Youth Council. We can vote on elements, we can be part of working groups, we can actually even be part of the board. And also, even though the main person that I'm in contact with, which is Nadine from the National Youth Council, which is usually telling me when something is arriving at the office or when something is happening. Our collaboration goes way beyond this. When there is a working group, when there is any kind of inquiries that they have about ESN, it goes through this. So actually the part about us being there is very, very small. I actually would think that it would improve a lot to have a secretariat, because every time they have an issue, they just send me an email or they call me. So I think the fact that they would have like a secretary that is more available than me to actually answer and to have a proper person that would stay there would actually improve a lot our relationship with the National Youth Council, because we are one of the few organizations out of the members of the National Youth Council that do not have a secretariat. It's not the majority have a secretariat. I hope that answers.
Thibaut, ESN Switzerland. So Emma, you mentioned you want to improve the perceived usefulness of the ESN card. What do you mean exactly by that? But more specifically on the perceived part, and also why improve that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I might answer the next one at the same time because it's really related. So regarding the perceived usefulness of the ESN card, we noticed that there are less ESN cards sold than exchange students, which means that not every exchange student has one, not every volunteer has one. Right now, the ESN card is mostly a discount card and really nice deal and really cool partners. First of all, we need to update them and communicate more on those partners. But then there are a lot of discussions at the international level about making the ESN card a mandatory membership card. So we need to take part in these discussions because it will strategically define how we advertise for the ESN card and the role it has in all our events and our work. So a lot of discussions to be had on this side.
So you want to implement the membership thing, basically, like for.
I'm not 100% for. I could see why it could be interesting. I could see how it could be a struggle as well, especially since we have in Switzerland a big part of our revenue depends on the ESN cards, so we have to sell them a bit at a higher price to the sections, which means that if the sections don't want to lose money, they also have to sell them at a bit a higher price. So we would need to first like harmonize the price of the ESN card in all sections, define how we can give them to volunteers or not, and see if it wouldn't reduce the number of participants to the events, because maybe some Erasmi don't want to buy an ESN card just to come to a free apéro on the lake, you know. So it's a tough discussion, and there's a lot of reflection to be had behind that.
Reaction from Julia. Oh dear.
It's going. Okay. Sorry, GDGSN, just a reaction. Like, where is Timo? Cannot see. Hello. No, just a reaction about as you know, ESN International is implementing the online ESN card, but anyway, the membership card always has been ESN a membership card. Is the use of national organization does it because there is not a binding rule from international level that says you must give it as a membership card. So everyone, national organization has done as it wants. In particular, there were movements from region, like some region use it as a membership card and sell a lot of ESN cards that are the income with which they sustain the national organization, some not. The things is like there is a risk in some way for the country that are not using right now, so like with the compulsory membership card, but at the same time is a value added because in that way every international student that use it can be recognizable as ESN member. And this is an important thing from our side for representation, because at the moment we are not voted. We pretend to represent international students just because they buy us a card. So yeah, tricky. Not just. I wanted to add this part of the digital one, the fact that will be digitalized and will be compulsory for every member of ESN. Because at the moment, we made like ESN card team made a research, and less than half of the international support structures, so people from ESN International, has the ESN card valid. So just to integrate. Thank you.
Chateau? Yeah, over there.
Chantal, ESN alumni. I have a question regarding a very famous topic in ESN Switzerland, the website.
Kill me.
What do you think would be the priorities for changes? Because you talked about it, and how important do you see the website compared to other platforms like Instagram, LinkedIn, and so on?
So the way it currently is, the website is not really useful. there is information on the national level and everything, but other than that, no one cares about what's on it. So I think the first priority is actually figuring out where do we want to go with the website. One big thing that we've been talking about also with the communication managers, the local ones, is to have different sections for every local section, to kind of switch up the Swiss guide that we currently have, so it can be used from people all over Switzerland, from incoming students, to get information. The way it's right now, it's not very important for visibility towards external stakeholders. We use LinkedIn more for that, to show a bit what we do. But it's definitely something that I've been thinking about as well, to really use the website, possibly also for projects, for everything, to really showcase what we do, just have one big collection in one point, and then maybe differentiate between the way we post things on Instagram and LinkedIn, possibly X, possibly TikTok, but then use the website as a big pool of everything is something that I was thinking, but there's no concrete plan on how to do it yet, but one of the first thing on the agenda for the mandate.
I just want to add on the advocacy part as well, because right now it's quite an important time for Switzerland. And we realize now that we are, with the other organizations, preparing press release or position papers, that it's actually would be super valuable to have it on a website. Also, so then people that want to know what's going on in Switzerland from other organizations could just look at it, but in general also to have everything being posted somewhere, because we're kind of in, we talked about it yesterday with Domi, because we were preparing a press release for next week. Like we will share it through LinkedIn, but that would be actually great. And this is a lot of other organizations that do this, that we could publish it on the website. So I think that's something that we need to work on actually quite quickly, I would say.
Joel, ESN Zurich. Could you elaborate briefly on the idea of the grant mapping system and how it differs from a budget?
Yeah, thank you. So for me, the grant mapping system would be more kind of a list of the different grant options, what works for what types of projects, for does it work at the national, international, local level? How do we apply? Why do we apply? And basically, what are the different options? And then we can go pick and choose depending on what we do and what the sections do to obtain more grants.
All right, we made it through it.
Can I just say something? I just want to also stress again how important it is to have people in the board. And yeah, my position is still vacant. So to implement the 3-year strategy, because it's not a long time, we really need people. So again, I appeal to you to, yeah, share it, that this position is still open. Yeah.
All right. Yes, because ex-VP, we need a VP. All right, we finished the whole discussion. Thank you for all people who asked questions. Thank you for our board. I know your head is full, probably you're also slowly getting hungry, but we have a very nice part, because as you know, we have a lot of international guests that are here, which we will now invite one by one to present. I don't know exactly where you all are, but I only have half of your slides. For the people that send it to me, it's okay, but yeah, I think it's easier. Yeah, actually, all the international guests just come to the front. All right. Just IG guest, thank you. I know you're all shy because you're as far away as possible from here. First person, Noreen. Remember, keep it short. I will time you. I will give you 3 minutes. I think actually did in 2.
I can talk really quickly, but you don't want me to do that. Okay. So, hi, I'm Lauren. Hi. If you don't know me already, I'm the Education and Policy Officer for ESN UK, but I am from Scotland, not Ireland. That's really important, not from England. So who are we? ESN UK, we are 14 sections. My home section is ESN U of G, which is the University of Glasgow, and we have 5 in Scotland. Where's maths? I think we did have 9 in England. We have 8 in England now, sorry, and 1 in Wales. Currently potentially working on 1 in Northern Ireland, but that's complicated. So we're active in 11 cities, and some of the stuff that we get up to, for example, our national events. We've got 2 national assemblies a year. Our most recent one was in Glasgow, organised by my own home section. Our national event for international exchanges is the Edinburgh trip, which takes place in November. So closer to that time, keep an eye out because we do have international guests. We do training and workshops. We have tried to do a training community weekend. This is difficult because the UK is notoriously hard and expensive to get around, especially for sections. We have no money. But currently we do a lot of our trainings online and these seem to have worked well so far and going into the future. As for my own stuff, education and advocacy, this is not to be biased, one of the things that we do pretty well, especially recently, given like current discussions around education in the UK. How am I doing for time? Okay, cool. So especially considering, I don't know if you've seen the news that we are working to rejoin the Erasmus Plus programme. Precisely, considering we only left quite recently. Again, I done an Erasmus Plus exchange in 2022. So we've got a lot of work to do in the lead up to that. But also we've been representing non-Erasmus Plus mobility, like the Turing scheme, which again, like you were saying about Movisha, it's global mobility. Some of our biggest destinations for UK students is like America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc. We've been working a lot in UK-EU relations and being part of the discussion on that regarding young people and youth mobility. We have been to the Scottish Government to have conversations with politicians regarding youth mobility in the UK. And yeah, next slide, quickly. Sorry? Okay, that's us. We have 2 vacant, we actually have 3 vacant positions in the national is not active. But we love so yeah, we're currently a board of 5 people doing 8 people's jobs and more. Kind of rough, but it's okay. I've been doing comms behind the scenes as well. So it's done.
Okay, I just changed the topic. I'm not going to present ESN Italy because many international guests from ESN Italy came in last CNAs. Who am I? I'm Giulio Del Giudice. This is my full name. Not everyone knows, but GDG is easier. It's faster. Anyway, I started my journey as Erasmus in Barcelona in 2016, some year ago. And I joined ESN in Milano Ulm. That is the section cooperation actually of ESN Lugano that we founded, me and Iside, in 2021, 22, something like that. And what has been my journey in ESN? 4-year local level, almost all the role. Then 4-year national level, 2 with ESN Switzerland as liaison officer for institutional domain, is there. Then liaison officer for youth affair in ESN Italy, then liaison officer for National Youth Council, and actually I'm the liaison officer for the European Youth Forum. And if you subscribe to my workshop, you will know more about the platform that represents the whole youth around Europe. And yeah, been part of ESN Switzerland for 4 years, now alumni. I missed my Erasmus in Sevilla, through which like now we do have a section cooperation with Milano Ulm. And Milano United has been a very important part of my path in ESN, together with Giulia also. The section cooperation that Milano has been with 6 sections, so it's very strong. We won some of the first cooperation awards in the former years. And nothing. This is a fancy picture of me made by Commission, in which I represent European Day this year. Next slide. Just I wanted to talk about 2 best practice. I didn't brought the whole presentation about ESN Italy, you saw a ton of time. But these are 2 very great projects. The pool of trainer that I was recalling before, as we established the pool of training in 2020 when I was in the team of skills and employability. And now we count almost 30 something people that passed it through. Is organizing in 3 years, in which you start, you enter, you get trained by the older one, you become trainer, then you become instructor to be able to teach to the young one. It's very useful. Some data in the last year, we organized more than 200 schools. Just last year, 57. We do have 54 section now. I never always section change, you know. And yeah, this is our weekend of pool with the pool, and we treat ourselves well with Ayacuzi. And the other project, very fast, is ESN Italy Meet Italian Institutions. Why this project? Basically, ESN Italy is organizing since 2016 a travel to Brussels called ESN Italy Goes to Brussels. And in the meantime, I was there with my president of that time, Gerlando Sciabita, actual alumni coordinator of ESN Italy. We were wondering, but we go to Brussels every year, paid by Italian MIP. Why we don't go to Rome? Why we don't go to our institutions? So yeah, we decided to do this event, first edition 2023. Probably, yes, or 24, no, 24. Now is gonna be the 3rd edition, and it's a very nice idea that maybe you can implement. And yeah, thank you very much. If you have questions.
What happened? No, I swear I sent the right version. No, I'm disappointed. So, hello everyone. My name is Betül and I'm the national representative of ESN Turkey. It's such a pleasure to be here. So, thank you so much for having me. Being NR is very special for me because we decided to remove this position in ESN Turkey. So I will be the last NR. So from the 1st of August, there will be no NRs, but I will hopefully stay in the hearts of ESN Turkey as the last NR forever. So about me, I'm 26 years old. I was born and raised in Istanbul. I just finished my master's degree in psychology 2 weeks ago. I was lucky. I was lucky enough to had Erasmus twice, one in Austria and one in Germany. I'm an educate facilitator and an active member. I work with Axel. And yes, this is me. No, go back, please. So, as ESN Turkey, we are kind of your bestie in GAs, extraordinary GAs, EGM. I also gave some spots for you for EGM. Because we realized that we were always voting for the same things in GAs, and we realized that we share such a common like thoughts about ESN in general. So we became very close in international events. So this is me with your flag. Can we move, please? And fun fact about me, according to section questionnaire data, I have 1,192 children because everyone in ESN Turkey calls me ESN mom. And this is the meme that they made for me. Yes, please. And this is the board. ESN Turkey was established in 2005. We have 39 sections. We are the 3rd largest country in ESN in terms of number of sections. We can move on because probably I don't have much time. Can you skip? Yes. So we have so many national trainings, and as Turkey is geographically large, we have to do it in different cities. So for example, each training, we have to do it 3 times. And for each, we have 100 participants. That makes it like in total 300 participants for each. We can move on. But if you're interested, I can tell you more. Since I don't want to waste your time, I will just keep it short. These are the national events that we are organizing, of course, Cappadocia, and the national projects that we are so proud of that. Maybe you can skip, yeah. As a non-EU country, we are always advocating for the issues that non-EU students are facing, especially when it comes to the visa issues. So, so we prepared a policy paper for that, and we have been working for that since 3 years, like 2.5 years already.
And we also published one Erasmus psychological assessment. We collected data from everywhere, basically in Europe, from the people who did their Erasmus. And we kind of had a partnership with our national partner as well. And we kind of prepared the document to see the psychological development and how they are experiencing their Erasmus. And yeah, I think it's okay. So thank you so much.
So hi, I'm Valentine. I'm a 23-year-old medicine student from ESN France. And since we'll be two Frenchies there, I'll explain the first part of ESN France, and Etienne is gonna end this. So this is me and my ESN journey. It all began in 2022 when I was an Erasmus student at the LMU in Munich. And when I did I just discovered the ESN network and did so many fun stuff with the ESN section in Munich. When I came home, I learned that there was an ESN section in Lyon, and some guy that you can see here just dragged me into it, and I heard it's kind of a local president in Switzerland now. I don't know what. And it all began by, hey, do you want to come to the karaoke of the association with me? And right now I'm the local representative at ESN Cosmo Lyon, and the Cosmo is important. And yeah, I'm a full member of my section and I enjoy it so much. So this is us at the GA in Montpellier last week. Yeah, next slide, please. So my ESN brought me in so many places, from Ancona for the EGM this year. And you can see that I love the ESN card very much. So please continue with this. To the Ibiza trip organized by ESN Spain, where I had the chance to be the coordinator of the ESN Cosmo Lyon section. And I took 20 Erasmus with me. And also through Montpellier last week for the General Assembly of ESN France, where Emma from Switzerland was with us. Next slide. Yep. So I'm going to talk a bit about the French network. So ESN France was created in 2005. We have now 35 sections from all over the country, including 2 baby sections that actually were accepted in the network this year. So ESN Limousin and ESN Angers, that are really small cities that you maybe not know, but are important now. We are divided in 5 regions. So Lyon is part of the southeastern section. And we gather around 1,500 ESNers all around the country, welcoming more than 25,000 international students. And yeah. Oh, elle est où la mienne? Yeah. I mean, and also there was a slide speaking about my local section. I don't know where it is, but it's Cosmo Lyon. It was created in yeah, I don't know. It's gone. Well, it's Cosmo Lyon, and it was created in 2003, joining the network in 2006, and I think that's all basically.
Give you a bit of time. Okay. I don't know if we should urge you for 6 minutes, but just start it already.
Okay, so my name is Etienne. I'm here as a ESN non-volunteers and also ESN friends. So here I like to present myself as 2 different panels. The first is to make cake. The second one is the marine biology, because I am master's degrees in marine biologies and now in Italy. So it's why I'm coming here, because not it's so far away from Switzerland. So it's close to come here as Italy. And the last one is the ESN part. And as you can see, sometimes I can mix both of them. So it's quite nice. Just to speak a little bit about Nantes, it's quite an old association that has been created in 22. And and with a lot of activities, and some are very famous as the cafe. There is a lot of them. And yeah, I put some pictures of different of our activities. We are part of a big region that is in French we call it the Grand Ouest. That is now 10 sections, and we like to work together to set up some different projects as different weekends of training, but maybe in the future some new projects. Yes, and if you come a little bit. Yes, and here is the national platform in Nantes, where I was the head of the OC, and that take place in Nantes in February. So it's the last one. And to finish with ESN France, I am until 1 month in the board of directors as the safety team representative. And I just want to finish with the project of ESN France, it's more specifically the European project. So there is a lot. If you have times, you can go on the ESN France website to see all the projects. But just, I want to put two in the sunlight. The first is Green It Up. The objective is to promote the green mobilities and the green skills that some volunteers, but also international students do when they move abroad. So it's based on the testimonies, but also on discussion with institutions. And the last one is Sound of Mobilities. Maybe you heard because it's a project that has been made by different ESN associations. So the objective is to promote international mobilities by making podcasts. So if you have times, if you want, the podcasts are in English. You can go on the QR code and hear the podcast. There is 4 now, and some few will arrive in the past months. So that's it. And some other pictures.
Sorry, I don't have slides.
Come on.
Yes, unfortunately, I was already in Switzerland and I didn't have internet, so I couldn't make the slides. But yeah, I'm someone from ESN Latvia. I'm an education officer. I'm very grateful to be back in Switzerland, my favorite NO. I will tell you some things achieved within our mandate. It's more focused on education and mobility. Congratulations to ESN Latvia. We have finally signed agreement with the national agency. No funding, but there's an agreement. Also, we will be making ESN Baltic Summit. It will be happening in Riga, so including all the Baltic countries. Also, we prepared National Student Housing Guide. It was a very good one. Unfortunately, no ESN awards because it's scammed. I mean, you know. Because of this opportunity working in ESN and being able to focus on policies and stuff like this, I was able to succeed an internship in the European Commission. Also, this volunteering is very good. It looks nice on a CV and shit like this. But yeah, this is my final ESN event. So thank you once again. Amen.
Thanks. Still Jasper, but very quick.
Yes, I am a university, so I already presented myself, but I'm also an international guest. And I want to just say a couple of things. Just one thing, I'm going to be network manager next year, which means I'm going to be responsible for international guests and the CT at our events, our NOs or NAs. Which means that I'm already going to put out a little bit of a pre-call for the 26th of September. So keep those dates clear in your calendar that weekend. We would love to have you. I would love to have you. So that's all from me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And go to the Netherlands. But beware, they have very much drinking games. Very much. All right. Domi, I will need you for the picture. It's in front of the main building, right? Okay. Now I can explain it basically. All right. Wait, before. Oh, yeah, you all see them.
You know how it works.
Yes, exactly.
We do it right now because we lose people. I was telling you.
All right. As you see, also people are leaving because we're going to have lunch, but we're also going to have group picture at the same time. How will it work, Dobby?
So very quickly for the group pictures, everyone take your flags. Hopefully you all brought the colorful ones. The communication managers should all know. We will meet at the main entrance in front of the building. I think on the stairs we will do it probably. So bring your best smile. If you have merch, wear merch. If you don't, it's fine. I don't either. But yeah, that's it. So we do it now before you go grab lunch, because other than that, there's no chance. If you want section pictures, with all of your sections, we do the group pictures first. I will be around for a while. You can come to me. I can take section pictures.
Thank you, Domi. So just very quickly, after lunch, we'll have the candidates for president. So don't be late. Be back at 2 p.m. The sandwich, you can get them in the room where you had the coffee break, if I am not mistaken. And see you back at 2 p.m. or for whatever pictures. Bye. No comments with the president's candidacies. I just need your attention for a little bit. Okay, all sit down now, please. And then I will talk. Right. Matteo? What I have in my hand is a recap of the questions, because a lot of questions have been asked on Slack. It doesn't necessarily, I don't know if all of you managed to read them, but basically, okay, please, literally, it's the most important candidacy of the whole year, even year to come, maybe. So I just want you to pay attention. I know you just finished eating, but please, this is literally the president that's going to lead the whole network, Swiss network. All right. I have in my hand a recap of the question that have been asked on Slack. If you want to ask a question, I suggest that you look at it just to make sure that you're not covered already by someone who has it on Slack. If you still ask the question and we see an overlap or like it's the same question, we're just gonna skip it. But I'm gonna give it out to my, well, let's start here. If you could just, it's 3 pages. If you could just pass it around, take it. The idea is just that you have a few a bit everywhere. And yeah, that's it. Now I would like to, sorry? Yeah, there's also the link that's in a message in the group, which will, well, you can find it in a digital format. All right, now I would like to ask the first person, which will be Agrippine, to come on stage. And agree. To make it easier, you will tell me click when you want me to skip stuff.
I'm just putting my chrono.
Ready when you are.
I'm going to speak super fast because I have a lot of things to say, but if ever you're not able to follow, just raise your hand. I'll try to slow down a little bit. So, presentation of candidacy for national president. Who I am. I am next. Agrippine, 25 years old, born in Cameroon, raised in Belgium, and I came to Switzerland for my master's. I have a bachelor's in human and social sciences and a master's of law in criminology and security, and I'm going to start a PhD in criminology at the University of Montreal in Canada. And of course, he is an enthusiast. Next. Who am I beyond the CV? Family, friend, social person, but I value a lot my solo time, just like to recharge the batteries and go back to social life. I love eating, love traveling. Few years ago, I used to play violin, but I had to stop because of university, and I developed a quite shitty hobby, which is watching serial killers documentaries. They're super interesting, but nah, a little bit shady. And I'm very much into white-collar crimes. And someone once described me as an unburdened person. I think it's something that really, really matches well with who I am. Matches well. Next. My ESN journey started in fall 2022. Next. So I started as a newbie. I did a lot of staffings, then started organizing events. I was part of a lot of organizing committees, and I had so for three local board positions: body system manager, welcoming coordinator, and this year I'm the local representative of ESN Uni Lausanne. And I also held a position as a liaison officer for the institutional domain of ESN Switzerland. And on this slide, I have like a three first time. So like there, like in the middle, top one, it was my first international event, which was WEP in Germany in 2023. Then here you have actually my first National Assembly, which was last year, NA3 EPFL, and I was the vice chair. And a lot of amazing people there, and of course the amazing education team. Next. What's next for me in ESN? Actually, I'm co-head of Web OC with Julian. I've been elected 1 month ago as advisory council at ESN UNIL, and you're here today to discuss about possibly adding president to that. Next. Next. Next and next. So, do I have the right profile for this position? Yes. And you can go. So I think that yes. So why do I think so? Next slide, please. What prepared me for this role? Answer: local and national level experiences. So by being a border system manager, thank you. I had the first experience with working with stakeholders at the university. It was like the mobility service. And during being Welcome Week co-head of OC of Welcome Week, it was more on the side of team management, team leadership, tax management, follow-ups, and so on and so forth. As a local representative, I think this year I gained like a lot of insight on ESN Switzerland, but also ESN internationals. And I learned how to represent a section, but I think it's also like I can transpose that to the national organization, even though online. And I also took part in several sections consultations. Next, regarding the national level, liaison officer, I took part in several meetings and events where stakeholders were present, but also organized by stakeholders, contributed to documents such as the action plan for 2024-25 and the key performance indicators, which is how like we track a little bit action plans, and agreements being the one between ESN Switzerland and HUSSO. And yeah, I was part of the education community of ESN. And yeah, regarding the board support, like more generally, I attended national, international events as well as training events. And I was super curious in the beginning of my date, not knowing that I was going to apply. But then I attended like a lot, found some of the national board calls where they actually took decisions, and I kind of have a little bit insight how that is going. So Sommer, you can go next and next. Yeah, this little bit like next. How my ESN Civ like upgraded. I'm going to say like from May last year and May today actually. Next. What about the position itself? So, my plans, 4 main points. Strengthen the relationships with stakeholders. I believe, and everyone's going to agree, that we ought to have a very, very good relationship with all our stakeholders, both on at the institutional like part and our fellow youth organizations and associations. And the idea here is to just continue on the work that has already been done. Deep international ties to collaboration. Web, why? Because like when I attended General Assembly last semester, I had a feeling that ESN is super regionalist. I can say it like that. This also because like we have meetings within the web, within the regional platforms. And here the idea is sure be present during the calls, during the events, but also why not start collaborating more on projects and initiatives with other web countries. And do not forget that we're part of a wider network and also remain in contact with other NOs. Make the work and roles of the NL more visible and accessible is because we all know that we kind of, ESN Switzerland kind of struggle a little bit to fill the board positions, but also the board support positions. And the idea here is to put like through an initiative I'm going to present afterwards, present a little bit what is done at the international level, the job, but also the people who are behind those projects. Uplift and recognize local sections under volunteers, something I plan to really work hand in hand with the national representative like to support sections who maybe want to apply for ESN awards, to be there from the beginning to the end of the candidacy application process, and also how to help them maybe if they want to change the way to communicate with the IRS or whatsoever institutional stakeholders or even other partners. It could be a way ESN Switzerland could support them. Next. Regarding the initiatives, I have 2 main. I know president positions don't usually have projects, but I think it's something that could be interesting for the network. Monthly newspaper, something like super, yeah, just short, straight to the point. Put all inputs from local, national, international also stakeholders so that the local sections can have an idea what is going on at national international level, but also the projects carried on by the stakeholders so that if they want to directly participate in those projects, they have already the information, and we can of course give more insight on those projects. That's the idea. Online welcome call, because as I learned this year, it's something that I heard a lot in my local section, but I think it's also something that is present in other sections, that we have events during the weeks, also during the weekends, and sometimes we don't have time to attend the NA's community weekend and so on. And this will be a kind of opportunity for all the ESNers to have a more like accessible events for them to attend next. Working together is kind of a vision. I'm going to focus on 2 points: onboarding and the inter-team project. Onboarding, so the national board, the first people who are going to board of the national level were elected in March. Then we have the first board support appointment in May. President tomorrow, or not, you can abstain. The next board support call will be probably in summer, and the vice president probably during the first NA. So for me, I think it's super important that the last person joining the NL should feel like very well on board and part of the NL. Inter-team project, something that I kind of missed this year because we're super like focused on our respective teams, even though there were a few projects where we could bring our input on, but something that I would really like to focus on. Next. So my motivation, why this or why now? I had an amazing time at the national level with these people and those missing. And I feel that I really learned a lot this year, and I just want to continue it and not like leave ESN like that. Experience with stakeholders, familiar with the NL functioning. I'm also looking now for personal challenge somehow, and yeah, go a little bit further in my ESN journey. And I still have the time, surely, and energy for that. And because of next. Your people. That's it. So next. Yeah, I said a lot of amazing things. I know they were amazing, but next. Nothing about me living abroad. Next slide. I decided not to focus much on that because like I talked about that in my application form. I had a lot of questions about that on Slack, and but however, that's sort of kind of solutions I thought about, and you can look at it. And just last thing, if the mentors, okay, here, as I've been at different times, as I said, I'm going to start like studying in Montreal. So basically, ESN, if I kind of generalize, we work between end of the day, work more or less, I would say 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m. Right? So if I look at my time at Montreal, it's going to be between 11 a.m., I'm going to say, and 6 p.m., which actually it's okay. I won't have like teaching stuff to do, and it's chill for me. And yeah, just thank you for your attention, and welcome any questions.
All right, thank you, Agrippine. Small procedure, just to explain. We will first have the 2 presentations, then we'll open a question round, and you will be able to ask either both or individually. But first the 2 presentations. So if you write on the slide or address to who you want to address it.
Test. Hi, everyone. So it's my turn to present my candidacy for president. I would like to give you a short overview of how I envision my potential mandate, the extent of my knowledge, and my ability to learn and grow into this position as well. One-handed, sorry. You can move forward. So my name is David. Some of you know me by Raison. I'm 31 years old. I come from Lausanne. Some of you may know me by ESN, others maybe by the events we organize in Lausanne. I've been in ESN since 2018, always in Lausanne, EPFL to be specific. EPFL is also where I have earned my master in computer science. I was on exchange in Helsinki in 2016, 2017. It was an experience that brought me great joy and opportunities in my life, including ESN. And I currently work as a data engineer at Swisscom. I would like to give a short overview of my career at ESN. I split it into 3 parts here. First part, 2018, 2021, COVID included, I was an active member doing my master in computer science. I was local event manager twice. I was very often technical chair at NAs. It was something I took great joy in doing. And besides my official positions, I was involved in several archival and IT projects without this being elected positions. This led me, among other things, to the position of National Alumni Coordinator. 2022, 2023, I pivoted towards the national level. It had been already several years at the local level. It is during that time that I was hired at Swisscom. At the same time, I was elected president of the Titanic OC, which is a subcommission of ESN of EPFL and UNIL also. I was also at the same time elected national alumni coordinator, so kind of 3 caps at the same time. I was more focused on the national level than the local at that point. For those of you who don't know, Titanic Le Manique used to be a great event. We had nationally a big gala cruise on Lake Geneva, which unfortunately we cannot do anymore, but we had great joy in doing that. Swisscom part, I will talk about this later, comes at the end. 2023, 2024, some of you might have seen me a little less. I pivoted slightly away from ESN for a bit because I was a bit frustrated with how my project was going at Swisscom. I wanted this to be a bit more smooth, so I worked very hard on a promotion. I worked very hard on making our job go better. I'm happy to report that this is how things are now. I had also a few life priorities, problems with my apartment that are now solved, and I'm very happy about that. I took some time to do some visits of ESN Czechia and also ESN Ukraine. It was a great time, and I'll remember this for a long time. I went to the GA 2023 in Ankara, also a very educative experience for me, although a little bit of lack of sleep. And I went twice to EGM as well, also great experiences. You can move to the next slide. I mean, you have the sheets, so you can skip that. Yeah, so I would like to talk a bit about how I view the job of president. I think this is important. My perception of the job, a perception I have gained also from the previous positions I've had, is I want people's time to be respected and used well. My job is to be the face of the network, both in the good moments and the bad moments. In my interest, it is in my interest that there are more good moments. And I want to be realistic about the planning and the evolution of our planning over time. So if I had to summarize a typical presidency, this is how I would see it. Lots of anticipation, resource allocation at the beginning. I'm going to talk a bit later about the fact that we do not have a VP, so this is going to factor in. As we execute the tasks, we execute the action plans, there comes a time for reality checks, pragmatism, being there when you have to give the difficult news to someone that, hey, we have to scale down on this, we have to reallocate our resources, we have to think about what's the priority. And of course, afterwards, whether we succeeded or failed, it's time to take responsibility. If there is blame to come, it's also the job of the president to protect the team, not just let rumors, let disappointment cause trouble. This is something I've been able to experiment a lot at Swisscom with the leadership I've gained over the years, and I'm very looking forward to apply these lessons to ESN. And generally, if I had just some philosophies to share, would be like, I would favor motivation over pressure. I would favor listening over talking, at least at first, to make sure that even though I would be the president, everybody in the national level, everybody in the national board would be listened to, everybody can express themselves. You can move to the next one. Oh, crap. Wait. Okay, so I want to go a bit over the different plans that I have listed in my application form. First focus is the relationship between Switzerland and the national. The keyword for this would be to show up. So we have Erasmus Plus coming up. We have a reintegration. We need to support our partners. Erasmus Plus might be 2027, but if it's 2027, procedures will begin in 2026, and international offices are budgeting now. And we have to be there, we have to show up to assist, to communicate, to listen to what they have to tell us. And this is something I plan to be very active on. We have lots of partners, we have lots of other NOs with whom we have calls, meetings. I want to show up to this, of course. My plan is to be there for every single one of them. One initiative, I should have written initiative here. One thing that I have discussed with, among others, a former president of ESN, several former presidents of ESN Switzerland, is there is an interest in linking up across what I call university alliances. I have talked about this in the questions already. Basically, people from Winterthur might know about ELISA. These are alliances between different universities of different countries. We find that there would be an interest in linking up ESN sections along the lines of these alliances. So this would be kind of, how to say, decentralized contacts between sections that doesn't go through NAs, doesn't go through NOs. It's just more friendships between sections that maybe have an interest to know each other, also for the exchangeability between their universities, which is kind of the point of these alliances. And of course, from this comes good relations with other NOs. Again, show up, visits, as I've done before, and as I hope to do again. You can move to the next part. Okay, relationship between ESN Switzerland and the local level now. The keyword for this is empower. We have a presence community, we have other communities, there's lots of calls, lots of visits. My plan, if I am president, is to be able to show up, to visit sections, to be able to get the pulse of the network, to have close contact with each president. To me, that is very important. We have new sections coming up from HESSO. I don't know how it's called in German, I'm so sorry. These are located, if everything goes well, in Valais and in Canton Vaud. And my worry when I look at this is that these sections come from schools that might have different working methods than most of us. Most of us are from universities. These are more, what's it called? Applied science, yes, applied science schools. So there might be different working methods, different priorities. Of course, they will be small. They might be overshadowed by other sections. It is important for me that these are supported in the long run, that they find their place in the network, that they find their voice, despite maybe being younger, smaller, etc. Then comes IT. We talked about IT infrastructure. We talked about compliance. I've heard all arguments about this. I understand different points of views on that. I do not have, let's say I haven't made complete decisions in my head. However, I want this to be a focus of this presidency. I want us to move forward on this topic, because even though IT backends might not be the sexiest thing to talk about, it is very important for our network to thrive. And not everybody is always willing to work on that, but we need to plan early on that, and we need to have people who are motivated to work on that. We have the chance to have an IT manager or web project administrator that is interested to work on that very heavily in this coming year, and I hope to capitalize on that. Then visibility of our work, certificates of recognition. Our friend Dana has worked a lot on this. I want us to move forward on that, to get people their certificates of recognition. I want to put an emphasis again on ESN on your CV. I got my job with that, so yeah, I think it is really important. And you can just press 1 minute. Okay, go ahead, press forward. Yeah, I mean, that's ESN on my CV. And also give the alumni coordinator the opportunity to work on the 25th anniversary celebration of our network, because it's coming up next. Yeah, I mean, management, field, EMT, VP, and board support positions. This is a really important one. I want to have a clear action plan for the incoming 3-year strategy. Facilitate flow of information. We have in a political stance, and I want to preserve it. And of course, as a general method, transparency and collegiality. So you can directly maybe move to the next slide, because this is more important. I want to talk about maybe the package that I'm proposing. No. The package that I have here, just to explain, because I talked that I have a full-time job. I want to give some context to that. First of all, the main point is that I will have full availability, and ESN comes always first for me. The reason for that is that as part of my job, I work 60 to 80% remote, and I have a very flexible schedule. Basically, as long as I show up to meetings and that the job is done, nobody cares. And it's essentially how I lead my life already. The job is now, thanks to my efforts, stable and quiet. I have no other commitments, and I have no reason to believe that it will change in the coming years. I will have an SBBGA, so very easy to travel, work anywhere in Switzerland, visit sections, and adapt to this. All my holidays, as it's already the case, are for international ESN trips, and I hope to continue that. And at last, I have very liberal sleep schedules, and that is generally known. Yeah. From that, it's good. I'm done, and I'm happy to hear your questions if you have any.
All right, everyone. Now is the big part going up. But yeah, don't worry if it goes on too long, we can take a break at some point. But the question list has been opened already. So write your questions. If at some point I see that not so many more questions coming in, I will try to close it, but we will see. Okay. First question is Flavien. Flavia, I don't know how you pronounce it, Flavien.
So to Agrippine, Flavien, ESN Basel, you mentioned, I'm here. You mentioned that you want to strengthen the relationship with the stakeholders and more precisely the universities. What would you say is the role of the national boards versus the sections, and what would be the strategy to you supporting or co-acting or just letting them?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. Stakeholders on the national level are mainly referring to our national stakeholders, right? And regarding the university, I think the people who are best like to get in touch with the IROs or the university's offices are mainly the sections because they're the one working with them directly. However, ESN Switzerland can support them by maybe sharing with them draft templates email if they want to get it's something like it's already done actually, but like share templates with them if they have a meeting. Also, why not attend the meetings with them if they need support to present ESN national, ESN international, whatever it is. But also the thing that I talked about the ESN awards. If they apply for ESN award, they kind of have like it's something that happened with the ESN UNIL, like a reconnection on from the whole network. It's like 46 countries, quite important. And if they bring that afterwards to the IRO or whoever at the university, they get support from financially or like with the rooms and all whatsoever, it can kind of support also your demands towards the university.
You. So Flavien, ESN Basel again.
If there's no objection, I want to, no, not close. I just want to limit the answer time to 40 seconds. 1 minute.
1 minute.
Now we have 23 questions and we have 30-minute question round. Okay, just quiet. 1 minute. Is there any opposition to this? What? No, Flavien.
After the first reply of David, so it's more fair.
That is a good point.
Just 1 second. Just make it clear. Like, speak
concise.
on the microphone, like, because otherwise
Okay. Go ahead.
So Flavien, ESN Basel, David, you have a lot of experience on the local level, probably gain a lot on the international level as well. What would be to you your vision or ideas that you would like to implement from other NOs and the international network?
So you don't have examples, you want me to list some? Okay. So if I had two things, it would be two things I can come up like this is IT and engagement at the national level. I think we have to learn on IT from other countries. When I visited other countries, I had the opportunity to be shown what they are making progress on. I think IT, it is good to develop it on the national level because each countries have their specificities, their size, it's very complex. So definitely I have contacts on this with whom we could have conversations on the topic. The other thing I said was about engagement. I think compared to other NOs, at least from the perspective I have, have more engagement of locals into the national level, more people show up to NAs even if they have no experience at all. I think there is maybe a recognition that at the local level, we need to push people more to come, to show up, and to not be afraid to either ask questions or to even run for positions. Because I think we try to make it clear that board support positions are open to a lot of people, and it might not be clear to all that this is the case. People might be a bit afraid. That's what I can come up with right now.
Right, so from now on.
Oh, it's me too, sorry. Okay.
Next question.
Hello again.
Hi.
Yes, in Basel. You state in your presentation that listening more than talking. How would you combine this vision with the representation role of a president?
It is very good that you underline this. I think maybe this was placed in the wrong place in my presentation. When I wrote this, I was thinking more of the management of the board. That's the experience I had as president of the Titanic OC, for example. Having the ability to listen, to let everybody express their opinions before then sharing the one of the president, which generally the voice of the president can be quite authoritative. It is important to not, influence public opinion before we hear what everybody has to say. So maybe this would not apply in the context of a call with the international level, I agree.
Daniel.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland, thank you for your presentations and the courage to be here and there. I have a question to extend a bit on the topic of European University Alliances. Many universities in Switzerland are part of alliances or other things like the Coimbra Group. Some of them ask or even expect ESN local sections and specifically local sections to take part into their activities or even their government bodies. I would like to know how or what added value you could bring to the local presidents in that context.
Awesome. Little story. I was once, when I was still a student at UNIL Civis, which is the European Alliance University of Lausanne is part of, and I was Civis ambassador. So I know that like students can really bring through these alliances, and words can handle. What is that? What's your question? Like how we can support the sections in that, right? Okay. So first, I think what the national level can do is just gather information, because like local section might be very busy on their day-to-day activities, but if you kind of gather the information on all the university alliances, because like it's different between like each all the schools, and yeah, just bring that to them, and also try to help them, maybe they have the communication team, how to maybe to present that to their, if you go through the president, to their ESNers, and afterwards, if they need any type of communication support, like if they want us to kind of help them represent, okay, but mainly share information with them, and yeah.
Three things. Knowledge. As far as I know, we don't have maybe good databases of what alliances exist with Switzerland. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you go to the European website, Switzerland is explicitly excluded from the list. That's a problem. We should have that information. Second, if we go through ESN for these alliances, that means you go from student, ESNer, national level, ESNer, student. That's a long chain of people who maybe have better things to do with their time. As soon as we have sections that know each other along the lines of these alliances, not only do you shorten that chain of information, it also means that people who do not have national positions get to do something that is involved with communication between countries. You empower them. And I was speaking before about the fact that you want maybe to motivate people to do more, to engage with the national level more. That might also be a way to soft engage them in a way. If suddenly in local sections, people have this opportunity of, oh, there's a section in Ukraine that we are in an alliance with, let's get in touch with them, maybe visit each other, do things together, invite each other. There's many opportunities with this.
You're gonna say you want chairs actually.
Oh, it's fine. I mean,
Thank you.
Because you're gonna be here for a while. Axel?
Axel, yes, I'm Switzerland. So first question to Agripine. You talk about that you wanted to work to make the work of the NL more visible and I wanted to know a bit your vision on it, or you want to implement it, and which board support positions you want to work with to achieve that.
Yeah. Yeah. So board support. Okay. For the board support position, we have now two amazing digital digital content officers, I do believe, and I think it's something that we can work on with them. Just like they were super into creating videos, something that we can also do just to illustrate the work what the national levels, actual national levels are doing, but also what the board, national boards are doing, just to make sure that the sections have like less, how can I say it? More light information on what is going, because I'm writing papers like the test description might not be always clear. So like having like people talking about the day-to-day job can maybe be easily researched. No, like the section can easily identify to what you're doing. I don't know if it answers your questions, but that's one of the answers. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Switzerland. So now a question to David. There was a lot of question about the disadvantages not being being in a board support position before, but there can be also some advantages not to have done some of them. So what are, in your opinions, the advantages to not have done a board support positions before?
So my local level experience mostly stems from logistics, event management, some communication, leading some teams. I would say definitely managing deadlines, kind of working with hard facts, working with resources. We might not be working with physical resources, but human resources, with patience of people, with votes we have to win. It might be different resources, but being able to quantify problems, understand what is urgent, what is not, what we can get rid of, what we have to maintain. I would call it resource management. That would be a term. That is what I would underline as the experience that I bring from the local level that is useful. Of course, sorry, I was reading the wrong question now. Yeah, so rigor would be a word maybe. Rigor with my work. It's also something that I have gained with my professional background at Swisscom. The ability, sorry, end it.
Really quick. Is someone still writing? Matteo? Someone else? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list after Matteo's question. In your position? Amazing.
Flavien, ESN Basel again. So to both of you, your profiles can be seen as quite complementary. What would be to you the best force of the other candidate that you would like to gain or to work on if you get elected?
Okay. First, I was really impressed when I read David's answers about the fact that he was in contact with people like dinosaurs, kind of. And I think it's really like a great first to have like all the context also of what ESN Switzerland went through. I would say that, but also the fact that I honestly, I rely a lot on the WPA because I don't have that IT part. And I do believe that having also someone who can also work very closely with WPA and who understands like from the beginning what he's talking about could be quite also could be quite interesting. Yeah, those 2 points.
My answer would be the education background. I think my knowledge of education topics of ESN Switzerland is mostly theoretical for now, as in I have quizzed a lot of former presidents and other people who were in national boards that I personally know to get their opinion on this, to know how I can navigate this, what to expect, who do I need to talk to, what can I expect from them. So yeah, if I had to underline one aspect that would benefit me a lot, if I could extract it and put it in here, that would be the education knowledge, definitely.
Next question, Dana.
Yes, Dana, Advisory Council to David. So if the NB doesn't reach consensus in one of the many decisions that they need to take throughout the mandates, how do you envision your role as a national president?
The role would be to be realistic. We go maybe from the carrots to the stick at this moment, if I can use the expression. If we don't reach a solution on a certain topic, the next question is, what do we lose if we do not have a solution on this? And I would say that the consensus gets reached over time as we weigh the different options and which ones become progressively worse as we consider what happens as a consequence of not reaching a decision. So I don't think the good response would be to be like, well, I'm the president, so now you choose this and you shut up. That, to me, is not a solution. It's the NB is intelligent. If they don't have a consensus, it's because there's a good reason to not have a consensus, and maybe we lack information, we lack context. So it's to take a step back, draft some more diagrams, lists, whatever, until we can agree that A or B is definitely worse for us.
Arnaud is in Switzerland. My question is a bit funny because I removed some parts to fit the characters, but it's just a follow-up on the candidates blog, because you mentioned that we did not have material for the university alliances, but we do actually, and we had a few sessions in the past NAs on university alliances. But what I want to pinpoint here is that a lot of sections struggle to have HR to join those alliances. I know it was the case for a few sections a few months ago. So I was wondering what you think we could do to help the sections that struggle with this lack of people that can actually be in this department, because usually you need to be a student of the university, which is not always the case. In some sections, they don't have all the members that are part of the university. So yeah, just on the struggle of HR for university alliances.
So that's a resource management problem. What I see from the reason I want to involve the national level to some extent in this is, what can the national level do is to keep a list of what exists, what has been done, who are the people to contact. Whenever I did a project for ESN, mostly in IT, my modus operandi was, if I do a project and the day I'm gone, nobody can take it over, then I'm wasting my time. So if we do this, I think we have to consider this fact that, well, next year, there's maybe nobody to take care of this in this section. So ESN Switzerland, what we can do is have the basic information to keep it going, even though there's a hole of 1 year in a relation. But that goes also with what I discussed a bit in the QA, which is, we have to make, I mean, I did it in the presentation also, we have to weigh what resources we have. Do we have the people to manage this? And if not, what is more important, what is less important? And if this has to get the can, then it means that for a year, this section doesn't do anything on that topic. And it's an unfortunate reality, but yeah, choices and priorities.
Next question, Dana.
Yes, Dana, Advisory Council. So David, again, in your presentation, you talked a lot about the national presidents, alumni communities, especially the older ones, from which I'm also myself a part of. ESN Switzerland has evolved a lot since the presidencies. You can see that with just all the new faces, the new structure, everything like that. But how do you plan to use and apply the knowledge of this community to the current function of ESN Switzerland, knowing it has changed?
So all the members, I would split them into two categories. The older ones, what I could use from them is their wisdom. What the newer ones would be their knowledge. This is actually what I've done already in the process of preparing for this candidacy. Have honest conversations with them about how they see this position. For the newer ones, what they think of the various topics that I will have to tackle. For the older ones, what are the challenges that they faced as president? And to me, having an answer to that question was very useful to kind of have an idea of what is expected from me, even though the network was indeed very different 15 years ago. Yeah.
Mary, ESN Switzerland. Thank you both from the bottom of my heart for applying. It's amazing to see, and maybe also to give some inspiration to people. Can you please both describe your ideal vice president candidacy that you want to work with in characteristics for your mandate?
Thank you for your question. And my answer is Mary. I'm kidding. But I will have 1 minute. I would say, like, first, if elected, like each of us who already know who is going to be the president, and I think it's important to have someone who is willing to work with the person. That's super important. And characteristic, I would say very open-minded, because the VP is in charge of the networking and development team, which is a huge team. And yeah, someone who is really at ease with managing the team, but also help during the national board calls, minutes, preparation of all documents, and also someone who is open as well to do maybe a little bit more than what is just in the task description, because sometimes things might not be done on time, or things could spontanément. Thank you. Come up, and yeah, someone who's really like also very invested in ESN and willing to do your job.
So due to the circumstances we have now, I think the value I treasure the most for a VP candidate is willingness to learn. As I've discussed in the Q&A and in my application, I would be willing to kind of widen the scope of what we can, of the kind of person we expect for VP. For me, the trade-off of, well, let's take someone who doesn't have enough experience, but we have to coach them for 2 months to have a real VP for 10 months. I'm willing to take that bet over having no one for the whole year, or having to wait 6 months for someone. The price to pay, in my opinion, is much lower with, you know, someone with less experience than just no one. So that's the prime thing I would be looking for. And yeah, experience is a problem, but I think it is addressable. Okay.
Mary, ESN Switzerland procedure for the question that are to both. Is it okay if you alternate the first response, so it's a bit more fair? Just yeah.
But yes.
Works?
Can I go? Yeah. Easy day, ESN Switzerland. I have a question for both of you, but it will be articulated a little bit different. Since I work only with Agrippin this year in the education team, and I didn't work with David, so basically the question for the David is, what can I expect from working with you in the education area for the first time? Instead, for Agrippin is what can I expect working with you in a different position, still in the education area?
So we talked about listening and talking before. This is an area where I would be a severely extreme listener, at least at the beginning. I think I have a lot to learn and wisdom to gain. So being a heavy note taker, I think you would see me a lot taking a crap ton of notes on my laptop, and you know, just be very humble about my knowledge. And if I have a doubt, defer to you. You know, not just speak without knowing. Yeah. So just, yeah, being a listener. It's okay. It's not connected.
Thank you for your question. So what can you expect from me? Personality-wise, the same thing. Sunshine. No, I'm kidding. So I would say, yeah, just being present communicates a lot. And I think that, I don't know how Arnaud was present like in the other teams, but he was quite present in our team. And I think, yeah, just being present, exchange on different projects going on with our different stakeholders, and see how, yeah, we work together. And the same. Honestly. Fun, work, fun.
Test.
Okay. Actually, it's in Switzerland, so it's a question to both of you. I wanted to know a bit more how you envision the collaboration with the international affairs team. It can be done differently, like being very actively part of the team and working with Hamza during the whole year, or you can more like supervise a little bit and give like very few inputs. And I just wanted to know like how you envision it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. It's a very interesting one, knowing that I won't be in Switzerland, and so I would not be able to support during the on-site events. Yeah, I think that collaboration will be like more follow-ups, because I think it's very important for you to have, for the NR to have its to be work independently, like with his team, and not have someone like just like looking behind shoulder. And yeah, I would say follow-ups on the different events, or also on projects he could work on, and yeah, bring also support during the calls, because like as I say in my application, I won't be on site, but I'll be very present online. And just like if he can't attend an event because X, Y, I can of course handle that. And yeah, follow-ups, and yeah, also make sure that things are done.
I will take back the first part of my plans for ESN, which is to show up. So for me, by default, if it is something international that I have to represent ESNCH at, I will be there, I will represent. If it is something where Hamza doesn't want me to show up, then I will not show up. But by default, the default for me is show up at everything I have the ability to show up to the most of my ability, everything that is international. If it's on the weekend, no reason I cannot come. If it's during the week, to the limit of my holidays, which should be much higher than what it will be required of ESN. And so for me, as with every other position, I can be as present as the person from the position wants me to be. If they want to be independent, they can have that independence. But if they need support and presence, then absolutely I will show up, because ESN is for me the priority this year. So I do again, yeah.
Can I? Daniel, ESN Switzerland, a question to both of you. The NB Elect already started to work together for the next year. How do you see yourself integrate within the dynamic and collaborate with the team?
One thing I touched upon in the questions is I don't have a full vision of the kind of team building that we do at the national level, but I would hope we would have some team building, if possible, also chill team building. I would hope to at least contribute to organize that, just to reinforce the spirit within the team. I talked about listening, so that's also, if work has already been done, my first question is, can we sit down and go through what has been done? How do I plug into that? What has been done by maybe Arnaud as part of that phase, and how can I fill in for him starting from there?
Thank you for your question, Daniel. What I'm saying is that, yeah, first, it's difficult to come after to answer second, because like, yeah, I don't want to repeat the same thing, but basically just try to catch up what has already been done. I think it's super important to be like, yeah, up to date, and also the team dynamic. I had the chance that those in the MB were already in the NL this year, so I kind of like how the work I kind of know more or less. And Hamza was already in the LR community, so it should be okay. But like, it's true that regarding the board support, I never like worked with most of them, so I also have to get to know them, and also see through the national board what they are planning to do for their positions, and try to know how I can support them as well.
So Council, Agrippine this time. So last year we had a debate from you for vice president, and today you put your name in for president. So what made you change your mind, besides the fact that you will be not in Switzerland.
Thank you for your question. I thought it was going to be the first question on Slack, actually. And yeah, why VP last year? Because I was coming from the local section. And honestly, when I went through I was already interested in the board, in the national level, national board. And when I went through the text description, honestly, I didn't open the president because I didn't feel like, who am I? You see, and then I joined the education team and I learned all the representation part, all the work we do with the stakeholders. And honestly, I developed a huge interest into that and also the part of the job of the president that I'm really looking forward to do besides being online. And yeah, just that yeah, my interest also switched. Like I was also in contact this year, being allied with our IRO at University of Lausanne, and I also had yeah, more insight into what the president's doing and get more interested into the position.
Yes, Isidre, ESN Switzerland. So can you share a ESN-related achievement that you think will bring a value to education team and explain how could be beneficial?
Okay, interesting question. So I think, I don't know, it's an achievement. I was going to talk about the HSSO project, but bureaucracy things took a lot of time. So I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't kind of finalize the project, but I think it's something that I already know the background and I'll easily support the next person who's going to take over the project. And achievement, I would also say to be more confidence when I work with stakeholders. The first one I was like that because the first one was I met Swiss Core, I was alone. Arnaud was online, Arnaud was just like, shit. But everything went well and yeah, I learned a lot from that. Now I feel confident to help the educate this week.
For your question, I wouldn't say I have an achievement in education that I would be able to, that the team would benefit from. What I can talk about in terms of education is, I mean, first of all, my master thesis was in digital education. Second of all, I have quite a few contacts of people that work, for example, in UNES. I mean, you know Nino. I do know some people who worked in international offices that I've been able to ask questions to during my procedure right now. And I had a third thing to say, and now I forgot.
The second, for me also not for education, but can be educational, even if you don't have something educational related. So anything that can somehow bring a value.
To be honest, I don't know if I can come up with something that feels that, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, more in education stuff,
yeah.
So I don't want to bring a bit, you know.
I don't particularly have something right now to answer to that, sorry.
Thank you.
Anna.
Yeah. Advisory Council. So how would you, to both of you, how would you deal in a situation where ESN Switzerland does not support ESN International vision or opinion on a specific topic, like it happens quite a few times?
So I can answer that with some experience. This is what happened to us essentially when we were organizing Titanic. It was a time where most people at the national level due to COVID did not know what the event entailed. So there was a lot of communication to do. When you're president of a structure like this, of course you have the vision of the people under you, but the people under you do not necessarily have the vision that you have of the people over you. You're kind of the bond between the two. So the job is to bring the reality of the top to the people underneath, to bring the reality of the people underneath to those on the top. And either there's a change in opinion at that point, but if there is not, then it becomes my job to do what I said before. What's the worst case? What's the best? And unfortunately have to be the bad guy for someone. It depends who, but I have to be the bringer of bad news to someone. And that's also part of the job that maybe not everybody will be happy with that conclusion. But it has to be done at some point.
If you do not support ESN International Vision, I think the first step that could be interesting is just like discuss with other NOs, just to see if like our position is kind of valid or like, yeah, just to get a few inputs from other countries. And what I also would like to say is that like with Arnaud and Axel, like they already know that when we don't agree with them, we express it. And I think that just continue like expressing our point of view, and I also take into account how it will impact ESN Switzerland. If we should like continue with that opposition, if I can say, or if we should like kind of, yeah, okay, really should do what you want to do. And yeah, I think that's also important. But also like ESN Switzerland, I don't know if you're thinking like the sections, give your opinions, and then yeah, okay. It was just the national board first consult the sections, see what they think about it, and before going upwards.
Sandrine, ESN Switzerland. So to David, you're planning on doing a lot of things during your mandate. How will you make sure that you don't step on the task of other NL members?
So I would replace do with suggest to do. These will not be things I would like to impose. These are things, the first part is, hey, here's what I have in mind. What do you think of it? And if you like it, how can we make this work? And even more importantly, do we have the resources for this? Do we have the people? Do we have the motivation among the team? It is all conditional on these factors. If we do not have that, then I have to be the loser in the situation, and that's okay. But it is definitely not a, if we don't do that, then I'm out. That's not how it works, of course.
Again, Sandrine, ESN Switzerland. Another question to David. So the VP position is vacant, and if there's no one in the coming month, what are you concretely going to do to fill the gap for the next month?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to wait for 1 month to do what I plan to do, which is what I've already been doing for 1.5 months, which is to personally go to people I consider for the position and ask them to seriously consider it. I have already done that for 4 people. Unfortunately, there was some consideration, but ultimately they decided not to. And NA is a great way to get to know people. And I think over time I will come to some people and have a frank conversation with them on the topic. Expect me.
In the meantime, like
okay. You mean what the board does during that time?
Or planning on doing to fill this gap?
I mean, it starts with a conversation with the NB. How do we split these tasks? What do we split? What do we drop? What do we delay? For me, that's as simple as this.
And me again, Sandrine, ESN Switzerland. So to both this time, how would you ensure that the issues that ESN St. Gallen had will not be reproduced for other sections?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The answer is that it's just learning by doing. Like now we had the issue with St. Gallen, we know what the problem was. And I think that if you like kind of prepare with that issue, with that type, yeah, with that specific points, we might be maybe more equipped for the next time, but also get in touch with other NOs. I don't know if it has been done for this one, but also try to anticipate a little bit and see, consult other national organizations and see if they had the same issue before, and yeah, see where the solutions were and just gather the information for the next time.
On the topic of St. Gallen, one thing I want to start with is that St. Gallen was a very old section. It was a founding member of the network, which means the network was also in a very different shape, different statutes. One thing I do not have the visibility upon is, would our statutes allow to create the situation that we had today with ESN St. Gallen? I am not sure of that, so I cannot give a full answer on this. But going forward, in the case we do not have concrete measures for that, clearly we would have to consider having stronger requirements for sections before they join, so that we do not create this kind of impossible situation where, I mean, of course, ESN did not impose the ESN name back then. ESN St. Gallen also had a kind of a special structure. We just have to consider, is there anything that is not yet in our statutes that we might consider adding in order to strengthen the protection against this specific situation? But I am not sure, again, if this situation would be able to even reproduce itself right now.
Arno, yes, in Switzerland, I just want to have something clear. It's not on our side that it could not work, it's that St. Gallen wanted to leave the network. Just so we're all clear, it's nothing about our statutes. It's just that what happened with the changes in the documents from the international made them aware that there was something, and then it's another thing, which is political opinions that made them leave. Thank you. And it's me again, actually. Sorry. So Arno is in Switzerland. It was partially covered. It just really on the task description themselves to David. A few elements that you mentioned are not directly under the president task description. They're under other task descriptions. And I was wondering, how do you plan this task sharing with the other people that have the elements that you've mentioned in the task description?
Joins again the response I had to an earlier question by Sandrine. The things I list in my plans, IDs, are not things I will, of course, not things I will necessarily do myself, not things that I will impose, but again, they are subject to conversation with the different positions. If I'm not doing it, it means that I want to support that person in the case they decide to do it. So vocal support, practical support if I can, having meetings about it, conversations, that kind of thing. I don't know if that answers.
Okay. Hi, Lauren, ESN UK. Some background to us. ESN UK last year, our president, Christy, if you know her, she done an amazing job. She was, for a lot of the year, working full time in India, obviously a good bit further than Montreal. And she done an amazing job for two reasons. Again, she scheduled her meetings again. A lot of things happen online in the UK and in a lot of like national levels. Obviously, she was going on meetings from like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Thank you for clarifying your own schedule. It seems a lot easier than that, although still with challenges. And also for delegating roles. And as someone who worked in the liaison office under her, that meant a lot more opportunities for us, kind of like external representation wise. How do you plan on delegating tasks in this way to both your education team and the national board?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I don't know if the chairing team could put like my before last slide or not. Thank you. Can we do that? Or I can, it's just like easier for her to, or I can talk.
Back to 2012.
Yeah, it's the one in green, right?
Yeah.
So this year, actually, I attended, I think, almost all of them being liaison officer. I'm not saying that I will like that the liaison officer do the same because I had a lot of time this year. But on the end like that, I put like different position who could actually take over the president's role during those events. And for instance, yeah, basically everything kind of rely on the education team, unfortunately, because they're the one really working with their stakeholders, but also things, events as EIA, also the European Association for International Education. Everyone in Switzerland can attend, like if they are chosen by the NB to attend the events. So like, yeah, even the General Assembly it's important for the president to be there, but it can be someone else from the national organization can also represent the NO. And yeah, okay, teamwork.
Thank you.
Arno. Only 6 months ago, don't worry.
Arno, yes, in Switzerland. So we've put it in the annual report, and this is something we've noticed with the board, that one of the main issues we had this year was involvement of the board support within DNL. My question, because it's something that was not new from this year, it was already seen last year. What do you think we could do to address this in an innovative ways? Because we haven't managed to achieve this in the past 2 years.
So I'll take back a point that I made during my presentation. One thing that I want to commit to is to do a lot of visits to sections. I hope to do one per section at least. And one of the points of such visits would be to discuss such topics. Ideally going to visit sessions with maybe other board members, specifically those whose teams of board support are involved, are concerned by this problem. Being able to go to local sections, talk about this problem we have, talk about the fact that board support sections are available and that people from local sections that don't have a board position can be fit to fill such roles. That would definitely be one of the initiatives I would take. It's these visits that I really want to commit to.
Okay, thank you, Arnaud, for your question. Basically, it's really, I can answer that with the two initiatives I would like to start this year. First, the online call, it's like people from national level will be actually able to talk because like we won't need to find like a hostel whatsoever for all the networks. So all the national level people who attend the call could actually talk about what they are doing. Maybe local ESN could get interested in through that. And also like the newsletter, it can take different forms. Also, newsletter represents like the job done at the national level and so on and so forth. But something I think is also one of the questions Axel asked me is that we can also work with the, we do not have the position filled yet, but the skills and ability officer, because John started the LinkedIn post, and I think that's also a way to reach our ESNers who can follow your section on LinkedIn or even on Instagram. Just share what you're doing every day and be available to answer any questions they may have.
Thank you.
Is it the ESN Switzerland? This is just for David. You mentioned full availability and ESN always comes first, which is of course great as a president, but don't you think it's a bit unsustainable in the long run, and also is something that you will expect also from us as NB and L in general? Thank you.
To the second question, no, I don't think it can be expected. I would not expect it. And I think it is the job of the president to show up more. So that's why I'm applying this standard to me. And to answer the first part of this question, I think people who know me know that my life is very malleable, I would say. Last year, I had to change a lot of the things I was doing, specifically to dedicate myself to the two main issues I had, which was the problems at the job and my home, which has had a few issues. And I did a lot of crosses on a lot of things to be able to deal with this and to end 2024 in a situation where all of this was fixed. And this can go in the other way too. I have made a lot of crosses on things right now because I wanted to clean up my schedule, because I wanted to be available for something big to take upon. My first priority was this. If this was not an option, I would have sought some other thing to dedicate myself for the entire year that follows. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Axel, ESN Switzerland. I have a question. Yeah, you can press the bing. I have a question for Agrippine. So this year you took over two positions, and sometimes maybe one was a bit left behind. And so next year, if you start a new PhD and be president, I wanted to know what you learned this year through this experience to ensure that it's not going to happen again and that you're not going to left ever the position or your PhD behind.
But it's a part of the questions I don't really understand. Like, I couldn't commit to, but sometimes, yeah, actually it's true. But like regarding the national, I'm going to talk about next year. So regarding the position, the PhD, right? I am not. At the moment. I don't have any teaching to do. So I'll have time for me, and financially, I have an amazing mother who's going to support me like for the whole year. So actually, I technically don't have to work, but I will because I need social life. But president, as I said, Switzerland, we work really like during the end of the day and like 10 p.m. more or less. And I think that I can be available by that time and also like have all my evenings for myself, something that didn't happen like for the past 3 years. And I can easily like organize myself. Yeah, organization and everything would work.
Procedural. That's what I was trying to tell you. But, like,
Just a comment as education. Sorry, sorry, I'm tired. Is the ESN Switzerland? Just a comment because as education team leader, I think you fully committed to the liaison officer. So I just want to say this because I cannot talk about the other one because I don't know. But yeah.
Arnaud.
It's the last time, I promise. Arnaud, yes, in Switzerland. So my question is regarding the III strategy. So if you get elected, you will have to work with the III strategy if it gets approved by DNA. Do you see your own plans being aligned with what we presented in the III strategy this morning?
Thank you for your question. It's quite funny because like I read the three strategy after like answering to the questions, and I found that like they're quite similar, honestly. And I think like yeah, my plans really aligns with that. And yes.
I have read through the 3-year strategy. For me, I would separate it in two categories: things that I know well about, with which I align mostly, and the other is things that I consider I do not know enough about. For these, I would need more context. So maybe some of the education points, some of the network care and development points. For these, I cannot pronounce myself on all of them, but for the rest, yes, definitely I aligned with them. And I didn't see major contradictions between the initiatives I have and what was listed in the 3-year strategy, or just things that I wanted were simply not mentioned or not involved, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm here. So my name is Furkan. My section is pre-book. So actually, you have already talked a little bit about one of you is working full-time and one of you is going to do the PhD in Canada. So I just actually would like to discuss something about what kind of problems can happen and how you are going to solve it, because I think you have already told about this, right? So let's discuss about it.
This is covered by Slack.
I don't know what you. This is covered in high details.
Yeah, but I would like to hear right now because of other questions combined. So,
I mean, do you want me to answer or not?
Sorry, I didn't. What did you say?
so since there are so many questions before arise, so I would like to hear from them instead of reading just 30 seconds. So.
I mean, look, it takes me less time to explain than to discuss it. So on my case, the way it works at Swisscom is that Wednesdays I have to be on site in Bern. And the rest of the week, there is one day of my choice where I have to work on site as well. I am completely free. Swisscom is a company in the whole country. I have office buildings in nearly every city. So basically, if I go visit any section, the next day I can be immediately in the office. But honestly, I can work in the field with the cows if I want. Nobody cares. So that's the height of my restrictions. You add to that a few calls over which I have a high power to move around because we have a whole lot of freedom at Swisscom. And yeah, I mean, that makes 30 seconds. That's yeah.
Okay, so thank you for your question. Honestly, that's a bit the red flag in my application because I can't be flexible to travel to Switzerland for one meeting. But I would say like just organizing myself in the national board or even with the board support members who are willing to represent Why Not Switzerland in an event. And I was thinking about something also for the meetings because like we might have with the HSSO as it's like school. If there's a meeting, it might be like 2 a.m. for me. It's like early in the morning. So I will sleep afterwards and I'll be present.
Last question. Matteo.
All right. Hello. Over here. David. Matteo from ESN Zurich. There's a question to you, David. It seems like it has been a while since you have been in regular contact with exchange students, or at least I judge this from your ESN CV. And I was wondering how you would like to keep in touch with the exchange student experience and how that will shape your presidency.
Okay, so I will have a few points on this. First of all, people who know me well know that I have still a quite student-ish lifestyle. That involves knowing a lot of people who are still in their studies. As part of my job, I actually have multiple people who are international students who work at the Swisscom Digital Lab. So I'm actually in very regular contact with them. One of them is about to become my colleague, by the way. Other than that, I am very involved in student culture in Finland, have been since my exchange and go back there very regularly. I am part of something that's called the Academic Culture Enjoyers Community, which meets around Europe regularly to have events and enjoy culture of various countries. So maybe I do not spend time directly with exchange students from EPFL, but I am still in quite regular contact with people who move abroad to study and do other things. Also, as part of, maybe you know, Lions Club International, I am part of this. And although I do not do much with them, we do have regular camps with people who come from other countries. It's also something for me. The end.
All right. Thank you to both candidates. So now I can't even make the joke. I know we're all tired. So if the NA doesn't object, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So you have 10 minutes. It's 3:22. Be back at 3:32. Please take your seat. Oh, you're getting quiet. Amazing. I love you all. Now, next topic is the annual report 2024-2025. Woohoo! And I leave the voice to the beautiful NB again.
Okay, so let's talk about annual report. This year it will be a bit different. I hope you will enjoy the format. We wanted to change things a little bit. So annual report is in Twitter in 100 pages. We know it's quite extensive. Maybe just before we start digging into the content, I just want to explain what the annual report is and what do we use it for. So the annual report basically is all of the activities the national level does in the year. So we put a lot of pictures, a lot of the events that happen, all of the information basically that we have done. And this is used for many purposes. One of them being for, we don't think of this all the time, but our archives actually, because we go back into the previous and the annual reports from the previous years, sometimes to check elements. So this is why we also have this to keep track of what we have. But also every time we apply for grant applications, we put this annual report, which is why it's such an important document, because if we want to show why we deserve to have 50,000 Swiss francs, we need to have evidence that we work and that we do a lot of elements, which is why it's quite extensive. And then also another thing is that we can use it if someone is like, I don't know what ESN Switzerland is, we can be, oh, I have 100 pages to show you what ESN Switzerland is. So yeah, that's one of the many purposes that this document has. It's a very important one. And last year we did two formats. Last year we did a short one and a long one. This year we didn't do the short one because it was not used that much. So you just have one long format. Can you go next? Okay, so in the what is being displayed in the annual report, so it's always the same structure. So we have one section per team. There is also one part about the III strategy assessment that I will mention just after. And also there are recommendations and visions from the national board from this year who says what should be achieved or what should be done in the next years. And there's also a lot of other informations in there, such as the abbreviations, if you're interested, they're also in the annual report. So we will start with governance. You can, oh, wait, the next. Oh yeah, how are we gonna present it today? So we decided to always have, we will just present the sub-chapters so you see where you can find what elements. This presentation will not replace reading the document. So if you haven't read the document, I'm sorry, you will just hear what's in the different parts and you will have to find the information yourself. And then also there will be the core information about every team that has worked around these chapters. And one element that we have added for this year is, for this presentation, we want to also have a personal reflection from every board member about what this year was for them and what changes they have seen since they were elected for this mandate. Okay, so with that being said, I will start with governance. Governance is actually the shortest chapter. There is not so much in it. We always have one part that we talk about the structure of the national level. We see what the problem might be, what is working well. In this one, we talked, for instance, on the question that I asked before about the involvement of the board support. So that's something that you can find there. And you can also find all of the updates on the documents that were accepted at DNAs. So if you're curious, you can just go there and everything is being listed and you have all of the information. And also one element that we have there is the recognition certificates, which we have thankfully delivered this week. So every section has received now their certificates. Thank also to Movetia who signed our certificates. And this you can find more information, how it works and how it was achieved this year. So that's for the governance part. Then on my personal reflection of this year, and also the 2 last years, because I've been present for 2 years now. Honestly, if I had to look at myself in 2023 when I applied, wow. Like, so many things changed, like in all aspects of my life, professionally, personally. I was still studying. I was still in ESN Geneva. I was living actually in Fribourg. Wow. And now my life completely changed. So yeah, this is really interesting to look back at everything that has happened, and I'm really grateful for everything that happened. You can move to the next slide. On my ESN year from this year, it was actually a very interesting year because I had two positions. Not everyone knows in the room, but I was also active on the international level as a regional training coordinator and also as the national president. So it was kind of a funny situation where sometimes I had to represent, I had to remove my hat and put the other one just right away, which was really interesting. But honestly, I loved it. It was really a fun experience. And yeah, honestly, it was also a mandate full of serenity and positivity, which is something I don't say that much, but this year there were way less stress. It was really, we worked together and it somehow worked. So I'm really grateful for this year, honestly, on everyone that was around. And this was, of course, marked by two big elements for myself, which is the III strategy and the Erasmus Plus campaign, because we see now that this is finally maybe leading to us rejoining Erasmus Plus. And yeah, on my personal life, you can move on the next one. It also changed quite it also changed quite a lot because I was working at the National Bank. I was living in Bern, then I was working in Zurich, and now I'm becoming a teacher. And I moved back in Vallis, and I'm in a relationship. We have 2 cats now. So everything changed. So it's also for the applicants for the positions. You might not know where ESN will lead you, but I'm super happy back in Vallis, back to my roots. I see my family a lot, and honestly, I'm just loving it. And I'm really thankful that ESN, I think, was a great companion in this journey to go back to my own roots. And yeah, thank you so much. I will give the words to Mary.
Hello. Okay. All right. So I will quickly, really go quick because I do have more slides. So please, next. Yes. So some individual projects and initiatives that are there in the annual report are the section visit with the stability and quality spreadsheet, about the section questionnaire, the ESNer invitation, and also the international HR and educate communities. We showed our activities and also the section award. So if you want to know more, you can find it in Network Care and Development. Also, we had some pages added in this part about HRs because we first time had a lovely HR manager, Tina. She did check-in calls, national level calls with all the national level, and also a lot of team building events actually, which is absolutely amazing. So well done, Tina, and can't wait for the next mandate of this position. Next. Of course, the national events are there and the elections, the community weekends, the national assemblies, the extraordinary NA that we had, the board support appointments, we had 3 of them. The Swiss train rally was there and the national Erasmus games. So also a lot of national events and election events. Also communities are there. With the board, local board positions, that communities. And you can see we had a total of 6 community meetings in this year, which is amazing. I don't think it has ever been more. So community work was doing very good. If you want to know details, you find it in the report. And next. And yes, the personal reflection. In my VP role, I learned how to manage teams, organize national board meetings, organize national and community events, open calls for positions, write, update ESN Switzerland documents, communication, facilitation of workshops. It has been so fulfilling and so diverse, and it really has also formed me the person that I am right now, professionally and personally. But life happened as well at the same time. I went from being a student with just a side hustle to like a fully working individual. So somehow the student association, it was kind of a double life in a way, because I was really corporate working and I still am next. But I did have a very bad job last semester that emotionally drained me because I didn't get appreciation at all. I'm still not over that, how bad it was. And therefore I kind of had a, how is it called? A burnout during the winter. It was not a fun time, even though I was working less than I am working now. However, now I do have a job that I love. I feel like I was born to do it. I'm exactly where I need to be right now. So after my timeout, the passion came back as well, just because I had a fulfilling life next to ESN. So those who have a why can almost bear anyhow. Last semester, I didn't really have a why because I hated waking up every morning and going there. And now I do. And I also learned that it's not bad to ask for help. I asked for help with you guys, and it was never a problem. It was only a problem in my head. And for this, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And to everyone that is struggling, it's okay to ask for help. We're a students association, but we're also friends, and yeah, ask for help, take care of yourself. Yes, thank you.
So for business and finance, so what I did, so the business and finance team, I did not have a team. No one was recruited despite two open calls. But there was a community. So there were a few calls, mostly kept up via messages and direct messages with treasurers individually. But yeah, no in-person community meeting organized, and international sites. I attended maybe 2 calls, but then I got busy elsewhere. Next. So the grants application for the operational grants, a lot of documents writing with the whole board, and a lot of financial documents to write. We changed a bit the grant application process for the sections. We distributed a lot of grants, and some big grants like the NEX and the NA grants. Next. So I finished the 2024 accounting. I did I amended the budget for 2025. And yeah, there was the financial audits. A lot of the accounting of the previous years were checked by Sandrine. A lot of mistakes were found, and some corrections are starting to be made and will be made in the next few years. Next. Partnerships, we terminated the contracts. We started new discussions. The partnership manager position wasn't filled. We encouraged treasurers to update the local partnerships list. If you haven't done it, do it. The QR code is here. And ESN cards, the ESN card manager position wasn't filled either. The price of the ESN card increased at the international level, so it did as well at the national level. But there were more ESN cards sold, so we're happy. Next. So personal reflection, I was away from Switzerland for a year and I came back and I directly jumped into the national board, which was fun. But yeah, it was even more than what I expected in all the positive ways. Next. So in ESN, I joined the NB quite late in 2024. After a year in Canada and almost not knowing anyone anymore in ESN. I went to my first community meeting. I did a lot of calls, a lot of NAs. I was even at the French NA last week. And yeah, I learned a lot of new skills. It was super fun. Next. And my personal year, personal life, I got my master's. I wasn't employed, which was fun for like 2 weeks, and then I was super sad. And then I found a job and I moved to France. So yeah, that was funny.
Okay, for the international affairs team, we did also quite a lot of things. So first, with relationship with the other NOs, so we went to spring break again this year, and we even had a member of ESN Switzerland in the OC. It was Benita this year from ESN Geneva. And after, we also continue to have an active participation within the web region. We collaborated with all the different NOs of the web for many topics we brought to the international level. And we even had a collaboration with ESN France when we brought a topic to one of the last NO calls. During the year, we had international guests from many different countries, almost all the regions. And it has always been very nice to have them like we have today. And we also have many of you who went to other events. Then for General Assemblies, we did the consultation during the year. And I was very proud to have so many LRs to do so many topics. We did international updates at every NA, and we even had the national board member during the consultation calls, so it helped as well with the consultation process. And we were one of probably the most vocative NOs during the GAs, so it was quite nice. Thanks, Arnaud and me. You can move. And then with the CLR meeting, it was nice. We implemented the new position, the CLR officer with Laura. So it was nice to implement this position, and it's some work that needs to continue. We organize calls almost every month to keep them up to date to what happened. And we also organized 2 physical meetings, one at the beginning a bit more serious to onboard the LRs. And we did a wedding, I think, at the last one. It was very nice. So it was a bit more with the HR community. You can move. And then for international events, I think you remember probably Web in Dumbro, or at least Lauren did. And the EGM on Kona, it took place, and we had an amazing ESN Switzerland delegation. And we, in the same aspect, we did some amendments to the point system for international events. And we had a large Swiss delegation in almost every international events. And of course, Web Switzerland is coming very soon. Yeah, on some personal reflection, so it has been 2 years since I have been NR. It's quite an interesting position because you feel like you live in another world. You talk with your friend and you say, oh yeah, no, I cannot see you this week. I will be in Moldova. Yeah, the next week, yeah, I'm not there either. I will be in Poland. So it's quite a very different way to live the life. And so it has been very interesting. So yeah, within ESN this year, I think it was very nice because what we always say is the first year you learn and you work a lot. And the second year you feel way more comfortable, and that's what happened. I felt more comfortable within the position, and I could do many more things more easily, I would say. And also the mandate was way less stressful. We had less surprises with board members leaving. It was still challenging, but it was less stressful than last year. So it was easy. And I got elected for a new position for next year in the General Assembly chairing team. So I'm really looking forward to it and see how it's going to evolve. And on the personal side, it didn't change too much.
I was working in the startup at the beginning of my mandate, but then it was not really a job I appreciated too much. And I left the company, and now I'm still looking for something a bit more challenging. And as Emma said, it starts to suck now. So hopefully I will find something very soon. So not that much change, but hopefully very soon I will have more updates to give you.
Okay, so for education, so with the SWEC team, so namely Darius, Agrippina, and of course Arnaud as our president, we could participate to different events like EIE and other education team to represent, events to represent ESN Switzerland. We participate in different meetings with our stakeholders. We also, let's say, specialize a little bit more on the two institutional and political domains. And Arnaud and Agrippina contribute to the new, the beginning of the development of the new local section, which is still in progress. Next slide. In general, we contribute with our stakeholder, for example, with Movezia, we work on learning by going, I don't know why it's written doing, but okay, by going campaign. And also we difference a little bit the different area of education. We also facilitate some workshop during, for example, the National on active citizenship, about the stakeholder maps on the first community weekend, sorry, I'm really tired now. This weekend is amazing, but it's also really tired. So we try to implement the education topics in different areas. So at the events with the stakeholders and also to our national events. In general, I think this year was really amazing with the education team, even if for me was a bit limiting to be also IRO in SUPSI, and even if I got a lot of knowledge, I'm really happy to do a new year and I could finally implement all the project that I have in mind. Next. So personal reflection, after this year, CSN still amazes me every day because I keep learning, and from people, with people, and for people. Seems like a political campaign, no. So this year's first year as AO, I'm really happy that next year I have the knowledge that I acquired this year and I can finally focus on the project. I'm really happy that I will have also Darius next year as a lawful political domain, and hopefully with the new president, whoever will be, we can really focus on education and work on different things. From the end of March, the things that I was involved to, it was IEG, as well as vice delegation leader with Daniel and Leonie. I mean, organizing this NA with Daniel. And I also took part to a European University Initiative Symposium here in Lugano 2 weeks ago. And so I'm really glad that there were actually so many questions about this, because it's also area that I would like to focus next year. Next one. So for my personal life, I finished to work at the IRO, and I'm working with my family, and I'll start a master in economics, my second master, even if, yes, I'm old, but not that old, let's say. I'm not the oldest. I always say this. 28, it's fine. It's still 20s, no? I'm not against the 30s year, no. Also 30 is fine, you know, you are still young, you know. Okay, stop. Yes. Yeah, but just
one remark, I'm really happy that I can focus on myself and what I like, which is also ESN. So.
Okay, so for the communication channels, posted a lot of live stories, still going strong at it with NA post stories, tag me, thank you. Then we did numerous posts on LinkedIn. Shout out to John and Tom. Went really great. I think it developed really nicely. We even had a post with over 300 likes, and Rita, the president of ESN International, reposted it. Whoop. We were not active on X. So, but that might come back. Well, no, we don't have access to the Facebook, whatever. Merchandise, I created a new design for the EGM delegation shirt. You can see it all around with the help of Juan. Exactly, I love it, it's beautiful. Ordered new stickers, I have some. If you want some, come to me. And ordered sweaters for the whole national level, the red ones that you all know. Campaigns, I posted for both editions for the social impact days. For the last one, I did a cute, in my opinion, cute little recap post. For the second edition, promoted the ESN volunteer survey. Well, the volunteer survey is done, and then also the ESN survey, still going at it. Again, please fill it out. And then also, like Easy said, the Learning by Going campaign of Movetia also actively promoted that. Then the community, we organized a community meeting with not the BFC, I'm sorry, it's the IT community. Oops. And it was a great success, but it's right in the annual report, just this is wrong. Then we didn't really do calls, but I tried to keep the local communication managers as informed as possible on ongoing topics and campaigns. And then ensure the local section posts VIM compliant content and intervened a few times where the guidelines were not met. Then my personal life, it's going to be very boring. From wanting to leave ESN to doing this for another year. Woohoo. You can continue. Then my year in ESN, I joined the NB late, a bit before Emma, but still late. And after wanting to leave ESN completely, honestly, best decision ever. Love you guys. I went to a lot of international events, met some amazing people, and fostered intercultural exchange. Got people hyped enough to join my team and will now have a team of 7, and for that I am very, very, very excited. Then my personal life, not much changed, still have the same boring job, still live in the same place in Zurich, went to a bunch of concerts, yay.
Yay. So for the last part, again, last one, I'm just going to mention the big pillars of, please next slide. The big pillars of what is in the annual report. If you want more information, go in there. But parts are the grants, the training, the international communities participation, and all around Erasmus Games. Next slide, please. On the grants, I know green and blue very bad, but globally we gave grants to the sections on project and causes and intersectional grants. Project and causes, wait, you can see that 2 causes are very mainly asked, culture and health and well-being. Please try to do other things. It could be nice, you know, we have money for the others, not that much for these ones. And for the intersectional grants, you can see better on the report all the interactions that we had this year. So try to increase that. It would be so lovely to have a lot of connections. Still about the grants, we did training in the event managers community meeting about how to ask for grants, what we expected, and this skyrocketed demands, and we have to keep give my slides back, please. Events, meetings, and NAs, namely a training specifically on the causes just by my team, without mentioning other teams that did also in there. And still about training and more broadened aspects. This year I was mainly the, let's say, main reference in the training and activities community that got reborn compared to the year before. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Which linked to the international community's activity that I was linked and other people in the same topics. Namely all the activities towards the social impact days that Domi already talked about, but also the international games community calls. That makes a lot of calls all together. Next slide, please. Talking about IEG and Erasmus Games in general, we did the National Erasmus Games in Lausanne, which was very nice. Thank you, Lausanne, for organizing. Start thinking about doing it next year because the call opened in NA1. And also, as we were finishing the document, we were also in the International Erasmus Games. So you will not find that much in the documents about this because the event wasn't passed, but don't hesitate to reach out if you want more information. Next slide, please. So that was what the big pillars, but there is also another part specifically on the causes that we addressed. And thanks to all these magnificent people that were in the team, we could address 4 of the topics specifically with someone, besides just the fact that we also addressed transversally the content. Next slide, please. On a personal reflection, achieving things and shaping the future of ESN is fun, but you only do the extra mile because of the people. If there wasn't the people, that don't mean anything in the end. So thank you, the board, thank you for your inputs, but don't stop giving us inputs because that's what makes us go up front. My year in ESN, I kind of understood that sometimes even if some positions made sense the way they were in the past, you also have to renew them if you want that to keep going on. And my position, I think it's a good example of that. And the next year, we kind of have to shape it in another way. I already talked about that in NA2. I also discovered a whole new layer of ESN, mostly the international layer, because that's what we are connected to also as national boards. And there are good sides, there are less good sides. It's part of the game. I'm more ready for the second year with the same reasons Domi just said. Second year, and Domi and also Axel and Arnaud, second year you are more confident, and I feel more confident for the second year. And also I'm very happy because I brought the NA to Geneva. It hasn't, for a lot of years it wasn't the case, but we did it and it was very, very fun. Next slide, please. On my personal life, it didn't change much actually. I'm still doing my PhD. I'm sending reels on Insta to my friends a lot. And I'm still in the same city, same home. And I noticed I actually don't take enough pictures with my friends and my family. So I had some difficulties to find. But yeah, that's it for my personal life. And I think for the presentation, yes. Time for questions.
All right. We are 18 minutes over the planned time with the questions included. So if you have questions that you think should be addressed to the whole thing, shoot. If you have personal questions, please ask them to the person in person. And yes, speakers list is open. Is there anyone writing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, no.
Okay, I'm just gonna be loud. Does everybody hear me? Okay, cool. So Julia is in Zurich. Since we're in phase of transition and soon the next word is gonna come, is there something that you would like? Oh, now it works. Is there anything that you wish you had done differently and that you would ask or suggest the next board not to do?
No, ESN Switzerland, I will refer you to the recommendation and vision chapter from the annual report. It's easier to extra like this because there's all the different people answering there.
Still
Yeah, I'm
writing.
trying to put my name. Now?
Is it so low?
Yes.
But outside of Elena, is someone still writing? Just go. I propose to close
Okay.
the speaker
Already,
if there's
okay.
no objection after Elena. No objection, you can go.
Okay, so Elena is in Geneva. To Daniel, a question, because I've also worked on project and causes, because before there was no project manager when I started my first mandate, so I was doing it pretty much. But why do you mean there is actually a shift from a lot of sustainability, where before there was a lot of sustainability, a lot of health and well-being, not so much, but sustainability was like way huge in money, grant asking, but now culture, which for me, it's amazing. And I could never imagine that culture will be that much compared to anything else. Well, what do you think there is this shift this year or in the past? I don't know.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. I think there is two parts of the answer. First one is maybe we didn't we got more flexible in the top amounts per section. So maybe some sections were more towards one cause, and it kind of allowed them to ask more there and not look for the other ones. Maybe this flexibility is not the perfect way to go. And the second aspect is we weren't that much on the exact topic fitting. So maybe sometimes we were a bit more flexible in the actual topic related to the cause, and health and well-being and culture got kind of easy to get by the boundaries that we put, because we saw that every year we had money like not used in the budget. Not like we thought about a certain amount and it wasn't fully used. So we're like, oh, we still have, let's get more flexible in what we accept and what we do not accept. Comment.
Follow-up comment. So you mean in promotion, because you promoted more was not given the past years, or it's because yeah, I was hoping for a change in that everyone wanted to do cultural things.
No, I don't think that change happened. They just noticed that they could ask. But I don't think it's a promotion. I don't think it's a promotion side. We just promote the causes no matter which ones.
Right. Thank you. Thank you to the old board. I mean, you're not old yet, but to the board, you can go back to your seat. And now I invite the... So, speaking of difficulties, give me 2 minutes. It's for Domi, you send it to me.
The action plan is in the folder. I didn't send it to you, it's in the folder.
What is that?
Can we play? Differently worded.
Right. Back in business. All right, new elect, it's your time to shine.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So the action plan for the next year, I'll start with education. My payroll. So first is increase awareness in section on the topic of education. This will include organize different workshop and webinar. That is something that I like to work with the SWEC team for the next mandate to have at least one related presentation or workshop for one for each national event. Create communication material for the network because it's still needed for the local section also to understand how they can contribute on the education area. And also, as I was saying before, one main topic that I like to tackle is the European University Alliances, and also together with the new elected president, hopefully, something that will include support to the local section to understand how they can be involved in these initiatives with their universities. If, of course, the section already are affiliated to a university that is part of these initiatives, or in case how they can advocate to the university to join this initiative, and also analyze the result of the ESN survey. I think it's something that it was planned to do last year from the SWEC team, but this year is something that we would like to work on. The next slide. This is still part of the same goal. So this will implement also working groups for the various upcoming projects. One of main projects that I would like to tackle that I didn't do this year was the mobility in school, and it's something that I would like to work on already from this summer, because it's something that I'm pushing since many months that I didn't start. And in general, participate also a little bit more in the local level with the local section in supporting them in the education matters. Next. So establish ESN Switzerland as an important actor in the sphere of education. This is more involving the different stakeholders. So we will keep collaborating with our main stakeholders like the Solix Commission and Interco. Then it's something that we already work on this year was the stakeholder maps, but also something that try to find a better way also to share and also see how this map can be used for the local sections, and collaborate
with Swisscore. Last year, Agrippin went to the Swisscore seminar. So it's something that I would like to participate in November. It will be the 1st of November. And try also to have a dialogue with them to understand how we can collaborate also more on education. Next. So continuing on this goal, so as I said before, also the collaboration with the local sections, meaning also the IROS, Swiss University, trying to organize also a conference, an event on education, and actively be involved in the mobility school projects. Already personal with section as a national level, but in general, if first seeing if section is interested to work on this project, and then in case, since we have the SWEC team that is going to cover the different areas of Switzerland, we can also try to work independently on that. Next. So, as I said also before in the 3-year strategies, so I think it's wrong the dates, but so it will be the collaboration with Movezia. So it's not going to be the Mobility Days 2024, but it's going to be the next project that Movezia is sharing that normally is in autumn. In 2023, they had the Mobility Days. In 2024, there was the Learning by Going project. And so we will be ready also to support them to their next campaign. Next. And yes, continue to work on the Erasmus is a big plus. What I said also in Lucerne, in NA Lucerne, and also before, something that he would like to work is also to understand what ESN, how ESN Switzerland can, collaborate after the rejoin of Erasmus Plus, with and also of course with the stakeholders that we have. Next. Okay.
Hello, I will be talking about the international affairs. Yeah, next slide, please. So representation of ESN Switzerland on international level. Firstly, it would be essential to ensure we continue to consider the non-EU and programs along the country. By co-organizing at least one discussion session in collaboration with NRs. I mean, I know there's we're getting extinct along the whole network, but we'll have to do it. Guarantee representation of ESN Switzerland at 100% of web and no calls, but at least one attendee from the international affair teams. I think in my application as well, like. I said I would be 100% available for representing Switzerland on ESN Switzerland on international or platforms. Moving on, and we have to, me and Louise, we have to continue to encourage and support a board and diverse delegation to attend international events such as EGM, GA, including the LRs. Local members and the alumni such as GBG. So please, next slide. It's a continuation of the same topic. It's more about how to get an improved version of the international extra spots distribution policy. And like within February, so it's easier to deal with it in the future, and then incorporating feedback through a dedicated LR consultation. Sadly, we don't have a CLR officer right now, but Louise is very happy about it, so because we would be able to do it together. And further, ensure that all delegates of ESN Switzerland attend relevant consultation calls, especially before General Assemblies, because it's a very long and extensive piece of work you have to go through, and you have to be very vigilant about what you're reading and what you're told about. Moving on, support and guide at least one local member to participate in a general assembly during the mandate. And it is a big task, but I'd like to do that. Next. Stronger cooperation with other national organizations. Firstly, I would like to say that ensure the participation of at least 5 Swiss members in the statutory and the non-statutory meetings outside of our NO. Again, very ambitious, but again, these are SMART goals in which I would like to do and host at least 4 international guests at each of ESN Switzerland's NA, at least. Develop and improve new guidelines for the promotion and registrations timeline of international guests, so it's easier for the chairing team, the OC, and for everyone to make it easier for them as well. Organize ESN Switzerland's participation in Spree Break. That's one of the main goals, because last time Catherine was kind of mad because we didn't show much a participation in that. Organize one cross-border knowledge exchange event with other NO. Let me help you guys with the bingo with the DACH region. So yeah, please next. Involvement of the Swiss network in international topics and events. Sharing international updates and even opportunities with the LR community. So anyone who wants to join NA or international events and somewhere else, it would be easier for people to understand different networks. Present ESN International's support structures and teams at least once during an NA or in a dedicated LR call. And deliver one session during the mandate explaining how local sections can apply to host an internal event, and including the support of ESN Switzerland can provide to that. Yeah. Reinforcement of the local representative community. Firstly, it would be nice to ensure every section is represented. Sadly, St. Gallen won't be a part of it, but I'm hoping that every section would be there, and it would be a very nice way to track the presence of my mandate as well. And organize at least one LR call 1 month. Laura did a good job as a CLR officer in the last mandate. And again, we don't have the CLR officer, but I think me and Luis can manage it for now. Host 2 LR weekends, same as Excel. I think the whole idea behind 2 community weekends in one mandate was amazing, and I would like to keep on doing that. Moving on. Invite at least 2 international guests from the NOs to present their structure and collaboration ideas during LR calls. Again, it's an easier way to understand your how other sections go around their daily, not daily, like ESN business, basically. Encourage LRs to take a more proactive role. Just like my vice NR wanted to be very proactive in her role, that I would like my LRs to be proactive. And Excel, as Excel says, LRs are the boss of the community. I'm just a messenger. So yeah, that's about it. Improve of the section consultation procedure. Yeah. Ensure the timeline stated in the section consultation guidelines is followed by every GA consultations. Again, it's very discreet and very important to go along. Propose and pass amendments to the section consultation guidelines to reflect improved practices by the end of the mandate. Allow sections to present positions and engage in discussions during consultations called by dedicating time for open floor sharing. Develop and distribute a template or checklist to help LR consult their sections efficiently before and after each consultation call. So again, for easy way of going along with your work and getting to the point. Introduce a section on national level consultation in the revised section consultation guidelines to expand the participation in domestic decision making. So local sections actually take part in interest in how to come to a decision. Thank you. Thank you.
So now for communication, and this time I actually remembered to put in IT, yay me. So first thing is to create a sustainable communication framework now that I will have a team. So again, define the clear responsibilities within the national communication team, then create clear onboarding guidelines and documentation, establish a clear call schedule with the communication and IT team that we can follow throughout the year, and then establish regular collaboration touch points with other national level teams. So the events team, the causes team, education, well, I guess that's it, to again help diversify the content throughout the whole mandate. Next. Increase the visibility and interest through diversified content, so a bit more detail on that. So we want to develop a semester-based calendar for content where we figure out what dates, what special dates we want to post something on. So again, example, Volunteer Day, Women's Day, and then also for all the specific events. Then explore the different platforms. Right now we're mainly active on Instagram and LinkedIn. Might be cool to do TikToks or move to X or Blue Sky, it's called, the new thing that ESN International is on. Then develop and implement a strategy on what format to use for which type of content. So for informative, for events, just for fun content, just figure out how we want to handle all of this within the first 2 months of the semester. And then work with the local sections to create guidelines and a strategy for the section in the Spotlight project that's been a subject for a very long time, but hasn't been implemented yet, unfortunately. I believe very hard that we will finally manage to do it this mandate. Then improving the IT infrastructure. So what we currently have as hosting and content management solutions is not ideal. So we want to evaluate alternative platforms by the end of 2025 with the goal of identifying a better and more intuitive system of handling everything. Then organize regular calls with the local IT managers to share knowledge, provide guidance, and align on infrastructure needs, and of course, provide regular training. And then lastly, finally migrate all the local section email inboxes to Gmail. Currently, we did it for the whole national level. The local sections didn't do it yet, and it causes quite a lot of issues. So that should ideally also be done by the end of this mandate. Next. And then lastly, I think, establish guidelines for FADP compliance. So explore the possibility of maybe creating the role of an FADP officer within the national level to have someone that fully takes care of that. Then establish a draft of clear guidelines for the national level on how to handle data by NA1, and then publish and finalize them by NA2 for the next mandate. And then lastly, of course, again, host training sessions at national events to teach local levels about FADP compliance.
Hi, it's me again. Usually you are happy because I'm the last one, but this time we will not be the last one. So, talking about project and causes, you have seen that in the trio strategy I changed the format. So in compliance I also changed the format of the action plan compared to last year. Next slide, please. So it's in two parts, a part with the transversal actions and a part with the cause-related actions. Next slide, please. And on the sustainability part, I presented the idea of having a standardized process to inform the sections. That's what I want to dive in as quick as possible. So during the year, you already have that. And continue to promote the esnactivities.org website as much as possible. Next slide, please. Wait, you jumped one. Oh. No, my bad. Sorry, I'm tired. On the empowerment part, continue to hold workshops around the ESN causes, on the events, community weekend, and a community meeting. And when requested, or if we requested having something also on local level if needed. Design the structure of the mentorship program. It's something that will be done during the years, but something having already a structure is a first step. And continue to promote the grants this year way earlier in the academic year, mostly with the event managers community and the treasurers community. And fortunately, we have people in this position, so we can talk. Next slide, please. Here, also still on the designing of the structure of the project incubator process with the consultation of the network. And continue to work with the Acticom to implement the sustainability, safety, and inclusivity of ESN events. And we also have someone in the national board that is linked to that, so it's even easier. Next slide, please. And on connections, actively participate in the ESN international calls and remaining like the main reference of all the communities that are related to my position. Next slide. On the causes, like you might know, I only have one officer out of the 5 positions at the moment. So all the causes are quite just briefly touched beside the one that I have in culture that is more developed. And so this will be Amélie's job, but she'll mainly focus on creating posts highlighting the UNESCO heritage sites in Switzerland. Continue the implementation of the cookbook that she already started this year and improve cultural awareness education through mainly training. Next slide. On skills and employability, I would like to try to keep the efforts put in the LinkedIn page and design the structure of the National Employability Fair. That is an idea that might happen in the next 3 years. Next slide. On health and well-being, I want to keep the idea that wasn't able to be put in place this year of the sexual health campaign. I don't want to forget that, and shape the national Erasmus Games to be more in line with the international Erasmus Games, because this year we saw the difference of the 2 events and it kind of make the work way bigger. So try to streamline the thing. On social inclusion, I would like to revive what Elettra did 2 years ago on the internal survey of ESN Switzerland's members, and kind of do a new edition of that and have that as a tool for the next year. So the idea would be to have that as soon as possible in the academic year. Next slide. And finally, on the environmental sustainability, I really want someone on this position, please. But at least keep the monitor and report of the carbon footprint of the national levels, because I think it's a very huge tool we have within the annual report. So that needs at least to be maintained, if not developed. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Sorry, we see continuous messages in the group chat, and we worked hours, tired, like endlessly on these documents. So please, if you're writing, yeah, it's a bit disrespectful. Please listen to the speakers.
Okay, moving on to business and finance. Lastly, so first we have the finance part where we want to focus on financing the NL members to attend DNAs, and if they wish, also one NA internationally. And then for the sections, we have that the way we have it right now, we plan to still finance 2 people to go to the NA, and like to have their participation fee financed as well as their travel expense. Then also continuing the financial support for the OCs of all our national events. Then Emma also mentioned that in the 3-year strategy to continue the 2 operational grants, but also to find new fundings, to find other grants. Example, the project grants that we can get. Next slide. Then we plan to improve the refund system. This includes getting an online payment system and doing bulk payments. Also with that, having an automatic and easily to use refund system that makes the refunding easier, and also this is connected also to the NL members. If they have something being refunded, that this is directly paid by the treasurer, by ESN Switzerland, to make this process easier and faster. Next slide. Then moving on to the community, the goal is to have at least 1 physical community meeting, hopefully with a whole team, so you can apply. Then also supporting the team, like supporting the different positions that the local sections can have, and doing this by having monthly calls within the community and getting the feedback from the local sections to implement it, to redo and optimize feedback forms and evaluation forms, and finally to also promote the partnership manager position in the section, to also promote it to other sections, and profit from the partnerships that one section can have, another one can have it, and we can adapt it to the national level. Next slide. I'm sorry. Yes, so the sustainable development of the partnerships. So I briefly just mentioned it about having about collecting the partnerships of the local sections, but also to get new partnerships for the national level and promote the partnerships in the community, and also work on it with the communication team to promote them accordingly on social media. And yes, so if we have new partnerships and that we can manage to invite them to an NA to get them also some visibility, which they hopefully deserve in the agreement we will do. So yes, and like I already mentioned, to have local partners becoming national partners if possible, so everyone can benefit from that. Next slide. Then we have some internal documents. Those are all in English right now, or most of them are in English, so we plan to translate them into 3 of our 4 national languages to make it easier to get partnerships and communicate with possible partners. Next slide. And finally, for the ESN card, hopefully with someone being in the ESN card manager position to get another partnership for the ESN card to make the, let's say, value of the ESN card, the visibility of the ESN card, as it was mentioned for the 3-year strategy, to also improve that and promote this partnership that's connected to the ESN card accordingly on the esncard.org platform. Yes, thank you. And I believe the questions round is already open.
So not the first one?
Sorry, what? Yeah. So, small update. We are already late. At this point, we should have already been back from coffee break 20 well, 18 minutes ago. So in total, we are like 33 minutes late and we still have 17 questions to go. So what I propose, I mean, CT, what we propose, let's say, is all the personal questions, honestly, house, like just remove them. It's not that they are not important, but it's something you can ask the person. These questions are really on the action plan, the specific KPIs, etc. Second thing, let's regroup it. So if you wrote multiple questions, ideally when you get the microphone, you just say first name and section, and then I am gonna say three questions. You say, I think, all three in a row. Yeah, and then the new NB elect will answer to them, and so we go a bit faster. And of course, wait, Mary, you have something?
Mary, ESN Switzerland. I also propose that if a question is regarded to all, someone answers, except if you really need to say something.
Yes. All right. Does this seem fair to you? Okay, then I will start by asking if someone is still writing a question. No one, then I propose, if there's no opposition, that we close the speakers list. No opposition. Perfect. Speakers list is closed, which will be just after, well, the last one from Flavia. All right. I will move around. First, you didn't tell me.
You're so confident.
Yeah, but I thought you were seeing what I was seeing. All right. Number one.
2 hour? 2 hours?
Hi, Tom, ESN Luzern at Hamza. You said multiple times that it's an ambitious goal, but it's a smart one. Part of smart goals are that they're also achievable. With ambitious, do you feel like they are achievable?
I mean, yeah, ambition isn't related with not achieving anything. Ambition is something you wanna, like, again, it's achievable. Ambition is like, I have an ambition to do this. It's not like it's not achievable. I mean, in general, yeah, it's achievable. Yeah, smart goal.
Okay, in that case, I also had another one, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. This is to all. As the action, it's part of the same question. As the action plan is supposed to be smart, a lot of the things that are written aren't specific. That, like, there's no numbers, there's no nothing. How do you keep track of these things?
Yes, I can answer. Yeah. So Daniel, ESN Switzerland. Globally, all the actions are there reported in an Excel sheet where we actually measure and we put how we will actually value the achievement. Maybe it should have been more here also, but it can also come from, I don't know, maybe a lack of time to prepare or knowledge. But in any way, we'll have like the same 3 years, the 3-year strategy, the action of every year displayed, and so we can track exactly how we define what is achieved or not. And it's like we share it, it's public. Okay, you want to add?
I would like to add something. So especially for me and Hamza, we haven't started the mandate yet. So for me personally, it's like vaguely formulated in this case, so that during the actual mandate, it can be more specified and then being tracked, like Daniel said, in a more concrete way as well.
Okay, and then third question to everyone except Domi. So, what impact do you feel IT has on your department, and where do you wish you had more support?
Globally, I think IT is important in most of them. That is more of a question of needs that we have to assess.
go for that.
Yeah, I can. Sorry. Yeah.
Do with the action plan.
We can do this stuff later.
Elle est au fond.
You know when I'm turning in German that it's not a good sign. Yeah, with okay, good.
Axel, yes, and Switzerland. So my first question is to Hamza. So I saw that you wanted to amend the spot distribution policy, and this is great, but you wrote that you wanted to do it by February.
Yeah.
But we have October and the second one in March. So why did you choose February as a deadline?
I mean, to give us more time, honestly, when I was making the action plan, um, um, for me, February felt better. But then again, as Leonie said, it's more of a transition. So again, I'm open to changing the dates, the month or the deadline of it. But then again, for me, February seemed like it would be a good time to have enough time to gather up all of the uh, basic information that is needed for it. So that's about it. That was my instruction. No. Intuition.
Okay, thank you. Second question to Daniel. So I know how much you struggle from NEC to IEG with all the different things that can happen. So I was wondering if you thought already how to adapt the NEG to make the implementation of AG easier.
Yes, I have some ways of it. Most of it is just to actually take the rules that are applied in IAG and try to have them as it is in the next. It's always a discussion to have with the OC about the capacity of providing that or putting that in place, but being active in the International Erasmus Games community, we kind of have the information beforehand. This year, I envisioned the events separately, but now that I've experienced what it is on site for IAG, I kind of have another opinion.
Thank you. Then my third question is to Izide. So you talked that you wanted to continue to implement the Erasmus in schools. For now, it has been pretty much only implemented in Ticino. So I wanted to know how you want to plan to develop it within the whole country.
Yeah, I have to say my name now. When I answer, I don't. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, my brain is working. Sorry. So my idea was first to involve the sections, so understand which section will be interested, so all the country. After that, if the different regional area are not covered, because a section is not interested to do or they don't have the resources, I will also offer to have direct support to them. Let's say we can collaborate in implementing something in your region. If even that is not something interesting, I will then work with the SWEC team to understand if we can cover a specific regional area, since most probably also for the institutional domain, I will get some application and hopefully will cover also the French part, because for now we have the Italian and the German part. From there, we will work on independently on that. Yes.
Thank you. And my fourth and last question is to Leonie. So you said you wanted to translate the partnership booklet. So my question was, I was wondering to whom are you going to ask help to translate the booklet in the different language you don't master, to ensure that it's good quality, because it's a document that can very often be used for grant applications or different things.
Yes. So as you know, personally, German is my first language, so I would translate the German one, like the one to German myself, and for the other, for French and Italian, my idea would have been to use AI and then ask my lovely NB co-members to check over it, and for the German one to ask Domi to recheck my personal translation.
Okay.
And yeah, and then of course, if it's necessary, giving it to the AC to check.
Okay. Yes, in Switzerland. So my first question is to Hamza. How do you plan to organize the first LR community meeting before the NA1, considering you have no council, you have no CLR, you will have the web delegation, and you will also have the GA to prepare?
Yes. My main aim is to bring the community closer at first as well. It's gonna be me and Louise who will be taking care of it, of course, but I'm ready to jump in to organize calls myself as well. Just not the YSNR or the CLR officer themselves. But again, I'm open to change the date of it as well, like for the community, LR community weekend itself. The others, they wouldn't change, of course, because that's the more bigger priority. But my main aim was to keep the community well intact. And before the NA, it's a better way to understand how the other sections are doing and how you can go upon voting or doing at an NA. That's my whole idea. Again, I'm open to change the dates for the community weekend, but nothing else. So yeah.
Thank you. My second question is to Isidre. You talked about Mobility Day 2024 initiative. Action plan, can you just maybe explain?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, it should be 25 for this the action plan because it's for the next year. But in general, mobility days is something that Movezia, project from Movezia, that they do always in autumn since the SEMP application is right after. It's a campaign, and so to raise awareness of the possibility, the mobility possibility. So what I want to say that as we did for 2023, which the conference in Lugano, Zurich and Geneva, and in 2024 with the Learning by Going project, I like to support also Movezia for the 2025 campaign, whichever will be, if will be a communication or more specific events. So all the local university get in this initiative to promote the mobility because mainly around November, December, then they open the call for the mobility for the next year. That's why it's important also for us to collaborate with Movezia.
Okay, thank you a lot. My third question is to Daniel. Could you talk more about the implementation of the project incubator?
Yes, thank you for the question. So just for reference, the idea is to have a defined way of receiving ideas from the NOs, so the NO we have this from Switzerland. And so until now, we kind of received the ideas of different people out of, like they just told us we have this idea, and I just want to have a process for them to know. So it would be firstly in form of a guideline. So if you have an idea, just reach out to this person, and this person will do these steps so that we can see if it's something that we can implement or not, with which means. Do you need a team? How do we organize a team? So it would be kind of a process for the people to know how to do it, but also know that they can do it.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. My fourth question is to Leonie. It's still about the partnership booklet. I just want to know if you have different milestones to make sure that we have the partnership booklet being ready for the partners. Like, because at the moment it was not used in the past 2 years, so it would need also not to just to be translated, but also to be updated.
Yes, thank you for the input, actually. So I haven't started on a milestone document, but for sure, before translating it, it has to be checked and updated. That will be one of the first steps, of course, for me. But I don't have anything concrete yet because I have to first carefully look at it to evaluate the next steps.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Covered.
Did I misread? Perfect.
Who wants to go next?
So let's eliminate the big
Again, yes, and Basil, my first question is on the spree break. I support the fact that you want to bring it I mean, that you want to bring ESN Switzerland. And I think that's a great value for Erasmus. Are you open to other national events that are a bit more far? Such as, I mean, I'm talking about the episode, for instance, that I like personally. How would you handle this? Because you cannot do that on at the NR directly.
I saw some of the people from ESN Switzerland from different sections went this time as well. So if there's a more surplus of people like that are going, so I'm down for it. I'm not opposed to it, of course. Anything that is doable, why not? And maybe you can sign with me as a delegation leader if you want to. Anyways, yeah, thank you.
So my second question, and all the other ones actually, are for Leonie. Do you have any plans to work with the communication team to improve the ESN card attractivity to the Erasmus? Because, I mean, for instance, most of the discounts, or none of them, I think, are on esncard.org.
I mean, I have no specific plans yet because we would need to discuss what is possible, what is feasible. But definitely, it's important to raise the visibility of the card. But I feel like this is connected to actually what the card offers. So having partnerships that are connected to card is also important because if we don't have something special to offer with the ESN card, it's hard to promote it in a good way. But definitely in that case, I would be in close contact with Tommy and Tom, especially because we also have to update the website, etc. Yes.
Thanks.
Really, Emma, ESN Switzerland, a really quick reaction about esncard.org. Due to an IT problem, I never had the role of treasurer, so I never could update the website. So that's why they're not up to date.
Puzzle. So, where's the other question? So more like a broader question, is there a pressure from ESN International to get more partners? Because we talk about getting more partners, having a more attractive ESN card, but if it's not coming from ESN International, what is the true motivation from ESN Switzerland? Money or something else?
Interesting. Interesting question. Actually, I don't know how much pressure we have from ESN International, but I have a none according to Emma. But I when I candidated for treasurer, I put some emphasis on that because I personally feel like it's something important that the sections, but also we as national level will benefit from. So I do have a personal motivation behind this. Oh, let's say that's higher than the international pressure.
And last question, on the same idea, the partnership manager and ESN card manager is not so attractive, I think, at ESN Switzerland. How would you make it more attractive to fill the positions?
I have been thinking about that. It's actually, I don't, honestly, I cannot answer you the question in a direct way because I just try to make it more attractive by talking to people and showing them how in general the national level can be nice, but also to work on that and creating something that everyone can use in a direct way because this is affecting all sections positively if someone is taking over that position. So it's more like a collaborative motivation, I guess. And not necessarily one person motivation. I don't know if you understand my answer. Does it make sense?
So Julia is in Zurich. My question goes to Daniel. Any thoughts about the social impact days? And the second question, for the interest of time, I can just ask you personally.
So Daniel, ESN Switzerland, procedure.
Two questions related.
Please, for the future. Social impact days is a bit challenge in Switzerland. We tried something this year with Domi that didn't meet the, let's say, activity from the sections. Maybe I don't know if it was lack of communication, lack of being early enough to communicate that, we still have to assess what has not worked. But overall, at the moment, that was the challenge, to actually have inputs. So we'll just continue our efforts on that. And we got, but afterwards, not the initial project. And I think your next question, or? Okay.
Okay, Barbu, yes, and Basel, really quick for Dania. So what do you plan to change about the National Erasmus Games, especially because this year, at least in Basel and other sections that I'm familiar with, kind of had a really hard time like getting people to sign up. So what would you like think about implementing for next year?
Daniel, ESN Switzerland, thank you for the question. For me, I think one of the main elements is not doing that over 2 days. Sticking it with 1 day, because I think people are more motivated to just spend 1 day on this and not traveling around for a whole weekend. I think that's one thing. The other thing is not to have every team play every sport, but to focus on one task, like one sport, and have it in such a way that the tournament still lets people play many games, because that was one of the past, previous feedbacks, that the ones who lose directly and don't do anything about the day. So we can find a system of tournament that still makes people play, but focus it on one sport.
Okay, hi, Lauren, ESN UK. So it's kind of we in the ESN UK we did try to, or have done little bits to implement the mobility in schools campaign, or not campaign, initiative. And I just kind of want I was looking for some clarity on why this is Erasmus in schools, especially given the reality of your NO and the fact there are so many opportunities available. Is this restricting?
You mean why? Because it's not mobility.
Yes, mainly the wording, but also that it could be misinterpreted.
Yeah.
Europe, mobility.
Yeah, it should be mobility in school, which should include also more broad programs, so not just the European territory. The last mobility school we had, I was with GDG in Mendrisio in Ticino, and we were explaining to the high school students about their possibility, mainly also what is possible for them. So it's also something that when we will choose the schools that we are going, also to understand which possibility they actually have, and also focus on something that is more beyond Switzerland, Europe, and maybe also a bit more far. Yeah.
Comment. Elena, ESN Geneva. I think that she raised quite a point that until about Erasmus and mobility in schools, until I don't know, because I don't remember how it's written in your plan. But if it's Erasmus in school in the plan, I think it should change to mobility in schools in the plan before we accept it, because until we are not part also again in the Erasmus, I think it's not fair to put it. Yes, not accurate.
Sandrine, ESN Switzerland, for Domi. Access policy are not really in line with ESN values, so I was wondering if you would consider other social media that other NGOs and associations also use, such as Blue Sky.
Yes.
What do you want me to say? Yes.
A big applause to the NV. I have good news for you. We have a coffee break. If I can find. But before. So it's not be back at 5:15. Are you okay? I propose, the city proposed we do only 10-minute coffee break. Try to get a little bit of the delay back. Is there any opposition? Matteo, are you opposing?
Then there's.
Can you say it again, please? Zurich opposes. Okay. Give me just 1 second. Of course, that means it's opposed, but I want to give the rationale behind. At this point, it's 5:10, and we are basically 45 minutes late. Just so you know. 1 hour, yeah. Yeah, true, I forgot we are not starting direct to our workshop. We are 1 hour late. What this will mean is that we will end 40 minutes later because thankfully we have 20 minutes buffer time. But just so you're aware, we will finish at 6:45, 6:50. 50. Anyway, 5 minutes, we're losing more time now than the coffee break. So just be back in 15 minutes at 5:25. And then you will be split into the workshops and then. out. Go, 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 All right, people. We have a proposition. First of all, we have the AC that will explain more in detail how the two amendments you had this morning will impact the voting of tomorrow.
Welcome back. Please take a seat. So there is one section that approached the AC to ask if. So this morning we presented 3 amendments. Normally we would vote separately on each of them, and there's one section that came to us to ask if we can separate the vote, if we can split it into 3 votes. For the decision-making process amendments, so 1 vote on Article 5 about general changes, then the other one, Article 9 about the NB election, and then another vote about the PS appointment. So you would have to vote on that if you agree to have this one amendment vote split into 3 votes. I mean, it doesn't change much in the voting, just that you have more flexibility regarding those amendments. So we're going to do a quorum check. Yeah, we need, where are the scrutinators? Claudia is there.
Shh, please stay silent. We have to vote. All right. Can you hear me? Quorum check, because we love it. Did a member of your section I cannot speak anymore. Did a member of your section win the bingo? Raise your voting device for yes. Lower your voting device, 6. Lower your voting device, raise your voting device for no. Lower your voting device, raise your voting device for abstain. So 13. All right. Now, section proposal to split the voting procedure on the SOS amendment. You accept to split the vote on the decision-making process standing orders amendment. Raise your voting device for yes. One. Lower your voting device, raise your voting device for no. And raise your voting device for abstain. So with 12 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain, we will split the votes tomorrow. Now, we have another proposition. Due to OC and overall, I mean, we are late, OC needs to have us here at 8 to eat. So we propose to move the OC and main chair application for NA1 to tomorrow morning, right after the introduction, no, just before the meet your colleague, my apologies. Basically, it will be, wait, I have a pen. Basically, it would be right after the quorum check. So then you have the meet your colleague. You will probably, no, yeah, you will have the meet your colleague. Then we'll put a coffee break also before we start the voting. Question?
Does that mean we start at the same time that it's planned as for tomorrow?
Yes, that means we finish later though.
Okay. At what time would be the supposed lunchtime?
Sorry?
What time would be the supposed lunchtime? Because I'm supposed to.
Tomorrow.
1:05.
1:05?
We have to add basically 20.
Gonna be rescheduled.
I would say 1:30-ish. Any other question? Comment?
Anyway,
as you'll see, we need that you are here at 8. So in case we don't move this, it's going that you have just 1 hour to change and come back, just that you are informed.
Basically, if it doesn't change, it will mean you only have 1 hour to go back to the hostel and change, or even less. Now, I do want to point out one thing. Adding time tomorrow doesn't mean that you will leave earlier tomorrow. Like, I know there's a habit of leaving early on Sunday. I understand me in Lugano. It's far away from everything, but if some people from Geneva, from Lausanne, are able to stay to the end, except exceptional circumstances, I don't see that as an excuse to then still leave early and be like, I don't care. Is that fine to you? Do you, by accepting this, you accept that you will also stay 20 minutes later tomorrow and overall just finish your day later, come back later? All right, now we can go back to the voting. No, it's here. So the voting for the agenda change, moving the OCN Mainch application to Sunday. Do you accept to move the OCN Mainch application to Sunday right after the com check before the intro to meet your colleague? Raise your voting device for yes. Ten for yes. Lower your voting device. Raise your voting device for no. 0 for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. 3 abstain. With 10 yes, 0 no, and 3 abstain, the two things, OCN Mainch application for NA1 is moved to Sunday morning. And now we can start with the workshops. So can you, normally all your names should be here, at least those who filled out. Can you see it? I'm gonna, yeah, if you can somehow. Yeah, but it's on the private folder, so I have to accept it. That is
Not the screenshot of the screenshot.
honestly, it's not gonna change much from here.
Just for you, we're sending a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot now.
Can you read it in announcement? I mean, you can screenshot on your phone. Is there someone who is not on this? It's not an issue, I just need to know. Did you all find your name and know to what workshop you're going? Is there anyone who didn't find your name yet? Did you fill out the workshop form? You are indeed not on it. Which one did you sign up?
I don't remember because I just like 3 of them. So
Which one do you want to go? Yeah. Okay. So you can go that one. Now, please, you have the rooms at the top. You know the deal. You go to the workshop room. It's a 60 minutes workshop. After this, you still have to come back because we will have OC announcement. But yeah, you have something.
A22 and A21 are on the first floor, and the other ones are on this floor on this side. Just walk through the hallway.
Can you call like
And move. Also be fast.
Okay, so we will meet again at 8 for the dinner. So please be on time because pizza will arrive at 8 sharp. After that, we will do the social program here in this building on the second floor. If you want to leave stuff here, you can do also overnight because we have the key, everything is closed. And then Danny will add something because we are twin OC.
Yes, no, just maybe one thing is that I think it's nice now to think that we're going to have around 1 hour and a half to rest and also to get ready for the social program. So please wear your dress for your family. The social program team, I think they prepared a very nice time for tonight. And what else? No, I think maybe if you have any questions, but also, yeah, Claudia? Exactly. So at 8, we start eating because the pizza is going to be here. And then the social program is going to start between 8:30 and 9 p.m. After that, we're going to move to the venue for the party. Tom?
Usually at the nights there are sugar cubes.
Exactly. You can see them. They're ready in the meals room this time. Okay?
Oh, wait, before you all move.
Yeah, no, maybe just one more thing. You can get here by the bus number 6 from the train station very quickly. This is it. Thank you. Also number 5.
All right. Wait, there's one more question. Tina? So for those who don't know what sugar cubes are, it's basically an envelope. Each of you gets a name. Each of us gets a name with an envelope with our name on it. And the goal of sugar cubes is you can take small post-it, write a nice message. There's something you want to say, something positive, something you liked, and put it in that person's envelope. And then at the end, you can open your envelope and cry reading all of the sugar cubes. But yes, now I close, as CT, we close the first day. There's one more question. In the food room, coffee break room. So yes, please remember, be on time tonight, be on time tomorrow. If you party hard, it's your choice, but don't sleep during the plenaries tomorrow, or try not to. I think that's everything. Thank you for this long day, and see you later. Wait.
If you're leaving at any point, also now, I would suggest put your name tags here, leave them here. And if you're leaving, give them back on this table because we use them every time.